Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of tabling, in both official languages, the following report. Canadian section of Parliamerica's 12th report for gender equality. Virtual sessions, September 23rd and October 2nd. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Calkins, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Sentencing. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to be able to table this important piece of legislation. For many rural communities across Canada, crime has reached a crisis point. Rural Canadians too often don't feel safe in their own homes. Many are victimized. Often they've given up reporting property crime altogether, and they can't get affordable insurance if they can get any insurance at all. My constituents are tired of being victims. They're tired of the revolving door of the justice system and of crime not being taken seriously. They're losing faith in the justice system because too often it works in favor of the criminals to the detriment of the community and the victim. My bill is taking a step towards protecting these vulnerable Canadians and putting the needs of lawful citizens ahead of criminals. It will create a new aggravating factor at sentencing for crimes committed where there is evidence that the offense was directed at a person or their property that is experiencing increased vulnerability due to remoteness from emergency medical or police services. It'll make the aggravating factor associated with home invasion more inclusive of rural properties by ensuring outlying structures are included. It will ensure that the use or possession of a weapon in home invasion can trigger the aggravating factor and ensure that if the offender did something so egregious that they did not receive bail, that the judge considers that rationale for why they remain in custody when giving credit for time served. I want to thank all of my colleagues for helping me with this bill, my colleague from Lakeland, and all of the citizens in Alberta that helped me come up with this idea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Calkins, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presentation of petitions. Présentation de pétitions, l'honorable député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling the following petition that says that we, the undersigned, citizens of Canada, want to draw the House's attention to the following. Given that a new AP report revealed that there was a campaign by the Communist Party of China to sterilize and have forced abortion of certain populations, and given the news of crimes against the Uyghurs, there is an increasing amount of evidence showing that Uyghurs are being submitted to political and anti-religious indoctrination, arbitrary detention, the separation of children from their families, the destruction of their cultural sites, forced labor, and even forced organ harvesting. Up to 3 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in China were detained in what have been described as concentration camps. Given that evidence now clearly shows that the treatment of the Chinese government to the Uyghurs meets most or all of the criteria for genocide, and given that Canada cannot remain silent in the face of this atrocity, we, the undersigned, call on the House of Commons to take the following measures to solve the situation. 1, formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been submitted and are being submitted to genocide. 2, use the laws, the Magnitsky Act, rather, to sanction these odious crimes against the Uyghur people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind members of the guidelines for petitions. I just don't want to make sure that they take too much time.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the opportunity to present several petitions this morning. The first petitioner is from Canadians from across the country, and these petitioners are calling to attention of this place the prime importance, especially relating to human death and C7 and the current amendments that would protect those suffering from mental illness. The petitioners are calling on the government to support measures to protect human life, as all human life should be regarded with great respect from conception to natural death. We should support Canadians who are most vulnerable and defenseless and not facilitate their death, says the petitioners on that petition. The second petition I'm presenting today are from Canadians from across the country. They're concerned that we are the only G7 nation in which the use of sound moderators are not allowed. They say that this is a violation of our Section 7 Charter Rights and Freedoms. Sound moderators for our firearms community dramatically increase the safety of their use in preventing folks from losing their hearing. They're calling on the government to allow for legal acquisition, possession, and the use of sound moderators on firearms by all licensed firearm owners in Canada, and call upon the provinces and territories to amend provincial and territorial prohibitions and allow the use of sound moderators while engaging in all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. The next petition I have to present today, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians across Canada who are concerned about Bill C6 and the definition of conversion therapy. They're calling on the government to fix the definition. They're calling on the government to ban conversion therapy that are degrading practices designed to change a person's sexual orientation, to ensure that no laws discriminating against Canadians that would limit the services that they could receive based on their sexual orientation, and to allow parents to speak to their own children about sexuality and gender, and to set house rules about sex and relationships, and to allow free and open conversations about sexuality and sexual behavior, and avoid criminalizing professional and religious counseling voluntarily requested by consenting Canadians. The next petition I have to present today is from petitioners from across Canada. They're calling on the government to recognize that sexually explicit material online is many times depicting sexual violence and can be easily accessed by young people. The consumption of sexually explicit material by young persons is associated with a wide range of harms, including pornography addiction, reinforcing of gender stereotypes, development of attitudes that are favorable to harassment and violence, including sexual harassment and sexual violence, particularly against women. And they're calling on the government to recognize the harmful impacts of the increasing accessibility of sexually explicit material online for young persons. They're calling on the quick passage of Bill S-216 in the other place, and they're calling for the government to recognize this. Actually, Mr. Speaker, that's Bill S-203. The petitioners are calling for the government to rapidly pass this bill. The final petition that I have this morning, Madam Speaker, is to draw the attention to the plight of the Uyghur people. When we in this country say never again, we do mean never again, and I'm not sure if you've had a chance to see the pictures of the Uyghurs lined up on the train station platform being loaded onto the trains, but the plight of the Uyghurs is an incredible thing that we are called in this place to recognize. So they're calling for the government to formally recognize the Uyghur situation in China, the plight of the Uyghurs in the face of the communist government there, and to recognize that as a genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, also known as the Magnitsky Act, use that to sanction those responsible for these heinous crimes, so that when we say never again, we mean never again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
The House today. First of all, whereas conversion therapy has historically referred to coercive, degrading actions that seek to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, which are wrong and should be banned. Whereas Bill C-6 defines conversion therapy as a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, to change a person's gender identity or gender expression to cisgender, or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior or non-cisgender gender expression. This broad definition, the petitioners indicate, wrongly applies the label conversion therapy to a broad range of practices, including counsel from parents, teachers, and counselors, encouraging children to reduce sexual behavior. Bill C-6 expressly allows counseling and medical and surgical efforts to change a child's gender, but prohibits support for a child seeking to detransition to his or her birth gender. And whereas Bill C-6 could restrict the choices of LGBTQ2 Canadians concerning sexuality and gender by prohibiting access to any professional or spiritual support freely chosen to limit sexual behavior or detransition. And so they are calling on the House of Commons to take the following actions. Ban coercive, degrading practices that are designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. Ensure that no laws discriminate, limiting the services that individuals can receive. Allow parents to speak with their own children and to set their own house rules. Allow free and open conversations about sexuality and behavior, and avoid criminalizing professional and religious counseling voluntarily requested and consented to by Canadians. And my second petition, Madam Speaker, is in regards to the ongoing campaign against the Uyghur people by the Chinese Communist Party, and involves such things as forced sterilizations and abortions for birth suppression, subjecting them to political and anti-religious indoctrination, arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, labor that is forced, and even forced organ harvesting. It's known that up to approximately 3 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities have been detained in what have been described as concentration camps. Evidence now clearly indicates that the Chinese government's treatment of the Uyghurs meets most, if not all, of the criteria of genocide as outlined in the UN Convention and on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. So these individuals, like so many, are calling on our government to formally recognize the Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and use the Justum for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those that are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. Thank you, Madam.
Presenting positions, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing. Yes, the honourable parliamentary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On a point of order, the Speaker just prior had indicated to members about the length of speaking on petitions. And I just want to reinforce this, and I didn't want to interrupt the member, but when presenting a petition, members should be sticking specifically to the petition, and it doesn't necessarily mean you read the petition. It's supposed to encapsulate the essence of it briefly and hold back on the commentaries. And I just wanted to reinforce what it is that the Speaker had said.
Well noted. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm disappointed my greatest fan interrupted me before I even got started. I too am presenting a petition to have the Uyghurs recognized in such a way that the people who are pushing it forward are prevented from benefiting further, and that's by invoking the Magnitsky Act. Now, we know that this government finally agreed to declare this horrible act a genocide, but we need to go further, Madam Speaker, and I hope that satisfies my greatest fan.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do want to congratulate my friend from Winnipeg North on launching his campaign for Speaker. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more views from him on the rules in the coming days. I have 3 petitions to present to the House today. The first petition is in support of Bill S-204, a bill that would criminalize Canadians going abroad to receive organs that have been taken through forced organ harvesting and trafficking. And I'm very pleased to share with the House that that bill has just passed the committee stage in the Senate and will be headed very soon for third reading. So congratulations to Senator Tulajan and all the senators involved in that important work. The second petition is with respect to the ongoing humanitarian situation that is in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Petitioners draw the attention of the House to the human rights abuses involved in the conflict, as well as the ongoing humanitarian challenges, and call on the Canadian government to be strongly engaged with the governments of both Ethiopia and Eritrea on working to improve that situation. The third and final petition I'm tabling this morning is with respect to Bill C-6. Petitioners are very supportive of efforts to ban conversion therapy, and petitioners are very concerned about the drafting of the bill, in particular the definition that is used of conversion therapy. The definition of conversion therapy used in Bill C-6 is like no other definition of conversion therapy used in other statutes at other levels that address this practice, and the definition is erroneous in such a way that it would restrict a private conversation.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Well, once again, you've clearly made the rules about petitions. This isn't a form of debate. It's just to present the petition, and the member is using this as a platform, which is not within the rules.
Yes, the honourable member, please just succinctly present the petition so we can address the rest of the orders of the day.
Madam Chair, I was finished presenting the petition, but I will just say on the point of order, it is a very long petition. It fills up an entire page with text, and I think a few sentences offering summary is not the same as.
We're getting into debate right now. Is the honourable member finished with presenting petitions?
Madam Speaker, my comments were with respect to the point of order, but I am done presenting petitions, and I've completed my intervention on the point of order, so I
presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
In a very brief way, Madam Speaker, I would say that I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the agreement of the House? Agreed. Sorry. Missing one. Requests for questions on the order paper done. The request for emergency debates. No. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, resuming consideration of Ways and Means motion number 2 on the budgetary policy.
Okay, what do I do? Okay. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in this House again to continue to respond to the 2021 budget that was tabled by the federal government yesterday. As so many parliamentarians, members of the media, stakeholders, and even some ordinary Canadians have done, I too have spent hours poring over the contents and the backgrounders, the annexes, and other finer details of this budget. Since this is the first budget we've seen in over 2 years, to be true, a dubious record for Canada, and given the unprecedented health and economic circumstances we're in, I was very eager to receive and review the budget to determine what it would mean for Canadians in the short, medium, and long term. However, before I get into the details, let me once again congratulate my colleague, the Minister of Finance, for making history yesterday as the first female finance minister to table a budget in this House. As I said yesterday, this consequential achievement is long overdue. My 4 daughters will undoubtedly take inspiration from her. Now, that said, they certainly won't take inspiration from the budget which the minister has laid before us. This is the biggest spending budget in the history of our nation, by far. It has delivered an avalanche of spending, the likes of which our country has never seen before. And yet for many, this budget will be a major letdown. First off, with well over 2 years since the last budget, the government has had ample time to get this right. For way too long, Canadians have been left without a comprehensive plan for our economy to guide us through what has now become the stormiest season of our lifetime. One would have expected that with so much time to prepare, this government would have offered Canadians renewed hope and confidence that a secure future would still be theirs. One would have expected a revised and hopefully more effective plan to get Canadians vaccinated in short order. One would have expected a clear plan to safely reopen our economy and get Canadians back to work again. One would have also expected a bold strategy to help struggling small businesses back on their feet again. And finally, one would have expected a responsible government to come forward with a credible plan to manage the massive financial consequences of this COVID pandemic, consequences that future generations of Canadians will be saddled with and have to pay for. Those who are hoping to see these things in the budget will surely be disappointed. Madam Speaker, this is not a budget that has been developed to fight the pandemic. This budget was developed to help Liberals fight an election. Of that, there can be no doubt. To be sure, there are a number of positive measures in this budget, some of which we will undoubtedly support and promote, especially those that continue to help Canadians through this very difficult time, and also those investments that secure our long-term prosperity. You should expect our support for those. For example, we are pleased to see that the government listened to us and to the many business organizations across Canada and extended the Canada Emergency Wage and Rent subsidies. We're supportive of a number of important small business measures, such as the new hiring incentive program, the promise of lower credit card processing fees, and supports to help businesses move online in a digital economy. Sadly, what is completely missing from this budget is emergency support for new businesses that have somehow fallen through the cracks because in early 2020, they did not yet have the established revenues to qualify for the government's emergency support measures. They are still falling through the cracks. We also support the introduction of a policy which would allow companies to expense the full value of qualified capital investments in the same fiscal year in order to encourage companies to re-inject their corporate savings back into our economy on an expedited basis. We welcome the extension of the student loan interest waiver and the making of additional investments in broadband to improve connectivity within Canada. Similarly, we welcome additional steps to eliminate the interprovincial trade barriers that measurably undermine our economic growth. We also support the decision to extend sick leave for seriously ill Canadians to 26 weeks. This is precisely the type of spending that we are inclined to endorse. Now, Madam Speaker, we Conservatives have consistently supported this government in its efforts to help Canadians through the health and economic crisis of our lifetime. And you can be sure that we will continue to do so. But, Madam Speaker, there's more to a federal budget than just borrowing and spending. Budgets are about promoting economic growth, including the setting of priorities. And they're about exercising fiscal prudence and probity and delivering to future generations a bright and economically sustainable future. And that's what's missing in this budget. Now, in the lead up to Budget Day, we provided both the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister with a list of must-haves for this budget for the government to win our support. These were measures that we believed were absolutely essential to safely reopen our economy, get Canadians back to work again, and provide future generations with the hope and confidence that they can still live out their Canadian dream. And as I mentioned, a number of these measures have made their way into the budget. It's amazing what happens when the official opposition does its job by prodding and poking the government from time to time. So I commend the minister for acting upon at least some of our asks. But instead of creating a sustainable roadmap for economic recovery, and I emphasize the word sustainable, this budget appears to represent a wasted opportunity to do right by future generations of Canadians. It does not deliver a comprehensive plan to position our economy for long-term success. Spending alone is not an economic plan. The budget fails to sufficiently address the most important structural weaknesses in our economy, including our declining productivity. Nowhere does it meaningfully address the dramatic flight of foreign capital from our country, nor does it commit to comprehensive regulatory and tax reform. This budget is notable for its marked pivot away from our natural resource sector, another vote of non-confidence in a sector whose contributions to our national prosperity have been immense over the years. There's no mention of our world-leading and ethical oil and gas sector. There's no critical mineral strategy, just half-hearted measures about consultations and research and a center of excellence. And the government's failure to meaningfully address the skyrocketing cost of housing means that millions of Canadians will see their dream of owning a home slip through their fingers. Another fail. Some $2 billion worth of trade crosses our common border with the U.S. every day, yet the budget scarcely touches on border security and trade facilitation and makes no mention whatsoever of what steps are being taken to plan for an eventual safe reopening of our border. The budget also fails to measurably address the state of Canada's health care, and most importantly, the mental health wall that our country faces. Fortunately, our Conservative leader has identified this significant vulnerability and has committed to addressing this challenge in a future Conservative government. Now, we had called for this Liberal government to stop supporting and investing taxpayers' money in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is an institution that delivers no meaningful or measurable benefit to Canadians. With Canada's current bilateral relationship with China in utter disrepair, giving taxpayers' money to this China-led organization is completely futile, indefensible, and unacceptable. Did the minister respond to our request? No. For the Liberal government, it's business as usual with a communist regime in Beijing. Madam Speaker, we're judging this government's budget not on the quantity, but on the quality of its spending. Based on that standard, we have found this budget to be wanting. Notwithstanding the additional benefits that this budget delivers for Canadians who continue to struggle through this pandemic, measures which we support, this budget is enormously expensive, as you know, and it dramatically expands the role of government in the lives of Canadians. Last year's deficit will be a staggering $354 billion, and this government has no plan whatsoever to eliminate its deficits. Our national debt is expected to reach $1.4 trillion this year, with the government signaling that this debt is likely to hit an eye-popping $1.8 trillion by the year 2025. That's why they asked for an increase in the debt ceiling to $1.83 trillion. Presumably with this in mind, the Prime Minister gave the Finance Minister a revised mandate letter in which he laid out 3 clear directives to safeguard our national finances. Those directives were, first, avoid creating new permanent spending. 2, review Canada's debt management strategy. And 3, present a new fiscal anchor. And that's the standard the Prime Minister himself has set. And Canadians should be able to take him at his word, right? So we are going to measure this budget against that standard. And how did the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister do? Let's look for a moment at permanent spending. Remember, she was instructed, no new permanent spending. Instead of complying with the Prime Minister's instructions and mitigating against the immense financial challenge facing our country, this Finance Minister and her government have triggered a plethora of new permanent spending commitments that will likely hobble the prosperity of generations for years to come and mean massive new taxes under this Liberal government. Similarly, the minister's half-hearted attempt to present a debt management strategy falls far short of the rigor expected of an accountable and responsive government. Indeed, the budget failed to justify why the minister felt that further economic stimulus in the amount of $100 billion was needed. When GDP growth has strongly rebounded, she should be happy about that. Preloaded stimulus in the form of savings is primed for release. American stimulus and infrastructure investments well north of $4 trillion are ready to wash over into our economy. And then we found out in the budget and from exceedingly frank finance officials that much of the stimulus wasn't stimulus at all. It was emergency support funding, much of which we support, and it was programming that bore absolutely no relation whatsoever to stimulating the economy. Now, you can imagine our surprise when a departmental official opined that, quote, "Oh, well, all government spending is stimulus," end quote. No, it is not. All the minister had to do was be transparent about her $100 billion, as we will likely support a number of the initiatives that this fund is going to support. But we know there's an election around the corner, and it's now very clear that this funding, $100 billion, was simply intended to stimulate the re-election of this government. And then there's the Prime Minister's directive to present a new fiscal anchor. Very clear to the Finance Minister, present a new fiscal anchor. So the Minister referenced this anchor on page 53 of her budget. Another fail. The closest this anchor comes to being a true anchor is its vague commitment to, quote, reducing the federal debt as a share of the economy over the medium term, end quote. So let me repeat that. Reducing the federal debt as a share of the economy over the medium term. That's it. That's not a new anchor. That was the government's old anchor, the debt to GDP ratio, except this one, the so-called new one, doesn't even have a target and will tempt this government to run up further debt in the years to come. As the Prime Minister blithely stumbles into the fiscal unknown, Canadians should take little comfort in this government's promises to manage our debt and get our deficit situation under control. So, based on the Prime Minister's own mandate instructions to his minister, this budget must be considered a fail. Now, Madam Speaker, I began my speech saying that I was very eager to review the budget to determine what it would mean for Canadians in the short, medium, and long term. Now, in the short term, yes, there are a number of investments and programs that will help Canadians make it through this economic and health crisis, and we are supportive of many of those measures. But in the medium and especially the long term, there's very little to get excited about. Just endless debt and deficits, with not even a pretense of this Liberal government ever wanting to return to balance, even in the long term. Madam Speaker, as a responsible official opposition, we are still carefully reviewing and analyzing this budget, and we'll discuss it with our caucus tomorrow before casting final judgment on it. Suffice it to say, so far, I am not encouraged. Now, one thing Canadians can be confident of, absolutely confident of, a Conservative government led by the member for Durham will implement a true Canada Recovery Plan that secures our future by getting Canadians back to work, by helping small businesses recover, by restoring Canada's reputation and competitive advantage, and by prudently managing the massive financial burden that the pandemic has left us with. Conservatives have done this before and will do it again. Now, Madam Speaker, I have a motion. I move, seconded by the member for Mégantic-Lérard, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Given that the budget, A, adds over $500 billion in new debt that can only be paid through higher job-killing taxes, B, contains over $100 billion for a re-election fund while doing nothing to secure the long-term prosperity of Canadians, and C, fails to rule out the introduction of capital gains taxes on the principal residences of Canadians, currently being studied by Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation as a way to pay for the government spending. The House demand that the Liberal government's budget be revised in order to focus on accelerating the vaccination plan to end the third wave, the dangerous third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, and policies that will create jobs and stimulate economic growth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Berton, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Given that the budget, A, adds over $500 billion in new debt that can only be paid through higher job-killing taxes, B, contains over $100 billion for a re-election fund while doing nothing to secure the long-term prosperity of Canadians, and C, fails to rule out the introduction of capital gains taxes on the principal residences of Canadians, currently being studied by the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation as a way to pay for the government spending, the House demand that the Liberal government's budget be revised in order to focus on accelerating the vaccination plan to end the dangerous third wave of the COVID pandemic and policies that will create jobs and stimulate economic growth. The amendment is in order. Resuming debate, questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech, in particular his generous comments towards the Finance Minister on her remarkable achievement as being the first woman in our nation's history to table a budget in Canada's House of Commons. I note that the member outlines some of the measures he does support, but I find it curious, Madam Speaker, because over the course of our pandemic response, there are certain rather obvious policies the Conservatives have come out against. In particular, I note that the Leader of the Opposition has voiced his strong opposition toward CERB, or the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, on a number of occasions. Similarly, after everything we've been through with our long-term care facilities, he's come out indicating he does not want to see the federal government make investments to improve the quality of life for residents in long-term long-term care facilities and would rather leave that exclusively to the provinces. But my question for the honourable member, specifically, Madam Speaker, is whether he supports the historic proposed investment to create Canada's first national early learning and childcare strategy that would ensure women have a fair shake at participating fully in Canada's economy and would reduce the cost of childcare for families.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. And I find it passing strange that the member wasn't actually listening carefully as I gave my speech, as our opposition has been articulating our views on a childcare strategy. In fact, our letter to the Minister of Finance expressly calls for this government to implement policies that support women, helping them to engage in the workforce. This is critical for our long-term productivity. What we don't support is an Ottawa knows best, one-size-fits-all approach. We know that there will be many families that will be left behind that don't avail themselves of institutionalized daycare. They have family, they have friends, they have neighbors who help out with that. And on top of that, this member's party has been promising this for 30 years.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, at the Bloc Québécois in 2019, we raised the alarm about the income of seniors, which was insufficient. We considered that precarity had to be reversed by increasing benefits to seniors. But we know that the pandemic has made the situation worse, and the first victims have been seniors, when it came to health and when it came to isolation as well. Finally, in July, $300 more were given to seniors, as well as $200 for the guaranteed income supplement. We had insisted at the Bloc Québécois that we couldn't have two classes of seniors, that the increase had to become systematic month after month. And what we've got in the last budget is two classes of seniors, which we had rejected at the Bloc Québécois. We don't understand why benefits are going to be increased for seniors 75 and up, but not 65 to 75. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for that question. And as he has noted, there is some support for seniors in this budget. But I would note that before we embark upon any new programs, new permanent spending programs, we need to place all of this in the context of the long-term fiscal sustainability of our country. That's why the mandate letter from the Minister of Finance clearly says no new permanent spending. Yet the budget completely breaks her responsibility to follow that directive.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He's a fellow British Columbian, so he knows very well my constituents in New Westminster Burnaby. They're hardworking. They're running small businesses. The families, people with disabilities, seniors and students are all struggling through this pandemic. And we've now hit this tragic third wave, which is the worst yet through the pandemic. So my constituents are shocked with the fact that the Liberal government is going to be cutting the supports that people so desperately need during this pandemic. And they're angered by the profiteering we've seen during this pandemic. Canada's billionaires adding $78 billion to their wealth at a time when so many people are struggling. So my question to my colleague is very simple. In this budget, it gives a free ride to the ultra wealthy in this country. Does he feel it's appropriate at this critical time that the Liberals in this budget are giving a free ride to Canada's ultra wealthy?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is a question the member has asked me before in this House. I appreciate him repeating it, and I'll repeat my answer. The real way of supporting Canadians and introducing fairness across all sectors of our economy is to generate economic growth. We had gone into this budget saying no new taxes, especially on our hard-hit small business sector. And we're pleased that for the most part, there are some, but for the most part, there's not a dramatic increase in the tax burden on those businesses that are still struggling. And they're still calling for help from this government. And new businesses aren't receiving it because of the reasons I outlined in my speech. So I wish this member of the NDP would focus on economic growth, generating wealth within Canada so that every family across this country benefits from that prosperity.
Comments. The honourable member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Abbotsford for his excellent speech just now. My question is around credit ratings. Last June, Fitch downgraded our national credit rating. At the same time, S&P warned that they could downgrade our credit rating over the next couple of years. Quote, should the deterioration in the government's fiscal position become more severe and prolonged than we expect? Now, my colleague clearly pointed out very aptly that the Prime Minister has now stumbled blithely into the fiscal unknown. Does my colleague think that Canada might be in danger of a credit downgrade again, and what that effect might have on our prospects fiscally?
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
I certainly do, and I thank my colleague for asking that very good question. In fact, I can tell him that in my letter to the Minister of Finance, we outlined the fact that we had serious concerns that Canada's credit rating was going to be downgraded because of a declining fiscal situation. And that is as a result of unmanageable debt and deficits, unmanageable stimulus spending that overheats the economy, that leads to inflation. And we want to make sure, Madam Speaker, that our economy is on sound, solid footing. And when Fitch downgrades us, as it recently did, that should send alarm bells to all of us and say, hey, what is this Liberal government doing wrong?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to go back to the first question from the Parliamentary Secretary because the member didn't answer it, and he skated around the answer. He was asked about whether or not he supports the child care initiatives in here. What he said was, well, you know, one size doesn't fit all. We've got to look for different solutions. This is a tested program in Quebec. It's a successful program in Quebec. It's got more women into the workforce. It's done a lot for gender equality in the workforce. I want to know, does the member support the initiative or think the model has been a failure in Quebec? Which is it?
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Firstly, we support the provinces in making their own decisions in these areas. Clearly, Quebec has made its decision to establish this program, and we laud them for that. But there's nothing in the budget that I've seen that says the minister is going to adopt the Quebec system. She has praised it, but we have no details in the budget about what this system will look like, other than it's going to lead to $10 a day daycare and a reduction in childcare costs by 50% over the next few years. But there is no detail attached to this proposal. So this member is asking me to judge something that I haven't even seen in its entirety. I will repeat, Madam Speaker, what we want to see is a system that creates new childcare spaces, but also incorporates flexibility for families that have other models of childcare that they want to access. We believe in the rights of parents to choose for their children. I wish this member would.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to express the solidarity of the Bloc Québécois with citizens of Ontario and all other Canadian provinces that are dealing with the prevalence of the pandemic, which has reached alarming proportions. Quebec seems to be doing better. We hope that this will continue. Quebec and Canada, like the rest of the world, have been hit hard The pandemic has been devastating. It was unexpected. No one could have anticipated its scope and the devastation it would cause. Afterwards, there was the serious, far-reaching economic crisis that shook key sectors of our economy, from independent, self-employed workers, small local businesses, all the way to multinational corporations, as well as giants like airline companies. The government did what needed to be done with regard to one specific thing, which was to use its very significant ability to borrow, which compares well to other countries in the OECD, in order to inject significant amounts of money into the economy of Quebec and Canada. That was the thing to do. This year, $50 billion over 3 years, $100 billion will be invested in economic recovery, properly speaking. The state is able to do so, and in many respects, that is the thing to do. In certain respects, the government was listening not only to the Bloc Québécois, I have no pretensions in that regard, but remained attentive to the needs and requests of Quebec. There was a certain amount of listening being done. In cooperation with the National Assembly of Quebec, the Bloc was able to communicate a different perspective of what economic recovery might look like. I'm thinking of the aeronautics sector, which appears for the first time in a Canadian budget. I'm thinking of the biopharmaceutical sector, which, under the circumstances, has acquired an importance that is just as significant as the level of abandonment inflicted upon it in previous years. Quebec was a significant location for pharmaceutical research, which simply disappeared through negligence. I'm thinking of electrifying transportation. And let's say that this is an issue, a subject, expertise. It's leadership that is deeply Québécois, like the aerospace industry. And we're thinking of bioforestry, which we suspect, I might admit, a little slyly, that it would not have existed in the budget. And how do I put this? It's connected to the reality of Quebec's regions. And it was implemented by the Bloc Québécois Lumber Caucus at the behest of the members Jonquière and Lac-Saint-Jean. And it's not enormous. There's been more significant sums invested, if only to fight against spruce budworm. But it's a good start. This is an investment in bioforestry, and that is the spirit of the type of initiatives we're looking for. With that, I have to admit, Madam Speaker, I have certain concerns. Where will this money be invested? I'll give you an example. If the federal government decides in 2021, as it decided in 2009, 2010, to invest in the auto sector, we would not expect that it be in Drummondville or Val-d'Or. We'd be expecting that this be invested in Ontario. If the government significantly injects sums in aerospace, we expect that about half of that money ends up where about half of the aerospace industry is located, which is in Quebec. It is a world leader in this subject. The pharmaceutical industry was essentially dismantled, but the expertise and the ability to conduct research was largely Québécois. There were initiatives during the pandemic, namely through Quebec's companies that were set up, electrifying public transportation. Listen, this is not just an economic sector in Quebec, it's our identity. Quebec does not have any particular merit. It was just geography that made it such that Quebec was able to draw so much power from hydroelectricity. that makes us a jurisdiction that is capable of being a leader in clean energy and in all that flows from it, including electrifying transportation. Of course, this leadership would be recognized. If it's a matter of buying products that were made in Quebec throughout Canada, that's a recognition of production that's extended all throughout Quebec. There's a great deal of expertise. But to dilute skills recognized in Quebec, to spend it in other provinces, to the detriment of Quebec, could lead to us being a little reticent. When it comes to forestry, there's a significant industry in New Brunswick, Ontario, and British Columbia. However, that should not undermine the competitive position of Quebec in key economics.
Il faudra être hautement vigilant.
So we need to be very vigilant. I'll give you a few examples here. In aviation, the federal government very happily voted through a bill retroactively that moved jobs from Aveos in Montreal to Manitoba. When it comes to the electrification of public transport, well, the federal government said that they'd give $500 million for a Ford plant in Ontario. Well, will there be one in Quebec? We thought, that would be good. The real center of public transport electrification isn't Ontario, it's Quebec. Now, in forestry, the investments made to fight the spruce budworm were made in the Maritimes, not in Quebec, even though we had that problem as well. There have been a number of significant cases like this throughout history. I can give you another one. Something that's not in the budget. The Davie Shipyard. Where is the Davie Shipyard in the budget? This is a jewel of the of Quebec. There are millions of dollars being given to the other shipyards, but the Davie Shipyard has far more capacity for construction. The federal government says, well, we're going to hire public servants to go and be cheerleaders for Irving, who will just continue not delivering. It doesn't make any sense. So they have this tendency to take little bits of expertise from Quebec and spread them generously across Canada with our money. Now, we have to recognize the fact that something that was good for Quebec is being transposed elsewhere in Canada. Now, Quebec was a real innovator, was internationally recognized for its child care policy set up by Premier Marois. Economists all around the world, not just in Quebec, did analyses showing that this massively increased women's participation in the labor force. Canada, late, but decided to do it nonetheless, decided to adopt the model. Well, we have to applaud that. Now, certainly, we don't want the federal government to tell Quebec how the childcare system should be managed now. We were the ones who taught them how to do it. Rather, the federal government should ask us how we did it in the first place. We should be the teacher here. Now, they're talking about free consent, which should be the main principle of the relationship between Quebec and Canada. But, there's asymmetrical relationship between Quebec and Canada. What we want is a no-strings-attached transfer for our childcares. But the minister was very clear this morning. There won't be any negotiation concerning the amount of money. Even though yesterday the Minister of Finance said, well, of course we want the money to be invested where she wants to invest it. But Quebec should do what it wants to do with its own money. We have a National Assembly in Quebec which deals with these issues, and then the Parliament shouldn't tell the National Assembly what to do with its money. They have a bad habit of trying to do this. It seems like it's almost a genetic problem. But, you know, on this issue, I would say we'll take the money for childcare, but we don't want to be told what to do with it. And the same thing goes for long-term care homes for our seniors. This is the only money that we're getting for health care from the federal government. This isn't just a white elephant in the room. This is a blue whale. It's enormous. Certainly, long-term care homes are a health issue. Where were the main victims of the pandemic? Well, seniors in long-term care homes. This was absolutely traumatic. But what have we not seen in the budget? Health care money and care for seniors. You know, I scratched my head. Even if this government is being opportunistic, which is something they do well, I would have thought there would be something. Zero. Nothing. A slap in the face to Quebec and to all of the premiers in Canada who have been telling the federal government that they need this healthcare money. I think the Quebecers and Canadians will get tired of this lack of respect. It would have been easy to make the right decisions here. But seeing the bad decisions that have been made is just stunning. Now, when it comes to long-term care homes, the federal government is saying, well, we have, $3 billion we're going to invest over 5 years. So, $120 million per year for Quebec. It's not a huge amount of money when it comes to long-term care homes. But the federal government says, yeah, but we're going to attach conditions to the money. Because, of course, I am Canada, so I am intrinsically superior to Quebec. Even though what we experienced is deeply linked to the fact that our systems have been underfunded by the federal government for a long time. They take the moral high ground and they say, well, this is how you need to do it, even though they have no experience in managing long-term care homes. Well, we're the federal government, and we're Liberals, so we're inherently superior. This doesn't make any sense, this tendency that they have to interfere in Quebec's affairs, even though they're not that good at managing their own affairs, like controlling the border. Now, there's a problem here that has to do with how they choose their words. They use the word aviation, the word forestry, the word health, the word electric transportation. But when it comes to the details, there's a lot of uncertainty. Of course, we're going to be debating this budget for a number of days. And after those few days, we'll be voting on the budget. Then there will be a whole issue with that vote, which I'll be talking about later. But anyway, there are a series of mechanisms that have to happen. And if we get back to the issue of seniors, which is so important, you can see that this government, which always says it wants to fight discrimination, says, well, I'm going to invent something here. We've got real seniors and then fake seniors. Real seniors are 75 years and older. Now, if I were 75 or up, I wouldn't be so excited about receiving a bigger check, $500 in July. That's not even $50 a month if you average it out over the course of a year. But for those who are 65 to 75, they get nothing. Not a little bit. No. Nothing. I don't know what planet the Prime Minister lives on. But in our riding offices, all people have been talking to me about is, these people who are between 65 but not 75 yet, who are furious about this. They're really, really peeved. That's the word that I'll use since I can't use something stronger. I think that it shows a real lack of respect. Now, we're going to propose that the government make some amendments. In the government's economic update in November, they had predicted a very large deficit, which ended up being even bigger. We're talking about a $30 billion difference between the projected deficit and the current one. And that's about the same amount that the provinces had been asking for in healthcare transfers. So this is something that the government could do. We're proposing to increase the health transfers. We're hoping to see an increase for seniors 65 and over to have an increase of $110 a month in their OAS. Over the course of a year, that'll cost about $4 billion. That's barely more than 1% of last year's deficit for the group who suffered the most from the pandemic. We should be able to help them. And if our amendment is accepted, then that money will be available to everyone age 65 and up. And then there would be a bill next year, because we would work together to make it happen. And we would say, look, we may be heading toward an election, so there won't be any bill about actually increasing the OAS in the next few months. That's not going to happen. But we could move things forward if they accepted our amendment now, because that would correct some of the injustice of this bill. So we are going to table a sub-amendment to the Conservatives' amendment, which I will be reading now. That the amendment be modified by substituting paragraphs A and B, but with what follows. A does not include any increase to the Canada Health transfer, and B abandons seniors between the ages of 65 and 75. And then after the words economic growth, we will add the following. Support the healthcare systems by increasing the Canada Health transfer by 35% of the cost of healthcare, and increasing the well-being of seniors 65 plus by increasing OAS by the summer of 2021 and changing the age to 65 years. So we've opened the door here. If the government wants the Bloc's support for this budget, and they want to get that support, then they can adopt this amendment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Monsieur Blanchet, appuyé par
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moved the following sub-amendment. That the amendment to be modified by substituting in paragraphs A and B with the following. A does not include any increase to the Canada Health transfer. B abandons seniors between the ages of 65 and 75. And after the words economic growth, add the following. Support healthcare systems by increasing the Canada Health transfer to 35% of healthcare costs, and improving the quality of life of seniors aged 65 plus by increasing the OAS from the age of 65 and lowering the age for the $500 credit to 65 years. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments?
To the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, the Prime Minister, in fact, government members have recognized the true value of having a national child care system that supports parents being able to get involved in the workforce. We look at the province of Quebec and how successful, and that's something that should be applauded for the people of Quebec, taking a system and looking at ways in which we can incorporate that nationally. My question to the member is, he makes reference to long-term care, and constituents of Winnipeg North, and I believe Canadians in general, have asked for, and we've seen this through the pandemic, the need for national standards. I'm wondering if my friend from across the way can indicate, should we not be supporting what it is that his government is being called upon on such an important issue and looking at national standards for long-term care? It seems to me people in all regions of the country want to see that happen.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I'll make a suggestion to my honourable colleague. Rather than applying Canadian standards to Quebec, when Quebec has a long experience doing this, maybe Quebec could advise Canada. You know, I don't see why this would be the case. You know, Quebec's going to receive its money. It's going to say, thank you. I'm glad that we were able to help Canadians. And, you know, Canada didn't wait for Quebec to become a more feminist state. There have been other budgets tabled by female ministers, including Premier Marois. You know, in Toronto, people pay hundreds of dollars a month in childcare, which is completely crazy. I look at that and I say, yeah, you know, good job, Canada. You should look at what Quebec has done. But we don't want you to impose conditions on us.
Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his remarks. I just want to talk about the child care promise in the context of, you know, the history of this government not being able to keep its promises. It promised to balance the budget by 2019. They promised electoral reform. As you recall, boil water advisories, reduce cellular fees by 25%, and many, many other things. How much faith do you have that the Liberal government will be able to keep this promise?
The Honourable Member. Well, it's such a vast question, I hardly know where to start. You know, if I had to make a list of the promises that the government has made and not kept, well, we could spend the whole night here. But I'll mention a few. And I do think it's often true that there's a relationship between the likelihood that a promise will be kept and the proximity of the party to the election. Now, in the case of childcare in Quebec, I mean, we've had it there for a long time. So at least we will be able to get some additional funding and Quebec can do what it wants with it. But I hope that with all of the issues here, that this will actually concretize, and that when it comes to childcare and daycare centres, that people will agree and that it will actually materialize.
Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to congratulate my colleague, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, for his speech. He spoke correctly about some of the failures in this budget and the lack of health care money and support for seniors. I think it's clear that this is one of the failings of this budget. Another failing of the budget is the fact that the Liberal government wouldn't tax the ultra-wealthy. We saw that billionaires increased their wealth by $78 billion. We know that we're losing $25 billion a year to tax havens. And many Canadians and Quebecers want a wealth tax. So how can the Bloc leader explain the Liberals' failure to tax the ultra-rich? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, you know, maybe we can talk about centralization versus decentralization. I think there is a compulsion among the Liberals to try to centralize everything. So the Liberal government tries to set up conditions for programs that should already exist. And then this just creates more complexity rather than giving people the help that they need. Now, taxing the ultra-rich is something that I would support. My colleague from Joliette often raises the example of tax evasion and tax havens. We're talking about $900 million annually that the federal government could get but doesn't get. You know, that's money that could be used for a train between Quebec City and Montreal. Or if we had a single tax return system for Quebecers, that we could deliver on that merchandise too. But the government leaves this $900 million in tax havens while ordinary Quebecers are locked down during the pandemic. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, absent from this budget, of course, are the health transfers, help for seniors, and also print media. For years, we've been calling on the government to help print media, particularly regional print media who are going through an unprecedented crisis. This budget was a great opportunity to do something there, but there's nothing. So I'd like to ask my colleague and the leader of the Bloc Québécois to ask him what he thinks about that shortcoming. The Honourable Member. The federal government says that it wants to tax the web giants who are active in the arts and culture. Now, imagine if you're flying to Europe, but you only had enough gas to fly halfway. So they're taxing, but it's going to be temporary, and it's going into a consolidated fund. You know, they're scolding Quebec for putting money in the consolidated fund, but they're taking money from arts and culture and media and putting it into the consolidated fund, which is not acceptable. It needs to go to the media in the arts who really need it.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I want to go back, Madam Speaker, to the response that the leader from the Bloc Québécois gave to our colleague, the parliamentary secretary, about imposing Quebec's great success on long-term care facilities onto the rest of Canada. Well, indeed, Madam Speaker, that's the whole point to national standards, to look to the provinces for the great successes that they've had so that we can use them throughout the rest of the country. Indeed, if there are great successes in Quebec, I would love to be able to give those as an opportunity to Ontario. And likewise, I can only imagine that the leader from the Bloc Québécois would want the same. If another jurisdiction in Canada was doing so successful in long-term care, would he not like to see those be options and be made through a national standards? Does he not see the value to coming together from various provinces and various jurisdictions throughout the country to develop standards that can be to the benefit of everyone?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The member is obviously quite excited about that, but I would say, of course, on one condition. If it was consenting, freely consenting, because if Quebec is to be recognized for its extraordinary success in childcare, if that's to be an inspiration or a model, well, that doesn't mean that standards should be imposed or strings attached to funding. If Quebec thinks something is good or fun, then we can go along with it. Freely consenting among equal partners, that principle should be extended to all relations between Quebec and Canada. That would be a great thing, at least for Quebec.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Madame Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to begin off by putting in context what this budget means. We are over a year into a global pandemic, And it has hit hard. It has hit the world hard, and it has hit people here in Canada very hard. Specifically, we know that the impacts have been devastating. People have lost their jobs. People have lost their businesses, and people have lost their lives. We also know that the pandemic has disproportionately impacted some people. We know that Indigenous people who have lived with historic and ongoing injustice when it comes to access to healthcare, overcrowded housing, they have felt the impact of this pandemic even more. We know that women have been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic. Women have lost their jobs in service sector and care economy positions. We also know that on top of having to care for children and aging loved ones, women are stretched to the brink and they cannot find affordable childcare. So they have been disproportionately impacted to the point that women are now at the lowest job participation rate in decades. We know that racialized people have been disproportionately impacted. Some of the hardest hit communities in our country are where there are more newcomers, new Canadians, and racialized people. We know frontline workers who have to go into factories and warehouses, whether it's in logistics, transportation, working in grocery stores, in the front lines. These are workers that are often amongst the most vulnerable and often racialized. They've been disproportionately impacted. We know that young people have felt the burden of this pandemic significantly. Young people who are just starting off their careers, they saw their jobs cut. Young people who hope to work in the summer saw many of the jobs they usually worked no longer there. Young people who are looking to build their life, find partners, and be able to grow their career are unable to do so. So young people have been disproportionately impacted. And one of the greatest shames, something that I've referred to as a national shame, is that this pandemic has disproportionately impacted seniors, particularly seniors in long-term care. They have borne the brunt of this pandemic with their lives. And it is something that we cannot allow to continue. It should have never happened in the first place, but we cannot allow this to continue. And now we're dealing with the third wave. The third wave is hitting harder than all the previous waves. We are seeing numbers rising across the country. We are seeing a particularly dire situation in Ontario, where field hospitals are being set up, ICU units are being overwhelmed. Healthcare workers are telling us they are also at the breaking point. They can't bear to see more travesty. They're seeing entire families being admitted to the ICU. With this variant, we're seeing younger people have to be on ventilators. No longer is it just an illness that impacts more so elderly or more immunocompromised, but with the variant, it is impacting younger and younger people. In Ontario, it's clear we're losing the race to the variant. We've also seen across this country that the poorest communities, where we have the highest number of essential workers, frontline workers, these are the communities with the highest rates of COVID-19 infection, but the lowest rates of vaccination. This, again, is a serious problem. Les choses sont difficiles.
Times are hard. A lot of people are experiencing hardship. COVID-19 has hit hard, and now the third wave is striking even harder. This has been hard on all Canadians with the growing caseloads, the hardship for frontline workers, healthcare workers. These times are so hard. We have to act, and we have to act now to protect workers and to take better care of our seniors. It's essential for us to take concrete steps now.
What did the Liberals choose to do in this budget? Because budgets are always a matter of choices. They're always a matter of priorities. What does this government choose to do? And what do they choose not to do? Both of those questions are fundamental in any budget. What we've seen in this pandemic, as I stated, it has hit people differently. It has impacted communities differently. But one thing is absolutely clear. While working people have suffered, small businesses have suffered, The ultra-rich have not only been spared suffering, they have actually seen their wealth increase. The ultra-rich have come out of this pandemic, or in the midst of this pandemic, are increasing their wealth. The richest Canadians, the 44 wealthiest billionaires, have increased their wealth by over $62 billion. We've seen companies like Amazon and Netflix and Google, web giants, increase their profits. We've seen large corporate grocery stores increase their profits. The richest, the ultra-rich, have done very well in this pandemic. We've seen inequality grow. We've seen the inequalities that were already in society just get worse. So you would think, given the growing inequality, given the fact that the ultra-rich saw their wealth increase disproportionately, and workers and small businesses saw their livelihoods diminish, saw their lives become worse, you would think this budget would do something about it. You think this budget would answer the question, well, who pays for the pandemic? Who pays for the recovery? And say it should be the ultra-rich. Madam Speaker, that's what you would have thought. But the reality is, this budget makes a clear decision, a clear choice. This Liberal government and this Prime Minister have chosen that the ultra-rich will not pay their fair share. That instead the burden will fall on families, the burden will fall on workers. This budget does not include any increase on doesn't include a wealth tax, doesn't include an excess profit during the pandemic tax, doesn't close offshore tax havens or loopholes, doesn't tackle the inequalities at all. In any significant way, this budget does not mean that someone who is one of the wealthiest billionaires in this country, after this budget, will be contributing more of their fair share. Not at all. This budget does not do that. And in doing so, what this Liberal government has chosen is said that we're going to keep allowing profit to be made off the backs of seniors in long-term care. They've said that it's families and workers that are going to have to continue to bear the burden. Au cours de la pandémie,
during the pandemic, inequalities have grown. The ultra-rich have gotten richer than ever, whereas people who need help are they're still struggling to get by. This crisis has revealed a number of gaps in our social safety net. This budget should have helped people, but the Liberals are continuing to give the ultra-rich a free pass and leave middle-class families to struggle. Budgets are a matter of choice. And who did the Prime Minister choose? Not families, not workers, not seniors in long-term care. The Liberals chose to help the ultra-rich. There is no tax on fortunes, no tax on excessive profits, and nothing to tackle tax havens. The Prime Minister's choices are clear, and the choices this government has made are clear. They have said that the ultra-rich can continue to use tax loopholes and tax havens. And they've said that the ultra-rich do not have to pay their fair share. That's the choice they've made. And in that choice, the Liberal government has not chosen to help families. They have not solved the problems of our tax system.
The thing that we notice in this budget, there's certainly some good things. Without a doubt, there are some positive things in this budget. But the problem with those positive things in this budget is the Liberal government's track record. On one hand, in this budget, there certainly seems to be a strong emphasis on childcare. In fact, it looks like they borrowed our plan that we've been running on for the past number of elections. In 2015 and 2019, we ran on a commitment to make sure we bring in universal, accessible, affordable childcare. The Liberals seem to take from that, which is great. I actually would love them to take from it and actually get it done. But the problem is, we've got a really clear example that I think the Liberals might have forgotten, that we can actually see right in front of us. The fact that the Liberals and this Prime Minister ran on universal pharmacare in 2019, They included it specifically in the throne speech and had no qualms to completely abandon it in this budget. They have yet to endorse their own commission report, which states very clearly that it should be a universal, entirely public pharmacare for all. That's what their own report states, which is not surprising because all the experts agree. But this Liberal government has failed, one, to even accept that report, has not come out and said, yes, we agree with the clear recommendation. They've instead completely abandoned it. And the problem with doing that is, when you run on something, you campaign on something, you put it in the throne speech, you make it like it's a priority, and then you completely abandon it, it makes it pretty hard to believe that you're going to follow through on that another promise in the budget. It makes it pretty hard to believe that. And the sad reality is there are so many people in this country, there are so many women in this country that are just fed up with phony promises. When we look back at it, this Liberal government has promised universal child care for 28 years. That's 3 decades. 3 decades, and this government has been in power. The Liberal government has been a majority government, and they have not done it. And many members of the Liberal government were asked this question, why now? Why haven't you done it before? Why do you suddenly realize this epiphany? It makes no sense that they've been in power so many times over these 3 decades and have not done anything to advance this. How can Canadians believe them now? On pharmacare, I just mentioned that, they've been promising that for 24 years. 24 years of broken promises. This budget includes a federal minimum wage increase, which is great. We ran on that. Funny thing is, when we first proposed it, the Liberal government was opposed to it, ran against it. We'll put that aside. Now they agree that's the right thing to do. They promised to do it in 2019. They promised to get it done by 2020. We're halfway through 2021. This is an easy fix. People can see things. People can hear the promises made and not see the action. The problem is that this one is an actually entirely easy thing to get done. Cabinet can get it done immediately. We're going to follow this and see if this is another example of a Liberal promise just to sound good, but not actually do anything about it. And herein lies the problem with the Liberal budget, is that it's a lot of nice things they're saying, but they don't actually do the things. They don't actually follow through on them. And the problem is when you don't follow through, it's not just in the void. People actually get hurt. People who need this help get hurt. And it really aligns with what we've experienced throughout this pandemic. The Liberals have often started off with something that was just the bare minimum, and we've had to fight tooth and nail to get more help for Canadians. Let's look at some of the examples of things that this Liberal government has promised recently or delivered, and we had to fight to make it better. When we realized that people were going to lose their job because of this pandemic, and it was going to be very difficult for businesses, we said we need to provide support to keep people hired. And the Liberals started off with a 10% wage subsidy. Put simply, that meant that they were willing to cover 10% of a person's salary. To cover 10% of someone's salary is really not going to keep someone hired. It is no significant way to keep someone in their jobs. So we had to fight tooth and nail. We pushed hard and said it's got to be more. We wrote a letter which brought together pretty interesting allies. We brought together president of the CFIB, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, brought together the president of the Unifor, and myself. We wrote a letter and said it's got to be at least 75% or higher. And we fought hard and we won so that Canadians could see themselves in their jobs. We covered 75% of people's salaries to keep people employed, saving millions of jobs. But that's an example. The Liberals just wanted to do the minimum. We had to fight to get the maximum. With CERB, the Liberals started off at $1,000, knowing that that's not enough to even cover rent for a lot of people. We had to fight hard, tooth and nail, to make sure we doubled that to $2,000 so that people could be able to put food on the table. People in lockdowns who couldn't work were able to pay their rent and stay in their homes. This Liberal government completely ignored students, had no support directly for students, no financial supports for students. We fought hard, listening to what students said when they said, we need help. We're not going to be able to work this summer. We fought hard and brought in direct financial support for students. And now one of the biggest tools to fight this pandemic is paid sick leave. We fought hard to bring in paid sick leave at the federal level, the first of its kind, first new social safety net increase, but we said there's some problems what the Liberals have done. They didn't bring in enough supports, and they have failed to fix that to this date. And the reality is, when the Liberals don't do what they say, when they don't fix the problems that we raise, people end up paying the price. People end up suffering. So let's look at the choices that this Liberal budget have made, the choices who they've chosen to support and who they've chosen to ignore. We said we've got to answer the question who pays for this pandemic, and it's got to be with a wealth tax on those ultra-rich, tax on excess profits, on the pandemic profiteering. There's got to be a closing of the tax loopholes. Did this Liberal government choose to do any of those things in this budget? No. In not choosing to tax the ultra-rich, in not choosing to close tax loopholes, in not choosing to end offshore tax havens, in not choosing to do any of these things, this Liberal government has chosen to protect the ultra-rich, and that hurts everyone else. But what did they choose to do? Something very interesting. In this budget, this Liberal government chose to extend the supports that people need, which is great. But one interesting thing, when we're in one of the worst parts of this pandemic in the third wave, the Liberal government specifically chose to cut the amount of help that people who are laid off or can't go back to work because of the pandemic, they chose to cut the amount of help that they receive by $200 a month. So look at the choice here. While they chose not to make the ultra-rich pay their fair share, so choosing to help the ultra-rich, they chose to hurt workers who may have lost their job because of lockdowns that happened this summer. Hopefully don't happen, but they might happen. We're currently in one right now in Ontario. So they chose to cut the amount of help that a worker who gets laid off in this summer receives. That was a choice they made. That is a choice against workers. What about families who are struggling to pay for the medication? Who did this Liberal government choose? Well, they effectively chose Big Pharma over families struggling to pay for the medication. Because who else benefits without a universal national pharmacare program? Big Pharma. They're the only ones that benefit. Everyone agrees, if we pooled our resources together as a country, that every province and territory that already buys medication, pooled that buying power together, we can negotiate better deals and get better prices. It just makes sense. When this government chooses not to do it, they're choosing specifically to help Big Pharma. There's no one else that benefits from that. It only benefits Big Pharma, and it hurts families that are struggling. What about refusing to take out profit from long-term care? They refuse to do that in this budget. They voted against our motion that called for that. In that choice, all they're doing is choosing to help profitable, for-profit long-term care centers, and it hurts seniors that are suffering. When they choose not to improve paid sick leave, they're hurting workers who are struggling because they can't make the impossible choice to go into work sick or stay home and not pay the bills. They're choosing not to help workers. And when they choose not to help students by forgiving their student debt, they're continuing to make it harder for students. And I want to wrap up in my last minute and a half with the immediate concern of the pandemic right now in Ontario. Right now, the Premier has refused to show, the Prime Minister and the Premier both have refused to show leadership to deal with the crisis that we're in right now. This crisis is urgent and it is serious. We need two things specifically. We need immediately, and we wanted to see this in the budget, an all-hands-on-deck approach to get the vaccines to the communities who need it most. That is a serious problem. Secondly, we need to immediately improve paid sick leave. All experts agree that paid sick leave will save lives. The Premier in Ontario has failed to do anything about it, and the Prime Minister has failed to act on what we said to improve the paid sick leave program to get help to people. So we said, let's use the Emergencies Act, specifically a public welfare emergency, which allows us to have more tools to get help to people. We need to do something now. The situation is a crisis. Ontario is on fire. We need to immediately improve paid sick leave, immediately get the vaccines to the people who need it most. We need to tackle this. The consequences are dire, and we're hearing warning after warning. We will not give up the fight for people. We will continue to apply pressure on this government to make sure they do what's necessary and what's right for the people of this land. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, put into this particular budget is serious commitment to delivering on childcare across this country, something that we haven't seen in decades. A real commitment to putting the infrastructure in place and to getting childcare down to $10 a day per Canadian, for parents throughout Canada. We were in a very similar situation just over 15 years ago, when Paul Martin introduced a similar budget that would have got us there. The NDP teamed up with the Conservatives at the time, brought the government down, Stephen Harper got elected, and Canadians did not see that childcare. My question to this member is very simple, Madam Speaker. Is history going to repeat itself with this budget? Or will the NDP support this budget so that parents throughout Canada can get that childcare promise that is put in here and that was promised last time when they took down the government?
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
The member brings up the idea of history repeating itself. Well, 27 years ago, this Liberal government promised pharmacare and has had majority government since. And for 27 years, history has repeated itself. Sadly, history has repeated itself in this Liberal government saying one thing and doing another, and breaking promise after promise. And that just hurt people. We absolutely believe in childcare. But the reality is this Liberal government likes to talk about childcare and never actually do it.
Honourable member for Charlwood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Leader of the NDP for his speech. And I think he really hit the nail on the head. Really, we have a situation with a government that has really a damning track record of making big promises and just not keeping them. To balance the budget by 2019, electoral reform, which was a centerpiece of the 2015 campaign, boil water advisories, reduced cellular fees, the other things he's mentioned. My question to the Honourable Leader of the NDP is, what reason would Canadians have to believe this promise on childcare? Why should they believe it?
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Sadly, I agree with the member. The problem is that this Liberal government does often say one thing and do exactly the opposite. And the most recent example I keep on bringing up, the 27 years of broken promises on childcare, and then 24-year broken promises on pharmacare. It's hard to keep the broken promises straight. There's so many of them. But the reality is that with pharmacare, we have a recent example. They just campaigned on it in 2019. They just included it into the throne speech, and they've now just walked away from it as if Canadians wouldn't notice. Like, Canadians notice that. So it's hard to believe that this Liberal government is serious about something when they just broke a very similar bold promise that they made very recently. So that's the sad reality, that this government will say one thing and then do another. Say one thing to get elected, once elected, not do it.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say that this Liberal budget is the best budget we could have had for 2015. Because in 2015, the New Democrats ran on childcare and the Liberals ridiculed us. $10 a day childcare they thought was so ridiculous. They were just making so much fun. Now they understand the wisdom of it. $15 minimum wage. The Prime Minister himself, millionaire son, thought that was ridiculous. Now they understand stealing New Democrat ideas. But we're not in 2015. We're in 2021. We're in the midst of the worst medical crisis that our nation has ever seen. Our ICU beds are being overrun. People are dying, and the people who are dying are young, racialized workers who have to go into work day in, day out. And I don't see anything in this budget that recognizes the need to support them, to get the resources, to get the Emergency Powers Act to work with the provinces. And I'd like to ask, member, why they're also cutting the funding for the workers who are the gig economy. They're the ones suffering.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member is absolutely right. This is a matter of choices, and the Liberal government's made some really clear choices here. They've chosen not to improve paid sick leave, which would directly save lives. They've chosen not to support workers when they might lose their jobs by cutting the amount of money they receive. These are the workers that are the most vulnerable, and they might lose their jobs, and this government has chosen to cut the amount of support they get at the end of this summer. This government has chosen clearly to ignore the crisis going on in Ontario. And that's why we have to, again, redouble our efforts to say we need to use the Emergency Act. We need to make sure the vaccines get to the communities who need it most. And we need to make sure there's paid sick leave in place to keep workers safe. This is a matter of choices, and this government has shown again and again they didn't and they haven't chosen to work for people. They've chosen to protect the ultra-rich.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York. You are on mute.
I thought I clicked that off. I didn't check twice. Thank you very much. There's a street in my riding called Manning, and named after the Archbishop Manning of England from years ago, who said, "What we will, we are, and what we are, we do." And I know that I can't cure the member, the leader of the third party, or the NDP of his cynicism, and I take responsibility. All politicians should for cynicism that grows inside politics when we don't deliver as accurately and as strongly as we want to. But the question I have for him, he has said he's going to vote for this budget, and I appreciate the support and the stability that's implied in that commitment. But my question is this: is if we move towards establishing childcare, his party in British Columbia talks about giving all the powers to the provinces and letting the province do what the province is going to do. He says that in British Columbia, but in Ontario, the results will be devastating because we've already seen the Ford government's response to our budget yesterday, and they sound much like their Conservative counterparts in the House. They don't like public childcare. Will the NDP support us in making sure that the federal government negotiates a strong deal with the provinces and that we don't succumb to provincial desires alone in creating this new national program? Will he back off saying one thing in BC and a different thing in Ontario when it comes to establishing childcare?
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The whole premise of the question comes back to whether this Liberal government's actually going to do what they say. And the reality is, sometimes cynicism is not borne out in the evidence. Sometimes it's just pure and raw and it's unfair. But in the case of childcare and the case of this Liberal government, we've got 27 years of evidence that despite majority governments, this Liberal government does not do what they promised to do. And we've got the evidence of pharmacare where they campaigned on it, made it a priority, said it's important, put it in the throne speech, and then didn't do it. We believe in universal affordable childcare. We believe in working with provinces and territories to make it happen, and we will continue to fight for it. Our concern is that Liberal governments just likes to say certain things and not ever end up doing them. We're going to fight to make sure it actually happens. We're going to fight to make sure people have the support they need, and people can count on us to do that.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our colleague from Burnaby South, fellow BC colleague. Madam Speaker, there's a lot to unpack in this 754 page. Basically, it's an election platform. It's not really a budget. I would offer that a lot of what is said in those documents are in year 2 and year 3. If you read the fine print, the spending is over 5 years. So I want to ask my honourable colleague, we're gripped in the middle of a mental health crisis, and not only a mental health crisis, but an opioid crisis. And while $1 billion for mental health is not a small figure, it is merely a drop in the bucket. But $116 million spread out over 5 years to fight the opioid crisis is truly a drop in the bucket. And I want to ask my honourable colleague if he feels that perhaps more should have been spent on fighting one of our worst health crises that our country has ever seen, mental health and opioid.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the question because while we are in the midst of the global pandemic, and that is a major crisis, it hasn't meant that other crises have gone away. We still have an opioid crisis, which has taken so many lives in our country, and we still have a mental health crisis, in fact, one that's going to increase given the corollary or additional pain of this pandemic, the isolation, the lack of activities, the lack of interactions, which is going to only make the problems with mental health worse, exacerbate those problems. So we absolutely need to make sure we are prioritizing mental health. We believe, in fact, that mental health should be included into our healthcare system so that we truly have a head-to-toe healthcare system. And it's going to be vital coming out of this pandemic. The second piece is the opioid crisis. We believe we need to immediately...
And we have to resume debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable ministre de la Prospérité de la Classe Moyenne.
The Honourable Minister of the Middle Class and Associate Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to speak today about the 2021 budget presented yesterday by my colleague, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. I'm having some technical problems. I've been having some since this morning, so if I end up having to disconnect, I will reconnect rapidly.
Is an ambitious and bold budget that focuses on finishing the fight against COVID and laying the groundwork for a strong economic recovery. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused the deepest and fastest recession globally since the Great Depression. And Canada was no exception. Our government has laid out a plan that is committed to creating more jobs and a better quality of life for Canadians in the days and decades to come. And as we continue to push through this third wave, we know that brighter days are ahead, and Budget 2021 will get us to get there. From the beginning, we have made it clear that our first priority is to fight the pandemic and save lives. The largest immunization campaign in Canada's history is now well underway, and by the end of September, Canada will have received more than enough doses for every adult to be fully vaccinated. The budget includes an additional $1 billion to help speed up immunizations and other $4 billion for our healthcare systems. Our second priority is supporting people and businesses through this crisis and building back better. Budget 2021 not only support Canadians and businesses to work their way out of a COVID pandemic, it also invests in the future of our country. Budget 2021 proposes to extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, and lockdown support to save jobs and to ensure businesses are ready when the economy fully reopens. And the third priority is to build back better. And on this front, Budget 2021 sets us firmly on a path for a brighter tomorrow. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 recession has affected everyone, but the impacts have not been equal. In the labor market, women were hit earlier and harder, and their jobs continue to recover more slowly. Long-standing gender inequities have only been amplified over the course of the pandemic, and it has put decades of hard-fought gains for women in the workplace at risk. Today, more than 16,000 women have dropped out of the labor force completely, while the male labor force has grown by 91,000. This is a she session. Budget 2021 lays out an expansive jobs and growth plan that seeks to build a recovery that gives all women in Canada the ability to fully participate in our economy. It proposes to provide up to $146.9 million over 4 years to strengthen the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy, which allows women entrepreneurs greater access to financing, mentorship, and training. We must build back a better and fairer Canada. Budget 2021's historic investments in learning and childcare, in youth, in innovation, in housing, will all contribute to a more inclusive country and a more solid recovery. In particular, we are proposing a truly generational investment in a Canada-wide system of quality and affordable childcare. This budget commits up to $30 billion over 5 years to work with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to build this system. By 2025-2026, these investments will reach a minimum of $8.3 billion per year, ongoing, including Indigenous early learning and childcare. And our vision is to reduce costs for parents to an average of $10 a day by 2026. Everywhere outside of Quebec, which has already its own affordable public system. Now, this would start with a 50% reduction in average fees by 2022. This will make a huge difference for Canadian families. Le Québec a commencé à mettre en place un...
Quebec started implementing a universal child care system nearly 20 years ago. Today, the rate of participation of women with young children is higher in Quebec than in the rest of Canada. In Quebec, it is among the highest rate of participation in the workforce in the world. Early childhood care will help more women access the workforce. It will help more children have a good start in life. And it will support Canadian men and women who need it. That will stimulate our economy. You know, Madam Speaker, our economy needs stimulus. 276,000 people still don't have jobs because of the pandemic, and 247,000 are facing a reduction in work hours. Consequently, they are likely to experience lower wages. This is an important aspect of the budget. It's a priority. The measures being proposed will help 500,000 people find job opportunities or training opportunities over the next few years. 500,000, including 215,000 youth. Young Canadians have been significantly affected by the pandemic, by job losses, of course, but also because of the effects of the pandemic on mental health. Canadian youth cannot become a generation sacrificed to the pandemic. The budget proposes to help young Canadians, including those who experience low incomes, to pursue and to finish their studies and to reduce their debts.
With Budget 2021, we will also continue to help businesses, particularly small businesses, as they adopt new technologies. The pandemic accelerated the digital shift. Businesses, consumers, and workers are doing business online more and more. By helping businesses with this transition, we'll help them be more productive and help them create more well-paying jobs, including for young people. Measures in the budget will also allow us to consolidate Canada's position as a world leader in research and innovation, as well as the economy of tomorrow. That's what rebuilding better means.
We know that the COVID-19 recession has also widened the gaps in access to housing for Canadians. These gaps must be closed if we want to build back better. The investments included in Budget 2021 would provide thousands of families with a safe and affordable place to call home. In real numbers, $1.5 billion in additional funding for the Rapid Housing Initiative will add 4,500 new affordable housing units, on top of the 4,700 units that were already funded through the program in the fall 2020 economic statement. And Madam Speaker, the budget provides an additional $567 million over 2 years for the Reaching Home program, Canada's strategy to end chronic homelessness. Madam Speaker, let me tell you, this investment in affordable housing will make a real difference in Ottawa Valley, the riding I have the honor to represent. Just last evening, I had the opportunity to speak with local stakeholders at the Shepherds of Good Hope, who told me how critical it is we do whatever it takes to end chronic homelessness. And we're also proposing to enhance the Affordable Housing Innovation Fund. This would create up to 12,700 additional units, in addition to the 17,600 units supported by the program to date. These investments would not only make sure tens of thousands of families have a safe place to call home, they would create good middle-class jobs and prosperity. Madame la Présidente, nous savons que la
Madam Speaker, we know that the COVID recession also made it harder for Canadians to get housing, and we need to rebuild back better in that regard. Budget 2021 would allow millions of Canadians to have a safe place to live. Additional funding of $1.5 billion will go to the fast creation of affordable housing so that we can create many new affordable housing units. This is in addition to the 4,700 units already funded by the program through the economic update. The budget allows for $575 million more over 2 years to go toward housing. The Canadian strategy to end chronic homelessness is underway. This investment in affordable housing is making a real difference in Ottawa-Vanier, the riding which, of course, I have the honor of representing. Last night, I met with local stakeholders, including the Shepherds of Good Hope, who told me how important it is for us to do everything in our power to end chronic homelessness. We're also proposing to increase the fund for affordable housing to create an additional 12,700 units of affordable housing. These investments will allow us not only to ensure that tens of thousands of families have a safe place to live, but it will also allow us to create good middle-class jobs and encourage prosperity.
Increasing affordable housing is one of the many things this budget does to support and strengthen the middle class. This is a priority, and it should come as a surprise to no one. Since day one, this government has made consistent efforts to support the middle class. Early in both of our mandates, we cut taxes for middle-class Canadians. Millions of Canadians are benefiting from these measures. The reason is quite simple. You cannot have a strong economy without a strong middle class. It's a matter of fairness. Fairness is also why we have raised the taxes on the wealthiest 1% while lowering taxes for the middle class. We
also know that we need to work hard for everyone working to join the middle class. So Budget 2021 will increase the Canada Workers' Benefit. This will invest more than $9 billion over 6 years for low-income Canadians. This is a significant investment because each one of our ridings sees low-income workers. They're often frontline workers in grocery stores, hardware stores, and pharmacies who might need a bit more help paying the bills. So a single parent working full-time would get up to $2,400 tax-free for the first time. And to allow more Canadians to join the middle class, we're going to have a $15 an hour minimum wage, which is a promise that our government made to Canadians. Building back better means helping those who need it the most. It also means helping businesses in a smart way. The budget will help businesses really focus on their investments. This will be particularly useful for small businesses who need to attract investments and free up capital, which can then go toward creating more good jobs. And in order to help the green shift, we will be lowering the tax rate for companies that are working on zero-emissions technologies. This will help us improve Canada's competitivity, attract investment to the country, and create well-paying jobs.
Strong small businesses and resilient communities are the backbone of a strong economy and a growing middle class. And we have seen some encouraging signs of recovery. Canada's real gross domestic product rose by almost 10% in the fourth quarter of 2020, building on a record gain of over 40% in the third quarter. This is obviously good news, but we know those numbers don't tell the whole story. A recovery plan that would focus on GDP alone would risk leaving people behind. And we don't do that, Madam Speaker. Avant même la pandémie, le gouvernement...
Even before the pandemic, the government said clearly that we need to look beyond GDP if we really want to make the economy grow and serve the interests of all Canadians. If we look at gross national product, it does tell us something about the economy, but it doesn't say a lot about the quality of life of a family with 2 children who may be having a hard time finding affordable housing. So we need a plan that will help that family get a roof over their heads, that will allow the parents to pay for kids to go to daycare and then university, that will allow the parents to have good jobs and protect grandparents as well. We need a recovery plan that will help all Canadians have a good quality of life while growing GDP as well. Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has had a huge impact on many Canadians' quality of life. Obviously, there have been health impacts, but there have also been job losses, mental health issues, and social isolation that have had a bad impact on many of us.
Equities in many societies, and Canada is no exception. We can do better. We must do better. And Budget 2021 proposes measures to improve the quality of life of many Canadians. And as I've said earlier, it would give every child the best start in life by establishing a Canada-wide early learning childcare system. This would also support parents who want to work, because without childcare, parents, often mothers, can't work. Budget 2021 would also help ensure that seniors and those in care live in safe and dignified conditions by helping provinces and territories strengthen long-term care. It would increase old age security for seniors aged 75 and more. It would help young Canadians complete their education and get a job by making education more accessible and by creating job skills development and work opportunities. It will help more families find a safe place to call home, thanks to new investments in affordable housing. It would lift nearly 100,000 people out of poverty with the proposed changes to the Canada Workers' Benefit by expanding eligibility and, for the first time, providing substantial support for full-time minimum wage workers. And this budget proposes to create the new Canada Recovery Hiring Program that would allow businesses hard hit by the pandemic to hire the workers they need during the economic recovery. It would also accelerate access to high-speed internet in rural and remote communities. But it does not stop there. Advancing a national action plan to end gender-based violence would give survivors reliable and timely access to protection and services. Addressing the gap in health outcomes faced by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people through a broader approach to health and well-being would lead to healthier, safer, and more prosperous Indigenous communities. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we're also committed to promoting our 2 official languages through historic investments to promote the vitality of official language minority communities. Budget 2021 includes more than $390 million, including $8.7 million for the modernization of the Official Languages Act. We also want to strengthen the strategy for women in business, which will give them access to mentorship, training, and funding. Budget will also support diversity in corporate governance. So growth is important, but we also need to be able to measure qualitative progress of the policies. And I think that this is already informing government policy, and it will continue to guide us as we aim to improve the quality of life of all Canadians.
Madam Speaker, Budget 2021 is truly a recovery plan for jobs, growth, and resilience. Jobs, this budget creates 500,000 new training and work experience opportunities for Canadians. Growth, the investments in early learning and childcare, in small businesses, in students, in innovation, in housing, and in the green economy would lead to a growth that benefits everyone. As for resilience, well, after more than a year of battling COVID-19, day in and day out, I think we can all say that Canadians are resilient. Budget 2021 will strengthen that resilience by supporting those who are underrepresented in the economy, by fighting climate change, by building on innovation, and by moving forward with reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. It is time to finish the fight against COVID and to invest in a better, fairer, greener, more prosperous, more innovative Canada. Les Canadiens ont été profondément.
Canadians were hurt by COVID-19, but we will get through this pandemic. And not only will we get through it, but we will build back a country and an economy that are more prosperous for all Canadians. That's what Budget 2021 is. It includes measures to heal the scars of the pandemic, to help Canada bounce back and become more prosperous for all of us and for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll first go to the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I certainly greeted the presentation yesterday with both skepticism and concern. And my question now is going to focus around the skepticism, and hopefully later I can talk about the concerns. This government, they promised democratic reform for over 29 years. They've promised childcare. For 24 years, they promised a pharmacy. They made fiscal commitments pre-pandemic, and they've promised to end boil water advisories on reserve and introduce an action plan for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The Prime Minister himself, in his mandate letter to the Finance Minister, said that no new fiscal programs and create a fiscal anchor. So if the mandate letter from the Prime Minister to the Finance Minister means nothing, and the government has such a history of breaking almost every important promise they make to Canadians, why should we greet this particular document with anything other than skepticism?
The Honourable Minister of Middle Class Prosperity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague for her question. I would say that we have realized many things in the past 6 years or 5 years since we've gained this government. We have many boiler advisory that have been reached, and yes, we still have some to get to, but we have dedicated this budget to continue the work that we've been doing to help with that initiative and many, many more that we have been doing. And we will continue to fight the pandemic and as well support Canadian families, businesses, and workers to make sure that we bridge to recovery. And this is what we're presenting. A budget that has Canadians back, and we have a plan for it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's very clearly a housing crisis in Quebec and in Canada today. You'd have to live in a cave not to notice that. There have been a number of programs announced, but unfortunately in Quebec, people who have tabled those proposals still haven't gotten any answers. Now they're talking about over $1 billion, which is good, but they had originally talked about over $4 billion. So clearly there is demand for this type of program, but once again, money's just kind of being sprinkled left and right. Isn't it time to have a real national strategy for housing so that we can deal with this issue? Housing is one of the principal indicators of poverty. It's essential. So when will we have a real national strategy to deal with poverty in Quebec and Canada? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the National Strategy on Housing was launched in 2017, and it has made a difference in a number of communities across the country. Just in the last few months, we put forward the rapid housing strategy. I know that there are a number of regions in Quebec which will be able to benefit from that. And it is making a difference in our communities. In fact, we even exceeded the expectations that we had for that program. We set targets around 3,500 units, and as I said in my speech, we managed to reach 4,700 units. Just in my community, we saw some of the results there, and we have 4 projects underway at the moment, including 2 in my riding. So it has made a big difference. And with the pre-budget consultations, we were told that we needed to continue moving forward with this program because there are still a number of initiatives that haven't gotten the funding yet. So it is the government's intention to invest $1.5 billion in rapid housing because we know there is demand on the ground and we want to be able to help people get those roofs over their heads very quickly.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I know the minister devoted a bit of her speech to talking about the middle class, but I would like to center my comments on the working class, and that's specifically with regards to the precarious and part-time workers, those who are in retail, in tourism, arts and entertainment, because the government has acknowledged that this pandemic has disproportionately affected women, our young people, and racialized Canadians. And many of those groups work in these industries. The government also recognizes that they may need to expand measures beyond September, like the Canada Recovery Benefit, into November, recognizing that we are not out of the woods yet. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to the minister is why did they pick an arbitrary date in July to reduce the Canada Recovery Benefit by $200 a week? That's going to mean an $800 a month hit to precisely the same people the government has identified that have been disproportionately affected by this pandemic. Why are they kicking these people when they are already down and have suffered so much? Why are they making these people pay for the pandemic rather than the wealthy and well-connected? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Middle Class Prosperity. The Honourable Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member for his question, and I agree with you. We know that many groups were affected deeply with this crisis, and we brought forward at the beginning the CERB to help go through the first waves, and then we adapted our programs to make sure that the Canada Recovery Benefit can continue to support those low-wage workers, women, racialized and Indigenous communities that needed support. And we will continue to support them as we go through this third wave. We also are including a lot of investments to support these sectors that have been really affected, such as tourism, hospitality, and just for an example, over $500 million will be invested in the tourism sector. So it's clearly we've listened to Canadians during the pre-budget consultations. We've looked at how people are affected, and we have been adapting our programs to make sure that we continue to have Canadians back, and that's what we will be doing and continuing to do.
Well, now questions and comments. We'll now go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the Minister, who I have the pleasure of serving in the capacity as her Parliamentary Secretary as well. And I'd like to say thank you for her leadership in particular on the consultation process in advance of this budget. One of the things that I heard taking part in that process of consultation was the importance of recognizing the disproportionate negative impact that COVID-19 has had on the economic well-being of women in the Canadian economy. Obviously, a marquee initiative outlined in the budget is a $30 billion investment to establish Canada's first nationwide early learning and childcare system. I'm curious if the minister can shed light not only on the value to supporting women and the cost savings this will accrue to families, but on the economic return that we expect to see as a result of this investment, that because it will allow more women to take part in the economy. If the minister could shed light on the economic value of this investment, I would be grateful.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa, Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to thank my honourable colleague for the hard work in getting this budget done, and also for listening to Canadians for not only the past months, but the last years, and making sure that we focus on what we really need to do on the ground and bring those measures. The Canada Early Learning and Childcare Initiative is a transformative one. We know that this will be a transformative investment. We know that it will bring women back to work. We know that it will also give our children a better quality education and get them started early. As a mother of 3, I can tell you, I went through the challenges of not being able to have access to daycare, and I had to set up my own daycare in my own basement. So I can look at today and saying we are going to be bringing forward and working with provinces and territories to set up an early learning and childcare system that will help parents have better affordability. I mean, we're looking at for 2026 to have a $10 a day daycare. That is going to make a big difference into families' pockets, and they will be able to better sustain their homes, putting food on the table and making sure that we can also grow the economy. And the last thing I would say, it will create very good jobs. I mean, the care economy is something we really need to focus on, and I think the experts have shared it. Many parliamentarians have had debates in the House about this, and we should all be working together to make sure that the care economy is one.
We'll have to leave it there. Our time is expired for this segment, and we'll now go to resuming debate. And the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Mégantic-l'Érable. Yesterday, the federal Liberal government tabled its first budget in over 2 years, which happens to be the longest period of time our country has been without a budget in Canadian history. And it was the first budget in a crisis so vast in scale that the last time we faced a crisis of this magnitude was the Second World War. That was the last time Canada was at this level of financial burden. It was also my first budget as a member of Parliament, and all things considered, the pressure was on for the Liberal government to get this right and deliver a real plan to secure Canada, to get us out of this crisis and recover our economy. And I listened very intently to the budget speech yesterday, hoping to hear something that would give me and the people of my generation the confidence that the Canada of tomorrow will be better than the Canada of today. But I regret to say, Mr. Speaker, that following the Deputy Prime Minister's speech, that I did not feel that confidence. As Canada braces for the third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, I have spent a significant amount of time, as we all have, reflecting on what's at stake. The crisis we face in this country and around the world, the uncertainty of the future, the uncharted waters, and the millions of deaths and economic casualties feels at times unsurmountable. And every week I spend a morning calling my constituents, and I can confidently and sadly say the anxiety, the fear, and the worry is palpable. Confidence in the future is not a common commodity amongst the people right now, Mr. Speaker. And it's really no wonder. Tens of thousands of small businesses have closed, as we know, each one representing a Canadian family that put their heart and soul, years of sacrifice and work into their business that contributed to the cultural landscapes of our communities. Millions more Canadians depended on these businesses for employment, to put food on their tables and to live their lives, and now these opportunities are gone. And we know that 220 businesses are predicted may close before this is all over, which may impact another 3 million jobs. And yet, what's frustrating is that not all countries in the world are facing a third wave as we are here in Canada. The United States seems to be well on the road to recovery, and the United Kingdom, same thing. They're holding fast to their plan to fully reopen in 2 months. So why is it not that this is not the case in Canada? This is really what I don't quite understand. Why is it that the third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic is now raging in Canada's 4 largest provinces, with Ontario entering a 6-week stay-at-home order and closing schools indefinitely to try and stem the exponential growth of this virus? And Manitoba just announced further restrictions as well. But if you listen to this Liberal government, they're trying to pin the blame for this third wave, on the provinces. And yet, if nearly every province is facing this third wave, and if other countries are managing to do better, perhaps the fault lies with the lack of national leadership, with our Prime Minister and his Liberal government. Canada has more deaths over 85 years of age than our American counterparts, and we now exceed the U.S. in new per capita cases. The U.S. has provided its citizens with over 250 million vaccines, and in Canada, we've had less than 10 million. It's really shocking how far apart we are from our neighbors to the south and across the pond. And just last week, the Prime Minister stood in this House and repeated this bizarre and misinformation that the UK was in the midst of a third wave, when in fact the UK's COVID daily infection rates are a quarter of Canada's daily total, despite having double of our population. So it seems that countries that more successfully procured vaccines have been able to prevent the level of death and hospitalizations and economic closures that Canada is now experiencing. So Canadians are paying the price for Liberal mismanagement of the pandemic, and this third wave is the Prime Minister's third wave, Mr. Speaker. And he has left Canadians unprotected and not secure. And if the third wave was not enough for Canadians to deal with, now we have a budget from this Liberal government that does little to get us out of this pandemic. In fact, there seemed to be very little in the budget overall that can make Canadians feel secure in the future, that it's going to get better. There really did not seem to be a coherent, thoughtful, strategic, or really innovative plan for recovery in this budget. And I do believe that Canadians were really hoping to see something like this. I think they were hoping to wake up in the morning and see headlines, finally a plan. And yet that wasn't the case, Mr. Speaker. We now know the deficit for this past difficult year hit $354 billion. And next year it's projected to be $154 billion. And further, the budget predicts that our federal debt will grow to $1.4 trillion by 2026, which is double what it was before the pandemic, which means what took 150 years, the debt that was created in 150 years, was doubled in a few short years. And the Minister of Finance continues to tell us that it's all good, we can afford this because interest rates are low. But as Jack Mintz, professor of the University of Calgary School of Public Policy, has said, to quote him, he said, "It's kind of like rolling the dice. We are hoping that this huge amount of stimulus won't impact inflation and interest rates, even within the next 5 years or beyond," end quote. So we're hoping, but there really is no guarantee. And the Liberals are just guessing and hoping that this tremendous gamble, that gambling the future of Canada, will all work out and everything will be just fine. But we know from 6 years of this Liberal government that they do not keep their promises to Canadians. And despite promising in 2015 that they would only run 3 modest deficits, and we all remember this, of $10 billion, the Liberals spent over $100 billion in deficits in their first 4 years. And they justified this by promising it would create amazing economic growth. And yet Canadians experienced sluggish economic growth during the Liberals' first term. And as the Conservatives warned before the pandemic crisis, spending $100 billion of debt with little economic growth was foolish and selfish and left us more financially vulnerable when and if a crisis hit Canada. And then it did hit Canada. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the overwhelming majority of members that rise to speak on this budget will not have to deal with the long-term or even medium-term consequences of this type of spending and this mismanagement. It's my generation that will be on the hook for this bill, and as it now stands, we are the first generation since World War II to inherit worse than our parents, or from our parents. Millennials are dealing with a decimated job market, soaring housing costs, increased debt, and a dim economic future with really what seems to be no end in sight. And the situation has only intensified after 6 years of this Liberal government. But the last time the Liberal deficits didn't work to create economic growth. So why should the Canadian people trust that this time it'll be different, that all the spending announced yesterday would deliver better results? I'm not buying it, Mr. Speaker. And despite all of this and all of these deaths and all these closures, the loss of freedoms for well over a year, the fear, the anxiety, the worry, and the incomprehensible spending and debt burden for future generations, what has been the tone from this Liberal government, and how is it that they've really been viewing this crisis? Well, from last week's Liberal Party convention, we know that the Deputy Prime Minister sees this crisis, and I quote, "COVID has created a window of political opportunity." She said that. And then when the Prime Minister was asked last week if he would do anything differently to avoid the devastation of the third wave, he simply replied that he had, quote, "no regrets," and would not change a thing. This is not leadership, Mr. Speaker. This is political opportunism and a Liberal Prime Minister who fails to grasp the severity of his failures. And I wonder if perhaps the Liberal government doesn't take the time to speak to isolated seniors or out-of-work newcomers and devastated small business owners to truly try and understand what the past 13 months has done to people in Canada. I feel if they had, they would never have said these offensive and insensitive comments. These comments do not make Canadians feel secure that this Liberal government knows what they're doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to conclude, I will share yet again what I'm hearing on the ground in my own riding, where I have spoken to many parents that tell me their little children are depressed and don't want to eat. I've had elderly women been very emotional with me on the phone, saying they don't want to spend the last few months or years they have on this earth locked in their apartments away from their grandkids. I have had grown men cry to me on the phone as they've watched their life's work, their small business, go up in flames. And the most frustrating part for everyone is that there's nothing they can do about it. They can't force the Liberal government to care or to show competency or to prevent the third wave. They can't go back in time and stop the Liberals from wasting 100 days betting on a Chinese company to produce vaccines for Canada, only to be embarrassed and dismissed by the Communist Party of China and put Canadians 3 months behind other countries for viable vaccines. They can't go back and force the Liberals to heed the Conservatives' advice to close the borders when we first learned of this mysterious virus wreaking havoc on China and later Italy. But that's our job as parliamentarians, to hold this Liberal Prime Minister to account. And I, along with my Conservative colleagues, have been standing virtually in this House for months, almost over a year, pleading, asking, demanding that the Liberals show leadership, put forward an innovative strategic plan, and take care of our country's finances so they don't bankrupt Canadians and bring on a second Great Depression. I wish Canada's Prime Minister would acknowledge the impact of his decisions and lead with humility, given the enormous toll his mistakes have had on Canadians, and bring forward a real plan to get us out of this. And Mr. Speaker, I will close by saying that I am proud of the resilience and the strength of the people of Kildone and St. Paul, and I'm thankful for their prayers, their kindness, and support. And really that support gives me strength to keep going in the tough days. And it is my duty to represent them, and I will continue to faithfully fight these battles on their behalf and fulfill my duty as their Member of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is disappointing in terms of listening to conservative spin or misinformation being provided. You know, the government from day one, whether it's the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Emergency Rent Subsidy, the Emergency Business Account, Credit Availability Program, the CERB program, direct support for seniors, people with disabilities, and so much more. This government has been there in a very real and tangible way over the last 12 months plus to be there for Canadians in a very real and tangible way. We will have over 40 million doses of vaccines before the end of June. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could tell the House, does she believe that it was the federal government's fault that Manitoba was leading during the second wave back in November? We need to recognize that we have a federation, that provinces do have a role to play. The federal government has been there in a tangible way. Have we been perfect? No, Mr. Speaker. But we have made the changes and the modifications, and this budget embodies a way in which we can build back better. And that is what Canadians want. Strong leadership, and they're at least getting it from one political entity inside this chamber, best I can tell, based on the speeches that I've been hearing. I'm wondering if the member might want to reflect on some of her comments and recognize the many good visionary things.
The Honourable Member for Kildone and St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing that over the speech that I gave, I was trying to be very honest and earnest of what I've heard, that the member, yet again, like many of his colleagues, has yet to show humility for the shortcomings of his Liberal government. I do stand firm to the position that if the Prime Minister had provided real leadership, we would not be in a third wave of the pandemic and experiencing hundreds more deaths, thousands of more business closures. That's on the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate the Honourable Member on the speech. And I know she noted that this is her first budget, which is a big thing, and lots of big numbers that are showing here. And I know throughout the pandemic,
just going to interrupt the Honourable Member.
I'm going to interrupt
the Honourable Member for Drummond on a point of order. I don't believe my colleague is wearing the appropriate equipment. He's not wearing the proper headset.
I see the Honourable Member for St. John's East has sort of switched his audio device there. We'll just ask him to start again with his question, and just make sure that we've got audio functioning properly. And je remercie l'honorable député de Drummond pour son intervention. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for reminding me of that. It's important for the interpreters. I want to congratulate the honourable member on her speech, and I note that she mentioned at the beginning it was her first budget. The numbers are huge, as we all know, and the Conservatives throughout the pandemic have been expressing concerns about the enormous amount of money being spent. And I just wanted to ask her whether she thinks that there ought to be a little bit more fairness in who would actually pay for the cost of this pandemic. You know that we have been talking about the necessity for a wealth tax, for the fact that during this pandemic, billionaires have earned billions more money during this, and would she and her colleagues support a fair share of that cost of this being paid for the ultra wealthy, by the wealthy?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. And I think what I would say is that, you know, the people that we should be asking of whether it's fair to who's going to pay for this is my generation. The millennial generation and their children are going to be the ones burdening the tax increases that will surely come to pay for this. We know that inflation is coming. We know that interest rates are coming. And yet this Liberal government, before the pandemic, was setting us up for failure should a crisis hit. And as I mentioned in my speech, we were left with low defenses because of the amount of money that was spent before. And now with this just unbelievable amount of spending, we've doubled the Canadian debt of 150 years it took to make it. We've doubled that in now, 2 years? It's unbelievable. So I think the unfairness lays with future generations that are going to have to pay for this. And there's been zero acknowledgement from this Liberal government of the debt burden they're putting on future generations and the severe consequences that may have on the public services provided by the Canadian taxpayer from the federal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear the impressions of my colleague about what's not in the budget. Essentially, leaving provincial governments with an underfunded healthcare system, and that the federal government refuses to increase health transfers, and also the issue of regional media. I'm sure that there are local media outlets that are suffering in her riding as well. I'm wondering if she could comment on what is not in the budget. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague from Quebec for his question. And there's a number of things not in this budget, like a plan of how we're going to get out of this, and a real strategic, innovative, thoughtful plan of how we're going to get our economy back to normal, and make sure the days of tomorrow are better than the days of today. But on the healthcare transfers, I mean, the Conservatives have been very clear on this. We know that the provinces, the healthcare burden on them is incredible. And we believe that provinces should have more autonomy to spend healthcare dollars how they see fit in their regions. We know no two regions are the same. And what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberal government will talk about, vaccine distribution is provincial jurisdiction. This is provincial jurisdiction. That's the province's jurisdiction. So it's not our fault, it's their fault. And yet when it comes to something like the childcare announcement, which is clearly in provincial jurisdiction, that's not a problem to them. They're happy to spend billions of dollars in provincial jurisdiction when it suits their electoral fortunes, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, please allow me to congratulate my colleague for Kildonan St. Paul for her excellent speech, which certainly raised the positive and negative points of the budget speech yesterday from the Minister of Finance. To start, I would also like to congratulate the Minister of Finance for her first budget. That was a historic moment in the House of Commons, the first woman to give the budget speech. So I wish to congratulate her and raise that point. Now, I won't be spending 10 minutes praising the Minister of Finance, but I will refer to what she said yesterday. She mentioned before giving the budget that it was going to be the most important budget of our lives, and she's not wrong. This budget will remain in Canada's history as the one that spent the most money in all of Canada's history. Indeed, the Minister of Finance presented a budget with unimaginable expenditures. Anyone and everyone that are part of the clientele of the Liberals' electorate found something for them in that budget. There's sums of money that are spread out everywhere, and it was spread out almost like an open bar where everybody could go and get something. There are people who regretted not asking for anything because everybody found something for them in the Liberal Party's budget presented yesterday. There are people who made requests that were not listened to, namely Canada's provinces. In a budget where the end of the pandemic was being announced, that the focus of the budget, the essence of it, would be on ways to improve the fight against the pandemic and make sure that we never end up in a situation like the one we have found ourselves in. Unfortunately, when it came to health transfers, there was nothing. It was deafening silence from the Liberal government. It was the total absence of intention, even. In the budget, there's a great deal of intentions. We will do this and the other thing, but no intention whatsoever when it came to health transfers to the provinces. Unfortunately, we have seen what the Liberal government wanted to deliver as a budget, which was a budget with a rather electoral flavor. It's a budget that is in the red. This was written likely at a time when the Prime Minister foresaw the possibility of having to hold an election. Unfortunately, because there were not enough vaccines in Canada, we ended up in a third wave. We're going to get many more vaccines before the fall. But when did we need it? We needed it before to have all Canadians vaccinated, and we did not have the supply. That's why we're in a third wave of COVID-19, because of this Prime Minister and this government who were not able to foresee vaccination needs and did not negotiate for them in time. We have a pre-electoral budget and a pandemic budget. We clearly saw that decisions were made. We do welcome some measures that were presented yesterday. Some deserve a certain amount of attention. These are measures that we had actually asked for that were necessary. For example, extending emergency programs to help Canadian men and women, to help businesses. It was worthwhile for the government to do this, given the situation that Canada is currently in. It's worthwhile to extend these measures. We would have also expected that the budget present to us some hope, that the budget tell us how things are going to happen now once Canadians are vaccinated later this year. Unfortunately, what we saw was a kind of spread of measures which responded to everything that had been asked for over the last weeks and months, and a pre-electoral Liberal agenda. Even the Liberal government Liberal Party would have dared to present such a program. The party used this as a pretext to develop a pre-electoral budget, and the best example is the $500 that's going to be sent to people 75 and older in August, which seems to be the next window for an election campaign. Many commentators have confirmed what I am saying to you now. I am surely not the only one. Mr. Speaker, we received many phone calls to our offices this morning to ask, why 75? Why is the Liberal government forgetting everybody between 65 and 75 in this budget? What did we do to not be included? Because their needs are the same. In fact, they're greater. They're active. They want to continue to invest in the economy, but we did not get an answer. We had asked for clear, precise measures to help Canadians and economic recovery. I apologize. I used the name of the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition requested targeted specific measures, but that's not what we're seeing. As I was saying, it's a whole buffet of measures that doesn't seem to have any concrete, targeted purpose. We asked if it was possible to have measures to help the economy recover, but that's not what we're seeing. Economic recovery means job creation targets, public expenditure objectives, ways of getting out of the recession, but we don't see anything in what was presented yesterday. And there is a commentator who, with regards to yesterday's budget, Mr. Bernard Drinville, who said that this government seems to take pride in not talking about balancing the books. It seems to scare the Liberals. They had said that they would have small deficits and come back to balanced budgets, but we didn't see that. There was a significant deficit even before the pandemic, and what we're being announced is over $300 billion in deficit, and that's just going to accumulate to the point where we have a new word when we talk about public finances. We have to talk about trillions, because that's what the Canadian deficit is going to reach very, very soon. $1 trillion in total debt for all Canadians. So we have $500 billion that's been added to our debt through this budget. That's something that we need to take very seriously if we want to think about the future of the next generations. Now, when it comes to national daycare, yesterday, the government focused a great deal on that announcement and wants to impose on all the provinces a single child care system, invested $30 billion through the budget into that system, but has not mentioned that part of that amount would have to be given to Quebec, which already has its own child care system. If this had been a measure to restart the economy, we would have understood, but to respect the work of people who are working in daycares in Quebec, it takes a minimum of 3 years to train those people. It takes time to build those establishments and make sure that they're meeting standards. There's intentions in the budget. The Liberals thought sincerely that this would contribute to economic recovery after the pandemic, but it is actually impossible. This isn't an economic recovery measure. This is a way for the Liberals to promise something that they won't necessarily be able to deliver on because there's going to be an election. And they've gotten us used to, in the past, to making assignments and not delivering on them. Another thing that's not in the budget, and I will mention this in conclusion, is support for agricultures, particularly those who are supply managed, especially when it comes to the situation with the United States and Mexico. Among the billions of dollars announced yesterday, they were unable to deliver on their promise to fully support our agricultural sector. And so that clientele was deemed to have been satisfied in the past, and they were not included in this budget. And I deplore this in the budget. There are so many elements that are not future-focused. Over 800 pages was presented yesterday, and it proves that to the Liberals that's not important. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais connaître l'avis de mon collègue sur 2 ans.
The interpreter regrets, but a headset is required for proper interpretation.
Centralisatrice du gouvernement fédéral et de refuser de rehausser les transferts en santé. On envoie la moitié de nos impôts chaque année au gouvernement fédéral et il y a eu des coupes dans les transferts.
Just a moment. J'interromps.
Just a moment, please. I have to interrupt the honourable member for a moment.
For Yorkton Melville. Okay. Je me demande si la députée de Pointe-de-l'Île.
I'm wondering if the honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île has a headset for his intervention.
C'est vrai. Peut-être il peut répéter, poser en.
Perhaps he could repeat his question for the honourable member? Restart his comment. The honourable member.
Just pour activer le microphone.
And activate the microphone, please.
Parfait, merci.
C'est ça.
Alors, d'une part, le fait que...
On the one hand, the Liberal government seems to want to centralize decision-making, even though those sectors are under provincial jurisdiction, and refuses to increase health transfers. We know that in the 70s, the federal government funded 50% of healthcare expenditures, and now it's 22%. Healthcare systems are almost always on the point of breaking because they are underfunded. Why does the Liberal government constantly refuse to reestablish health transfers and tries to impose standards onto Quebec and other provinces? We know that seniors are the ones who suffered the most in the pandemic. It's almost insulting to give them $500 to those who are 75 and older and not increase pensions steadily. These are people who built Quebec, who built Canada. They should be able to have a decent living and have their purchasing power protected. The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. I'd like to thank the member for La Pointe de l'Île for his question. It's rare that I agree with the honourable member to answer his questions. It's in the Liberals' DNA to want to centralize everything and then to talk down to the provinces. There's an electoral budget that's not really intended to satisfy the legitimate needs of the provinces. When it comes to seniors, I've noticed that the Liberal government announced $3 billion for long-term care facilities. The Minister of Finance in Quebec described that as crumbs because it's extended over 5 years and it won't really make a difference. Furthermore, the federal government had the audacity to attach it to conditions to respect federal standards. The Liberals want to impose their own conditions and point of view to the provinces. This Ottawa knows best attitude is indicative of how they think that they know everything. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
One of the things I think is really important for people to understand is how fundamentally different the economy of Northern Ontario is from the rest of Ontario, because we are resource-based, we're isolated. And the resources that are created in the north go to Queen's Park or they go to Ottawa, and we have to go cap in hand and beg for programs to maintain some kind of balance. The one thing I noticed in this budget that I think is really important for people to recognize is the New Democrats have been pushing for FedNor to be a standalone agency for years. This is something that the Conservatives refused to do. The Liberals have ridiculed it up till now, and we have seen nothing coming out from their northern members to defend Northern Ontario. But the Liberal government has finally realized that the New Democrats are right and have established FedNor as a standalone agency, so it'll be in the same category as all the other economic development agencies in this country. Up till now, Northern Ontario has been the poor, underfunded cousin. And I think it's really important for the House to recognize that Northern Ontario has a right to proper economic development, and FedNor as a standalone agency will make a huge difference for our region.
Député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. As I had mentioned, what the Conservative Party wanted in this budget were targeted measures to help all of the country's regions in their development. FedNor needs the tools to help with economic recovery, to help people get their jobs back if they lost them. It's through this we would be able to decide if FedNor was a good idea. But the ultimate solution to every problem is not the creation of this agency. But why shouldn't we not consider various solutions? If this budget passes, if there's an election, I sure hope that this is much more than just some good wishes on the part of the Liberal Party. Questions and comments.
Wood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech. Yesterday in her speech, the Minister of Finance said basically that it would be irresponsible not to borrow hundreds of millions of dollars because interest rates are so low, completely ignoring the fact that interest rates will inevitably rise. Don't you think that this budget should have had a plan to account for future interest rate increases in its expenditures in order to be a responsible fiscal plan?
Déclarable.
Evidently, we needed a plan, but there's no economic recovery plan. There's no plan to control budgetary expenditures. There's no plan at all. The only plan, if we can find one, by scratching deeply, is a plan to get the Liberal Party re-elected, and that's a shame. The Liberal Party's interests, their government's interests, have been put before the interests of everyone else, and the next generation, and the generation after, and the generation after, and I'll keep going until you interrupt me, Mr. Speaker, because $500 billion of debt has been added to Canada's total deficit. It's going to take years, decades, generations to pay that back.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are at a pivotal moment in the history of our nation. How we respond as we continue to fight COVID-19 and as we plan to emerge from the crisis that it has created from both a public health and economic point of view, our response will dictate what Canada looks like not just next month or next year, but 10 years and 20 years from now, when my 5-year-old daughter is ready to join the workforce. Mr. Speaker, as we embark upon this debate, I would impress upon my colleagues the importance of focusing on the task at hand, which is defeating COVID-19, creating jobs and growth opportunities as we emerge from this pandemic, and setting the stage for a recovery that is both inclusive and sustainable. Before I get further, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to notify you that I intend to split my time with the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora at the 10-minute mark. Now, Mr. Speaker, those three categories that I've outlined, the continued public health response, the need to create jobs and growth out of this pandemic, and setting the stage for a sustainable and inclusive recovery is precisely what this budget endeavours to do. Over the course of my remarks, I'll spend a moment on each of those particular items. When it comes to the public health response, though the conditions here in my home province of Nova Scotia are comparably quite good to just about everywhere in the world, I recognize the same is not true for many of my colleagues or friends who may come from different parts of Canada. In order to continue the public health response that we have started over the course of this pandemic, our government proposes to put forward several very serious measures backed by spending commitments. I notice in particular in the budget, our commitment to invest $4 billion to strengthen the public health care systems in provinces across Canada. I've spoken to community members who've had appointments delayed, who've been dealing with certain services that are simply not available as the public health care system has pivoted to deal with the influx of COVID-19 cases. At the early days of this pandemic, I remember wondering if the caseload got so high in our local hospitals, whether if someone was in a car accident, they would have a place to go to. This injection of billions of dollars into provincial healthcare systems will help alleviate those strains and let our frontline healthcare workers have the tools they need to do their job and to keep us safe. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to note that Canada is currently third in the G7 in terms of the number of residents who've had access to a first dose, but we know that we need to continue to do more. Budget 2021 proposes to inject an additional $1 billion to help provincial governments administer vaccines as they arrive. Mr. Speaker, one of the national tragedies that we've witnessed over the course of this pandemic is what's taken place in our long-term care facilities. Here in Nova Scotia, the vast majority of deaths that we've seen as a result of COVID-19 come from a single long-term care facility, Northwood in Halifax. We need to make the kinds of investments today that will ensure this tragedy does not repeat itself, and that will provide an enhanced quality of life so that our elderly, when they move to a long-term care facility, can count on living a dignified experience. While there are good facilities all across Canada, we've seen some horror stories emerge from this pandemic. That's why this budget's investment of $3 billion to strengthen long-term care facilities across Canada and our work to establish national standards are so important, Mr. Speaker. One of the chief concerns I've heard from residents of my own community over the course of this pandemic, and frankly before COVID-19 was something we've ever dealt with, was the importance of mental health. Now, through the pandemic, we've advanced measures that would see increased investments to telehealth opportunities to ensure that folks could tune into the Wellness Together portal online. But we know that that's insufficient, particularly for people who need the support of a medical practitioner face-to-face. You'll note that Budget 2021 includes a commitment to work with provinces and territories to establish national standards on mental health as well. And it's backed by funding that will allow the process to actually take place and achieve meaningful progress on the mental health portfolio. But Mr. Speaker, this pandemic was not just a crisis of public health, it was also an economic crisis that we continue to experience. Now, we've advanced record measures to support Canadian households and businesses so families could keep food on the table and businesses could keep workers on the payroll. I'm so pleased to share with businesses in my own community that we're going to be extending the emergency benefits that they've come to rely on to get them through this very difficult time until it is safe for their customers to return at full scale. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy has now kept more than 5 million Canadian workers on the payroll. The Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy has let hundreds of thousands of businesses keep their doors open at a time when it would have been very difficult to do so otherwise. But it's not just enough to support businesses through this pandemic. We have to set the stage for jobs and growth so we can accelerate out of this pandemic and get back to where we would have been had the pandemic never shocked our economy so hard. Mr. Speaker, that's why I am thrilled to see the kinds of investments that are included in this budget, including hiring incentives for businesses, including supports that will help small businesses and medium-sized enterprises in particular adopt an online strategy so they can participate in the digital economy. We see record investment towards skill developments, particularly for young people, new investments that will spur entrepreneurship, investments to remove internal trade barriers, and invest in the kind of infrastructure that will actually create growth for the long term, because it is that growth that will allow us to escape this pandemic and ensure that we can afford the measures that we're putting in place today. Also, those of you, Mr. Speaker, the colleagues in this House who've known me for some time will know that I've been a passionate advocate for our environment from the time I was young. In fact, the very first time I was ever involved in politics was when I was 7 years old, and I signed up to be vice president of the Environment Club at my elementary school. I've literally been an advocate for a clean environment since then. Of course, I had the chance to serve as the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change in the previous parliament, and I'm proud of many of the measures that we've introduced. But when I look at the measures that are backed by serious funding commitments in this particular budget, I see the opportunity to take advantage of the clean growth opportunities in the global economy, to promote opportunities in my own community in the green economy. I see that we're not only going to be investing over $8 billion to reduce industrial emissions, but we're also going to be letting homeowners take advantage with hundreds of thousands of opportunities for home energy retrofits, massive investments to develop clean technology and expand zero emissions vehicle infrastructure and manufacturing opportunities right here in Canada. I see opportunities for us to make investments that will mitigate the consequences of severe weather events, whether it is forest fires in the West, floods throughout the country, or hurricanes on the East Coast. And I see the single largest investment to protect nature in the history of Canada included in this budget, and I'm very proud to be supportive of it. But it's not enough that our budget is sustainable from an environmental point of view. It also needs to be inclusive to ensure that everyone is able to take part in the economic recovery. I note in particular the support for women in the economy in this budget, including the marquee policy of the Canada's first early learning and national child care strategy. Mr. Speaker, this is a policy that will be a legacy piece for this government, and 30 years from now, I am confident that families will look back and say this was the right thing. We know, though it may be expensive to advance this particular policy, the impact it's going to have by allowing more women to take part in the economy will more than pay for itself. Mr. Speaker, it will save phenomenal amounts of money for families of young children that will allow families not only to have that extra cash on hand, but as I've mentioned, allow the secondary earner who's charged, which is more often than not a woman in the household, to take part in economic opportunities that she may not have had access to in the absence of an investment in this nature. I see significant investment, billions of dollars to support young people, to make education more affordable. I see opportunities for job placement and hiring incentives specific to young people in this budget. I look at supports for low-income workers and precarious workers, like the $8.9 billion investment in the Canada Workers Benefit that will ensure that someone who works full-time in a minimum wage job will not live in poverty in Canada. I see new protections for workers in the gig economy. And I see, very importantly to me at home, an expansion of the EI sickness benefit to 26 weeks. And I want to say thank you in particular to Kathy McNaughton, who raised this with me in 2016 and has been working alongside me to see this done, because you should not be better off to get fired than to get cancer in the 21st century here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, there are additional supports for Black Canadians. There are additional supports for Indigenous Canadians. There are additional supports for the LGBTQ2 community, Mr. Speaker. My message is this in the time that I have as I conclude, Mr. Speaker. We will do whatever it takes, as long as it takes, to see Canadians through this pandemic. But this budget also sets the course for jobs and growth that will allow us to rebound out of this recession more strongly. And it will ensure that everyone, no matter their background, no matter their age, no matter the level of income, is able to have a fair shot at taking part in the economic recovery. This is the Canada that I want to build, and this budget lays the framework to achieve these outcomes. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to participate in this debate, and I look forward to voting in support of the measures contained in Budget 2021.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed when the budget was presented that revenue is not indicated in this budget as coming from tax increases. The expectation, I believe, of this government is that the programs they're implementing are going to stimulate the economy, and that growth is where this funding is going to come from to pay for what they're doing. However, as the member mentioned, childcare is their big budget item with the biggest payoff, but that childcare program will take years to implement. And in the meantime, interest rates can go up, all kinds of other things can happen. I just want to quote Amanda Lang, someone that I really appreciate her views on the budget. She said on Power Play, I'll say this, Evan, and this is kind of like one of those more boring line items, but it's important, especially for resource industry companies. And that is, there is a form of a corporate tax increase in this budget that the Liberals have talked about for a while. It's a reduction of dividend interest deductions allowable. Super boring sounding, but I'll tell you this. She said it could hurt oil and gas companies disproportionately at a time when they can least afford it. Our oil and gas industry is part of the future. It's part of the sector that will bring about the environmental changes that we want, and yet this government continues to cause them the greatest duress. Why is that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot to unpack in that question. First and foremost, when it comes to the cost of our measures and the risk of interest rates going up, I point out that there is a severe cost to not taking action and making the kind of investments that we have made. I'd point in particular to a recent IMF report that indicated in the absence of the government's pandemic response, our deficit would roughly have been the same, but the economic scarring would have been enormous, limiting our opportunity to grow out of this recession. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the energy sector, I'd let the honourable member know that I spent about 5 years working in Calgary, Alberta, much of which my time was working in the energy sector. The reality is we need to be implementing measures that transition to a clean economy, but we also know that we need to support workers regardless of the industry in which they work. That's why we've extended record supports to the energy sector through things like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, for support for abandoned wells. And Mr. Speaker, I see I'm out of time. I'd be happy to carry on this important conversation with the member at her leisure.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I do want to recognize that for the first time in the Canadian Parliament, we have a budget tabled by a female minister. I do have to say that I find that this budget is in some ways very paternalistic. And I say paternalistic because they're kind of saying, well, we, the federal government, know what is good for you. And so we're going to impose national standards for your long-term care homes, for mental health, and they even say we're going to develop a national strategy for childcare centers, which already exists in Quebec. So my question is this. If we really want to meet the needs of the provinces and respect their jurisdiction and help them in terms of health, is this really making a difference when we have these occasional money, when what we need is recurring, predictable money through the Canada Health Transfers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, please.
Merci, Monsieur Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I just want to thank my colleague for her question, and I hope you'll be okay if I answer in English.
I disagree that this budget is paternalistic towards our provincial partners. In fact, when it comes to childcare, full credit to the province of Quebec for leading the way on this years prior to show that we can make these kinds of investments that will in fact pay for themselves. The reality is, on the establishment of national standards, I'm not okay with the quality of life that seniors who live in these facilities enjoy. All of the investments that we are putting forward that impact areas of provincial jurisdiction, we say we will work with the provinces and territories to establish these standards. I'm not okay with simply transferring money with absolutely no oversight as to the outcomes of that money and how it's spent. I'm looking forward to continuing the conversations with our provincial counterparts so we can work on shared objectives that enhance the quality of life for our constituents.
We're going to have a short time for the brief question for the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague who I work with on the Finance Committee for his speech. In my riding, people are very concerned about the absence of universal pharmacare. I'm thinking of the Cole and his family. They pay $1,000 a month for heart medication, and they struggle like 10 million other Canadians because they have no coverage for Medicare. For pharmacare. Now, as we know, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised in 2019 to bring in public universal pharmacare, and yet in the budget there is an abandoning of that promise. So it's quite simple. I know the members' constituents are in the same situation as mine. Why did this government abandon its commitments around public universal pharmacare in budget 2021?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, there is no such abandonment of the commitment to national pharmacare in Budget 2021. Though it may not be fully implemented in the document, the commitment made in the previous throne speech remains. The reality is the budget actually flags specifically our intent to work with provinces and territories to advance national pharmacare. But I must point out that the allegation that there has been no action on this file rings hollow in the face of $500 million towards a rare disease strategy, in the face of changes to the regulations for patent medicines that have reduced the cost of medications across Canada, and in the face of the commitment made in a previous budget with funding allocated for the establishment of a Canada Drug Agency that will oversee a national formulary. I remain personally committed to a national pharmacare system that will take advantage of the systemic savings of ensuring the federal government has a role in the procurement of these expensive medications so families do not have to choose between paying their rent and paying for their medicine. It's time we move forward with it, and I will continue to advocate for national pharmacare as long as I have the opportunity to serve in this capacity.
And I will go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territories of the Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples, and the treaty land of the Williams Treaties First Nations. When I first entered the House of Commons to take my seat in the 43rd Parliament, I did so with enthusiasm and optimism and a strong desire to make a positive difference for the constituents of Newmarket, Aurora, and for all the citizens of this great country. Today, after this historic and ambitious budget, and despite the challenges that we've faced during this pandemic, I'm even more optimistic. And I'm energized by the opportunities ahead and mindful of the trust that Canadians have given us. To the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, I want to say congratulations on this significant moment in Canadian history. COVID-19 has been one of the great crises of our time. No nation has been immune. In my constituency of Newmarket, Aurora, we have shared in the suffering, the loss of life, the business closures, the uncertain future of our restaurants, and the fears of going back to school. I want to acknowledge the remarkable courage, innovation, and compassion of the people of Newmarket and Aurora. and their willingness to unite for the common good. This is the foundation which we can build back on, and it is what the citizens of Canada expect. We all want an end to the COVID-19 pandemic, but the journey is not yet over. And if we want to weather this storm and defeat this pandemic, our first priority must be to continue supporting Canadians and Canadian businesses in the short term while providing programs to aid our recovery. I'm encouraged that Budget 2021, a recovery plan for jobs, growth, and resilience, deals first with our current situation by extending the COVID-19 support programs that have provided a lifeline to Canadians during this difficult time. This provides flexible access to EI benefits until the fall of 2022 by allowing the Canada Recovery Benefit Program, a program for Canadians not covered by EI, to remain in place through to September 25th. At the same time, rent subsidy and wage subsidy have been extended with plans to wind them down as the recovery takes place. As I speak here today, over 12.7 million vaccine doses have been delivered to the provinces and the territories, and over 10.25 million Canadians have been vaccinated at least with one dose. We need to continue to vaccinate as quickly as possible, keeping Canadians safe while providing the financial and the human resources needed in areas highly impacted by COVID-19. But recover we will. And throughout this pandemic, Canadians have indicated a strong desire for the kind of change that will ensure a more prosperous future for all. I believe that we cannot betray ourselves and achieve anything less than a more inclusive future and a quality of life for all that is the envy of the world. Even more, we need to be a country of equality and equity built on respect and compassion, not only for our people, but also for our environment. In the lead up to this budget, I have been connecting with the residents and business owners on their ideas and suggestions for Budget 2021. We've engaged through teletown halls and through Zoom calls with the Aurora and the Newmarket Chambers of Commerce. And although there has been as many questions as there has been suggestions, I really appreciate the input and the time from my constituents, making sure that their voices are heard. And they were heard with remarkable clarity and inspiration. Let there be no question, jobs, good jobs for Canadians, has been at the forefront of this economy. The news from Statistics Canada that 303,000 jobs were added in March is encouraging. What is more encouraging is the commitment in this budget to a promise made to create more than 1 million jobs by the end of this year. Jobs that keep hopes alive of a bright future, a sense of pride in contributing to the community, a feeling of independence, and a belief that my country provides opportunity for all. Constituents of Newmarket Aurora were clear in stating that job recovery was the most important indication of a recovery from this pandemic, along with the reopening of businesses. And this budget makes it clear that our government agrees. Mr. Speaker, as we invest in our youngest citizens, we recognize that our future starts with ensuring a quality of life, care, and opportunity for everyone. Our government's commitment to childcare and its promise to provide $10 per day universal health childcare, complete with national standards within 5 years, will be the defining moment in Canadian history. This is an investment in our future, an investment in gender equality, and an opportunity to unleash the potential of so many. Compassion is also key to our recovery. Compassion for our elders in long-term care, that ensures that they can feel safe and cared for, and we owe them nothing less. Certainly, I've heard many times of the need for long-term care health standards, and I'm heartened by the provision of $3 billion over 5 years to ensure that standards are applied. The commitment of old age security increases for those over 75 years and older, and the funding proposal for seniors who don't live in long-term care facilities, pledging $90 million over 3 years, starting in the next year, to Employment and Social Development Canada through the Age Well at Home initiative, will certainly provide assurances that elders in our society are valued and cared for. Speaking of value and caring for our society, there is no doubt that climate change is the most pressing challenge for this generation and an opportunity to renew, invest, and create a more promising future. And certainly the provision of $17.6 billion to a green recovery and ensuring that our agreed upon 2030 climate targets are exceeded will accelerate innovation, opportunity, and prospects for a brighter future. Our country, with its vast array of natural resources, has a remarkable opportunity for green leadership on this front, and I encourage us to seek a leadership position in this regard. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that within my riding, I'm fortunate to have a highly engaged and active youth council. And at the beginning of this budget consultation process, these young leaders provided us with their thoughts on how this budget might reflect the goals of youth across Canada. In reviewing their pre-budget submission, I'm struck by how this budget reflects so many of their recommendations, including investments in mental health, reducing student debt both through grants and lowering interest rates on student loans, investments in renewable resources, and support for those most impacted by this pandemic. A highly engaged youth is paramount for building a prosperous Canada in the future. And I continue to be inspired by the young leaders of Newmarket Aurora. Mr. Speaker, I wish I could speak on all of the investments in this budget, and there is so much to be proud of and so much work ahead of us to be done. This is a budget that will require federal and provincial governments to work together to build a better Canada, prepared for any future pandemics, to seize opportunities for prosperity, and to create a country capable of harnessing the strengths of its people and the resources for today and for the future. I promise my children and my grandchildren that that is what I would work for, and I hope we all seize that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A budget must do two things. It must be a short-term response as well as position a nation for the long term. And the constituents from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill have consistently told me over the last 6 years that they are concerned about our taxes being universally unfair, our declining competitiveness, the drastic flight of foreign capital, and regulatory frameworks that are affecting our ability to position ourselves at home and abroad. We're losing jobs to the US, and we can't seem to get anything built. And my constituents are worried that tomorrow won't be better than today. Could the honourable member comment on the key foundational changes in this budget to address those elements? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I indicated that there's a need for all levels of government to work together, to collaborate, that includes members opposite. That includes all members of Parliament to focus on working together as opposed to seeding doubt and unhappiness and challenging the opportunities that are presented in this budget. I look forward to having further conversations and being engaged in the discussions of the budget, but I think this budget offers a ton of opportunities and good reasons to be optimistic as opposed to always finding fault in what is not possible. I think what is possible is more important.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the pandemic, we've seen in my riding, in other places, an increase in resources for the homeless. So everyone's accepted without discrimination, but they're very concerned, or they were very concerned with the budget approaching to know whether they would be able to get through the pandemic because the funding for those resources needed to be continued. What we see in the budget is what Quebec asked for was $100 million per year. So what am I supposed to say to people in my riding who have to wait to see whether that funding is going to come through and whether they'll survive. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for their important question. Much of the speed in which the revenues will flow to the provinces will be depending on how well and expeditiously we are with the budget, and if the member is asking for what he should tell his constituents, I will say to him what our Prime Minister has been saying is we have their backs for as long as it takes and for as much as it takes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just had a phone call from the 1997 Liberal election platform, and it's still wondering where the pharmacare promise is going to be. I had to go all the way to page 238, and I saw only a half-page reference to a universal national pharmacare system. So, Mr. Speaker, how much longer are Canadians going to have to wait? I mean, the Liberals had an opportunity with their vote on Bill C-213 to set up a framework modeled on the Canada Health Act, but they cynically voted against that opportunity. I'm just wondering, how many more years will Canadians have to vote for this critical part of our healthcare system to be finally established? Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did have an opportunity to vote on the bill that was referenced. And while the principle is still there and held by this government, and there are activities underway to support pharmacare, there were provisions within the bill that were untenable, provisions that didn't allow for collaboration with the provinces. And it's a fundamental caveat that we have, that we need to work with the provinces. And so had the opposition modified that bill, it might have been one that could have been supported.
Questions and comments? We'll have time for one more last question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora, very tempted to pick up his points on climate and point out how disappointed I am there. But I had a desperate email earlier today from one of the leading tourism attractions in this region, and indeed for all of Canada, Butchart Gardens. They're worried they're going to go under. They are so disappointed, and they wonder where is the help for the tourism sector.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
I'm sorry. There has been some provision for the tourism sector, and there is a further provision that will provide for. I really don't want to quote a number because I don't have it directly in front of me, but there has been some sections that are dedicated towards the tourism section. And if I can be of any help in helping the member direct their constituents, I'd be more than happy to do so.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to virtually rise on behalf of the great people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, who I'm very proud to represent in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform you I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Edmonton Centre, who will, without a doubt, have an even better intervention than my own. Speaking of my own intervention, Mr. Speaker, let's start. When I first heard that Finance Minister's speech yesterday and got a chance to look through this budget, I thought for a moment that I was having a deja vu moment, that this Finance Minister told us that we must build, and I quote, a more resilient Canada, better, more fair, more prosperous, and more innovative, end quote. And I thought to myself, Mr. Speaker, well, wait a minute. Who the heck has been governing this country for the past 5 years to have made Canada so unresilient, so unfair, and so unprosperous and lacking in innovation? Well, that would be this Liberal government. I mean, after all, this is a Liberal government who announced nearly $1 billion in budget 2017 for superclusters. Remember that when that was the in buzzword in the 2017 budget? Jobs, 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 and innovation, of course. The Liberals promised us all at the time. The Liberals told us that Mr. Speaker, investing was supposed to create 50,000 jobs and boost the country's gross domestic product by $50 billion over a decade. In the end, we now know that the PBO found that this Liberal government could only account for roughly 14 jobs for every $1 million of combined federal and private funding.
And the minister responsible is now gone, and superclusters is a buzzword that is no longer touted in the current budget. In other words, a failure. Remember the promises for the infrastructure bank? The Liberal government told us that if we just kick in $35 billion, by the way, drawn from municipalities, monies that was supposed to go to them, we will attract private sector dollars at a ratio of $4 to $5 in private funding for every $1 in federal money. And how did that go? It was a massive failure, like so many other Liberal budget-created buzzword programs. In 2016, the former finance minister, Bill Morneau, stood before this place and delivered a budget where he promised, and I quote, "Our plan is reasonable and affordable. By the end of our first mandate, Canada's debt to GDP ratio will be lower than it is today," end quote. That term ended long before this pandemic came along, and this Liberal government was not even close to honoring that commitment that they made to Canadians. Flash forward to this budget today, and there's no longer any real fiscal anchor. Instead, we were told that because of today's low interest rates environment, we can afford this spending. Now, I'm going to pause here for a moment to reflect a little bit. Now, look, Canada has long struggled in dealing with our housing markets. Jim Flaherty, as finance minister, wrestled with it, tightening mortgage rules, something this current government specifically did early in their first mandate, increasing the stress test on mortgages. Because, of course, we all witnessed what occurred in the United States when people lost their jobs or when their local housing market crashed or when interest rates rose. Many homeowners could no longer afford their mortgage payments and went into default, deepening the challenges. So now here in Canada, we say that if you need to qualify for your mortgage at a higher rate on interest to ensure you can still make your mortgage payments when interest rates inevitably rise. Now, the current and previous governments said at the time it was because of a larger, bigger interest. And, many opposed it. Most said that they would agree that it's prudent for government must hedge against large or systemic risks. Yet in this Liberal budget, we see no evidence of a prudent fiscal approach, hedge or otherwise. The Parliamentary Budget Office has warned us repeatedly that this ongoing level of spending is just not sustainable. The PBO has warned us that we are eliminating our capacity to respond to a future crisis. Does any member of this place doubt what the PBO is saying? Now, sure, interest rates are low right now, but where is the plan to deal with a rise in interest rates? There isn't one. Is it a realistic expectation to build an economy on borrowed government spending? The PBO has warned us, and yet this Liberal government ignores that advice. The reason why I've raised programs from the previous iterations of this government, such as superclusters and the infrastructure bank, is not just to point out their record of failure, very expensive failure, I might add, but to point out that when these programs fail, government does not take the time to audit these programs and determine why they failed. Instead of learning from failure, this government would rather quietly move on and to the next buzzword announced program. Latest is $10 a day daycare, one that I will point that they criticized heavily during the 2015 election of Mr. Mulcair. The problem that I see is to make this happen, you need a serious and credible plan. One of the biggest challenges in childcare right now, aside from the cost, is a critical shortage of ECE, early childhood educators. Without a serious plan to increase the numbers of ECEs, it is hard to see that this promised daycare announcement achieving out what it is set out purportedly to achieve. Likewise, the challenge we face in seniors' care homes. Once again, we have a critical shortage of care aides. Now, it's easy to throw money at the problem, right? Much as this budget proposes to do. But what we need is a serious plan for more long-term care aides. In my home community of Summerland, we have many issues with our local seniors' care home. Fortunately, none related to COVID. But many of these challenges come back to the inability to hire staff. And that, of course, brings up another critically important subject, healthcare. It is the most cherished but currently under stress Canadian program that we have. We only need to look at the challenges created and the new burdens because of the pandemic. Now, I don't believe anyone doubts the cost pressures on healthcare before COVID or especially now. And strangely, this Liberal government ignores a serious need to increase healthcare transfer payments. Why? Well, I believe we all understand the need for affordable childcare, but how can this budget be totally silent on healthcare? It's completely irresponsible. A person wiser than me told me Mr. Speaker, when I first got into political life to always remember this, that politicians should always remember in this order: needs first, wants second. And you know what else she would tell me? She would say, whatever you do, Dan, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. So that one, Mr. Speaker, relates to my next point. When we consider the very first thing this Prime Minister did, for reasons none of us will likely ever understand in response to COVID, was to start making a deal with China-based CanSino for vaccines. And when that deal failed, the PM hid the fact from Canadians for 2 months. And guess what? We are now 2 months behind many other countries, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we've spent the most money. This budget confirms that. And obviously, because of vaccine delays, we are forced into this situation in many areas. But make no mistakes, those delays are costing Canadians dearly. What happened to better is always possible? How did we become wait for you, one shot, hopefully by September? We need better, and it is possible. On a different note, I could not help but notice in this budget that the Liberal government announced billions for a home retrofit program with many more details to come. Wait, that sounds familiar. They did the same with a similar program last fall and told people it would be available for homeowners by December of 2020. Well, last night I checked the website, and guess what? That program is still not available, and Canadians are told to check back in the coming weeks. Well, that message has been up there for months. It's a bit rich to announce a new home retrofit program when we haven't been able to successfully launch the last one. Maybe this will become an annual tradition. Every year the minister will announce a new home retrofit program, but never actually implement one. I would suggest the minister make sure that the program that was supposed to be open last year is available before launching a new one. It's not unlike the Liberals to promise to plant 2 billion trees. How did that go? We all know where that one went. Before I close, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to leave all members of this House with a thought, courtesy of the former finance minister and his first ever budget speech from 2016. And in that speech, former Finance Minister Bill Morneau stated, and I quote, "It's no surprise that many Canadians feel worse off than their parents were at the same age, and that they feel the next generation will do worse than their own," end quote. Let me ask you all this simple question. When the next generation is left to pay for the bills this Liberal government has left behind for them, how do you think they're going to feel? For their sake, let's all hope that that interest rates stay low. This budget is not a plan for their future. It's a budget to help the political future of this Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to engaging with my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the remarks from my colleague in particular right there towards the end when he quoted the finance minister. I'm not sure if he's been living in the same reality that the rest of us have been for the last year, but we're faced with a global pandemic that we're still in the middle of right now that has cost billions and billions of dollars, of which I might add he supported through unanimous consent motions when those measures were introduced. We're faced with this difficult time right now as a result of something that was not able to foresee when Bill Morneau made those comments when he did. So my question is, would he not at least acknowledge that some things may have changed since then that have contributed to the situation that we're in?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
I'd like to thank the member for Kingston and his Islands for his ongoing questioning of opposition members who have questions about whether or not his government is actually getting the big picture. Look, I think just by his very statement, we're in a situation we did not anticipate. Well, guess what? Recessions happen, pandemics happen. In fact, there was a 2006 report authored in part by Dr. Tam that actually laid out blow for blow exactly what kind of situation could happen in the future that looks very similar to COVID-19. And yet this member seems to give his own government a complete get out of jail card when it comes to thinking of the systemic or large scale risks we have of higher interest rates. I'd like that member to actually start telling Canadians what the backup plan is besides their back pocket.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about the economy, to me the economy is always the family economy. And we've seen year in, year out where 60+% of the workforce are unable to access EI, even though they may need it. One of the things the New Democrats pushed for was the recognition of the gig economy, self-employed who couldn't access EI. We're now going back to the idea that we'll just have EI, and the government is going to cut the supports from $500 a week to $300 a week for contract workers, the self-employed gig workers. The reality is, with this third wave still hitting us, and in many of the regions that we represent, the economy has not bounced back. We need a plan to get people through until we have a more solid footing so people can go back to work. $300 a week is not going to keep temporary workers, contract workers, gig workers. They're not going to be able to pay their rent, and they're not going to be able to pay their bills. They're not going to get through this.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's intervention because at the end of the day, the country is maybe governed by the government itself, but government is for the people. And certainly this member raises a lot of criticisms. We raise concerns about the impacts on labor throughout this process. And we actually pushed the government to make changes to what eventually became the Canadian Recovery Benefit, which offered more flexibility so someone could count on those supports. And if they made more income, that they wouldn't fall off a cliff. So certainly we're there to make sure that people are supported. I do share the concerns of the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands. I'm from Victoria originally. I was born in Victoria, and you hear the Butchart Gardens, one of the treasures of the island, is facing financial ruin, and the people that work for them, that's a big problem.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just listening to the member's speech, I found that, well, not just his, but the discourse coming from the Conservative Party, I find things zigzag a bit. We hear, for example, that we shouldn't be running deficits. They won't tell us what. Well, then they'll say, well, it's okay to run a deficit for a while, but they don't tell us, how long and what the ideal deficit should be. And then when we talk about the benefits that have saved families and individuals and businesses, the Conservatives, support them. So it gets a bit confusing, but we've heard about the fact that we're not manufacturing vaccines at home, yet this budget includes some funding to build up the biopharmaceutical sector. Of course, that's going to cost money. It's not going to reduce the deficit. So what I'm wondering is, is the member in favor of that kind of spending? Does he think the budget is good from that perspective? Or does he think that we need to cut back somewhere else in order to make these expenditures on biomanufacturing capacity possible?
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd certainly like to thank the member for his work on the Environment Committee as chair, and it's a great question. And so simply I'll say this. Like the carbon tax cover-up, this government is not perchance to share information that may end up exposing the fact that there are risks to their plans. We have not seen a budget in 2 years. Every other province and territory, every municipality I know of has been able to put forward a budget through COVID so that the opposition could ask questions on the fiscal framework. Look, I've asked multiple times of the Minister of Employment to tell us what the status of the EI fund is. Is there a modest deficit? We know that it probably is not now that. Again, how can we as parliamentarians do our job if the government won't give us basic figures? And Mr. Speaker, it's Conservatives that have been criticizing this government for not looking here first. His government went right to the CanSino deal to sign a deal and put all our eggs in that basket and left us behind, rather than working with industry, much as the British did, to do that, or to even focus on a more diversified portfolio earlier in the stead. Instead, we see the United States and other countries, Israel, are all clearly ahead of us. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this member's work, but I got to tell him he's got to tell his government to start giving us the tools so that we can make good suggestions for the good of this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, the Minister of Finance introduced her first budget to Canadians in over 2 years. 2 years of uncertainty for small businesses trying to plan for an ever more uncertain future. 2 years of careful spending by new Canadians now weary of the promises they were made entering this country for the first time, and 2 years of economic room for our country's once strong industries, who millions of Canadians have relied upon. Yesterday, instead of delivering a clear, measured, and outcome-driven budget,
the Minister of Finance gave Canadians a glimpse of the political opportunity this pandemic has provided for our government. The idea of this budget is not to build back better, but to build back bigger, with a large reach of control of government into the individual lives of Canadians. It's full of big promises, expensive programs, and based upon past performance, it will likely lead to disappointing results. It's $101.4 billion in new spending, $30 billion towards a national childcare plan. Now, it's an important initiative that we support, but it shouldn't be one size that fits all, and the devil's in the details. The Liberals' big headline, which they're good at, is $10 a day is the average cost. Now, this doesn't mean all Canadians will have access to a $10 a day childcare. And the government's had 5 years to develop this plan with the cooperation of the provinces, and it's still got to be negotiated. Now, extending pandemic business and health support, which of course, until this economy gets back on its feet, will be required. And there's an increase in the federal minimum wage. There's promises for $17.6 billion in green investments. Now, while all these promises sound wonderful, I'm afraid we will be again reminded of the government's failure to deliver on fiscal promises. 6 years ago, the Prime Minister's election platform vowed to run modest budget deficits prior to balancing the budget at the end of his first term. Government has since abandoned this goal. They set 4 annual deficit targets. Each of them was missed. The Liberals are masters at the big gesture and bold headlines, but they consistently do not deliver. So why should we believe them in this budget? In late 2020, announced that his temporary spending measures would not become a fixture in federal government. He committed to balancing the budget in the future without any indication of a timeline. And although Liberals assert that their accumulated debt is manageable, long-term projections indicate that massive federal stimulus spending during the pandemic will result in deficits for multiple decades. So remember when they told us they had the best vaccine portfolio in the G7. That was in December, and look where we are now. Canada's getting slammed by the third wave of variants. Canadians are seeing an extension of time between the first and second doses, and less than 3% of the population is fully vaccinated. Open and transparent government, prorogue parliament, shut down ethics, defense, finance communities, while they are all shining the light on important scandals, and particularly around sexual harassment. In 2015, the federal government vowed to reduce its debt to GDP ratio to 27%. Not done. Failure to deliver on a pledge to end boil water advisories by March 2021 in Indigenous communities. Not done. And the Prime Minister Trudeau told Liberal Party members at a closed event for Minister Anita Anand that all Canadians are likely to be vaccinated by June. Not going to happen. Now, these failed promises are just the tip of the iceberg. You cannot depend on this government to execute on any of their promises or programs. This government must recognize that there can be no implementation of program supports or initiative aimed towards economic recovery without a solution to this health crisis. As the rest of the world continues to receive vaccines and return to a sense of normalcy, Canada's fallen behind, not only in the past few weeks, but since the inception of COVID-19. In the midst of the third wave, Canadians are struggling to cope with the rise of COVID-19 cases, increased lockdowns, and the effects of the struggling economy. Now, we're in the middle of the biggest health crisis in Canadian history. The provincial premiers have called for a long-term funding plan that ensures they will have the resources to make sure we are prepared for when, not if this happens again. There's nothing in this budget that addresses the long-term resiliency of our healthcare system, which is what the premiers have been asking for. Now, Canadians are having a hard time with coping with these current spike. Hospitalizations are up, ICU admissions are soaring, businesses are closed, workers are losing their jobs or having their hours cut. Now, this demonstrates what poor planning and the failure to procure health provisions looks like. It's got consequences for Canadians. The mental health crisis in our communities have been struggling with across Canada has deepened. Canadians are worried about their future. In the United States, cases and hospitalizations are dropping. Businesses are opening. They're going out to sports games. That's because the U.S. population is getting vaccinated. Our current situation in Canada was avoidable. Now, Monday's federal budget outlined how the federal Liberals propose to rebuild the Canadian economy in a way that brings all Canadians along. Well, apparently the minister doesn't consider those Canadians who rely on this country's agricultural, energy, forestry, fishery, or other natural resources to be Canadian. Just as this government has continued to do so since 2015, Canada's natural resources were ignored in the equation for economic recovery. No mention of the energy sector, which is Canada's #1 export. Snubbing the strength of Canada's resource, forestry sectors, among others, this government has failed to recognize the impact these sectors would have on our battered economy. The world wants and needs more of our natural resources, and we should be thinking about expanding market share rather than hastening its decline. The least we could do is lessen our dependency on foreign supply because we have it all here. So this budget continues to go on the path we've seen before with Liberal government, funding programs that they believe will increase productivity and innovation, but past results tell a different story. Canada fell out of the top 10 ranking of world's most competitive economies, and we've fallen near the bottom of our peer group on innovation, ranking 17th, with those existing programs that they're adding money to. So how is this federal spending going to position our country for post-pandemic success? And amid never before seen federal stimulus spending, where's our strategic economic vision for the future? And how will this affect generations for years to come? The debt this government is holding now, we're paying about $20 billion in interest, soon to be $40 billion. How are we going to pay for our debt burden if interest rates continue to rise? Debt to GDP ratio is going to rise, and it's getting close to that near default number in 1996. Titled A Recovery for Jobs, Growth and Resilience, the federal Liberal government's budget contains $497.6 billion in total spending. However, from what I was able to distinguish from the speech, there's no actual plans for job growth that they're referring to. Instead, there's vague references to growing green jobs and retraining the workforce towards new jobs. We've heard lots of noise about retraining for jobs that don't exist yet. We need for tradespeople only happens if you can approve something and get it built in this country. Growth has to be led by the private sector. And the high cost of doing business in Canada, red tape, overregulation, create an impossible environment for small business. There's nothing here that reduces input costs and increases competitiveness. There's nothing in the budget that deals with the attraction of investment into Canada. Nothing that demonstrates Canada is open for business, and that if you want something or need something built, Canada is the place to do it. There's nothing here that would encourage Canadians themselves to invest in Canadian businesses. Little mention of advancing projects that are under review and accelerating that review. My fear for the future is that this budget will do more than invest massive sums of money into under-tested, underproductive schemes that have served the government's political agenda. Canadians need more than a plan to keep them home and promises to retrain them for jobs that don't exist. They need a plan that will get them outside and back to work. At the end of the day, Canadians will be left with more joblessness, higher taxes, and an unimaginable tax burden for Canada's youth. The most important investment in our country can make is getting Canadians employed in our country. The Conservative Party of Canada will implement the Canada Recovery Plan, a plan that will recover the hundreds of thousands of jobs lost in the hardest hit sectors. It's time we start building, producing, and growing in Canada again. Clearly, the rest of the world is interested in buying value-added products, commodities, and Canadian expertise. But there is little in this budget to demonstrate our future will include an economic recovery that plays to our strengths. All in all, there appear to be a few positive measures in this budget put forward, specifically those that will continue to support Canadians in their time of need as they struggle to get through this pandemic. Nonetheless, our party will be sure to scrutinize and review the budget in great detail. Canadians deserve a robust plan for recovery and one that will instill confidence in our ability to grow and build back stronger than ever before. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much. I've heard a parade of Conservative MPs today talk about the need to create choice in the childcare system. And choice is an interesting word to use. A farmer on the prairies can choose to take a bushel of wheat and walk it down to a road and then walk that road to Vancouver and then swim across the ocean to China to sell it. or they can choose to use the system of roads that the public has built, the rail system the public has built, the port system that the public has built, and in utilizing that system and choosing that system, get better results for the bushel of wheat they want to sell. Childcare is no difference. We all support parents having the right to choose where to place their kids while they work or go to school, but if you don't have a system to choose between and you limit your choices to individual options, you get the same result as trying to swim wheat to China. You don't get any results. Will the member opposite agree that if they're going to support choice and support the market of opportunities for parents, they've got to build a childcare system for choices to be present for parents to make those choices that they seem to think they support?
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. You know, there's a lot of preamble into that question. And fundamentally, this has to be a negotiated agreement between the provinces. And it strikes me that there's been 5 years to get that done. 5 years to create something. And we still have nothing, but we have a promise to $10 childcare, but a promise to negotiate with the provinces, and it hasn't happened yet. So yes, I agree that there's an opportunity to use choice, and there is an opportunity to design a program that works for all provinces, but it has to be with their input.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Wrong end of the country. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to the honourable member's speech, and I know in St. John's, as I'm sure in Edmonton, there are many, many seniors, and we've heard from a lot today who hear about the $500 being given to seniors who are 75 sometime in August, and they're concerned and they're not very happy that they're over 65 but not yet 75 and getting no help from this government in this budget. Would the honourable member agree that it would be much fairer for the government to ensure that all seniors get some additional assistance? They all need it, and they're hurting, and they feel that they deserve it.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. So there's two ways to approach this. There's one, to provide additional funds to seniors, and the other way is to stop burdening them with additional costs. This government has been on a path of continue to increase the cost of everything. And so that's as important to seniors as trying to give them more capital. You're giving them more capital to pay for the additional costs that they're incurring because this government's hell-bent on increasing costs for everything. It's time to stop. It's time to make life more affordable for Canadians.
Time for a short question here. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned that there was nothing in the budget in regards to oil and gas. However, I have a comment from Amanda Lang on Power Play last night that I would like to quote to him, and he can give me his response. She said, "I'll say this, Evan, and this is the kind of like one of those more boring line items, but it's important, especially for resource industry companies, and that is there is a form of a corporate tax increase in this budget that the Liberals have talked about for a while. It is a reduction of dividend interest deductions allowable. Super boring sounding, but I'll tell you this, it could hurt oil and gas companies disproportionately at a time when they can least afford it."
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. As I mentioned in my speech, there's nothing in here that recognizes the importance of this industry that has helped Canada for years and has allowed us to grow our social programs, grow our infrastructure in this country. And I'm incredibly disappointed that there is no recognition of the energy sector in this budget.
And with that, we'll go to statements by members, and we're going to begin with the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Smiley Volunteer Corps, through the civic program, have been in the forefront of providing services to those facing isolation during the pandemic. They launched Access that provides virtual programming, tech support, and non-emergency medical help to all in need. Many constituents in my riding and across Canada have benefited from these services. The team recently joined hands with the Michael Garron Hospital to conduct a mass vaccination clinic in my riding where thousands accessed the service. As well, The Smiley Civic, in collaboration with the Humber River Hospital, has worked to recruit volunteers for the mass vaccination initiative at the Downswick Park Arena. I thank this team of dedicated volunteers for the service they provide and follow the motto, work, no words. They are truly an inspiration to all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has taken an enormous toll on the most vulnerable, but we've also seen so many volunteers step up and show us the very best of our community. I want to highlight the efforts of York Centre constituent Emily Gamble. Since the pandemic began, she's reached out and kept in touch with Holocaust survivors, arranged support for first responders and frontline healthcare workers, and organized donations of winter clothing to vulnerable Canadians in Nunavut with the support of the Ukatuq Society in Iqaluit. Like so many volunteers, it's not just about helping others, but also key to supporting her own mental health. Mr. Speaker, I want to close with Emily's own words about her motivation. In Canada, we may have different religions, different religious, ethnic, and cultural roots, or we may look different from one another. But despite it all, we have one powerful commonality. We are all Canadians, and we live in this beautiful country that we are lucky to call home.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
I rise today to highlight an international disaster response organization made up of 70,000 incredible volunteers, veterans, first responders, medical professionals, and kick-ass civilians who continue to make an impact here at home and across the globe. With the driving force of service above self, Team Rubicon was founded by 2 U.S. Marines in 2010. 6 years later, Team Rubicon Canada got their start during the 2016 Fort McMurray wildfires. In 10 years, Team Rubicon is deployed to 6 earthquakes, 132 floods, 56 hurricanes, 47 severe weather events, 96 tornadoes, 79 wildfires, and on the COVID front line at over 325 vaccination sites, helping deliver over 1.3 million vaccinations. Team Rubicon members from Prince George have deployed all across Canada and the United States, the Bahamas, and most recently in Honduras. Mr. Speaker, I'm exceptionally proud to be a gray shirt. I encourage everyone to reach out to your local organizers and see how you can support Team Rubicon, their mission, and maybe even become a gray shirt yourself.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, since the COVID-19 pandemic began, Canadians of Asian descent have fallen victim to incessant hate and xenophobia. A recent Chinese-Canadian National Council report says that from March 10, 2020 to February 28, 2021, there were 1,150 reported attacks, with both adolescents and seniors more likely to be targeted. 11% of incidents involved violent physical assault or some form of unwanted contact, while 10% included being coughed or spat on. This is repugnant and reprehensible. Last month at Toronto City Hall, I joined thousands of Canadians standing in solidarity against anti-Asian racism. Together, we condemned hate and made a concerted call for action. Whether it is against Asian, Black, or Indigenous communities, racism has no home here in Canada. En tant que citoyenne canadienne,
as Canadian citizens, we need to continue to create inclusive environments for racialized minorities and religious minorities, as well as new immigrants. Canada has made too much progress to backpedal now. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the budget does not meet the government's commitments to the agricultural community. When it comes to food sovereignty, at some point you have to stop talking and start taking action. If we want to ensure the vitality of our agricultural sector, we need people to continue the work. In 2019, the Liberal Party promised to modernize the tax system in order to encourage intergenerational transfer of businesses and farms, but there's nothing for that in the budget. And then we need to keep these businesses going. They need foreign workers. Despite the fact that we're in the middle of a crisis with Switch Health, all Ottawa is offering in the budget is more inspections. How will that help? We also need to compensate all supply-managed operations for CUSMA. It was in the fall economic statement, but it disappeared from the budget. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will ensure that the government keeps its promises to the agricultural community.
The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you the success that Canada Carleton has achieved with the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I'm pleased to announce $2.1 million in funding was approved, creating 618 jobs at 123 organizations, charities, and businesses. From technology to organic farming to summer camps, it's this diversity that makes Canada Carleton such an amazing place to live and to do business. Thank you to everyone, to businesses and organizations who have showed incredible determination, commitment, and creativity when presented with the challenges of COVID-19. They have supported and served their community, and the people of Canada Carleton have been there to support them in return. Shopping local is a win-win. Together, we can all succeed in spite of these challenging times. Your leadership and teamwork matters greatly. Thank you all.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over a year now, Canadians have been doing everything they can to stay safe and keep Canada moving and working. My riding of Tobique-Mactaquac takes in a majority of the New Brunswick-U.S. border. COVID restrictions have been particularly hard on our border communities across the country. Many Canadians are required to cross regularly for essential work and services. Some work in healthcare on the other side of the border. Others truck and haul our goods. Others work in our agriculture and food supply chains, while others must cross for medical and other essential appointments. For some, this means crossing the international border multiple times a day. Everyone wants to be safe and take the necessary precautions, but when our essential workers are crossing multiple times a day, the process for crossing should be as simple and straightforward as possible. Mr. Speaker, instead of insisting that these essential workers fill out ArriveCAN submissions multiple times a day in places that often have poor to no cell coverage, the government should be doing everything they can to streamline the process and ensure our essential workers are supported with a process that makes sense and eliminates redundancies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker.
The federal government announced a $1.5 million investment to Veterans House as part of their efforts to tackle houselessness and provide crucial support for our veterans in need. Operated by the Multi-Faith Housing Initiative, Veterans House opened this past February and offers veterans affordable housing as well as access to mental health and addiction services. This new investment will help construct 40 homes for veterans who are houseless or at risk of houselessness, and it builds on the federal government's $6.5 million investment made in 2019. The Multi-Faith Housing Initiative has been working since 2001 to supply safe, continuous, and inclusive affordable housing in Ottawa. I would like to thank Executive Director Susan Lee and her team at MHI for their outstanding contribution to our community. And thank you to the member for Ottawa-Vanier for making the announcement. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the situation unfolding at Laurentian University in Sudbury. What I want to focus on today are the students affected by this tragedy. Like most universities, exams at Laurentian started on April 12th, the same day as the job losses and program cuts were announced.
Hundreds of students will have to sit their exams knowing that their program won't even exist next year.
Hockey and swim teams were cut, casting student athletes adrift, with nowhere to play and train or study. As the father of a university student athlete, I cannot imagine the pain of losing your team, teammates, academic program, your dream, Mr. Speaker, all at the same time.
I've spoken to the students about the devastating effects that these cuts have had. No one is immune.
Frustrated as I am about the enormous impact currently felt by Laurentian University students, I remain resolved to see the university emerge as strong as possible from this terrible situation. We owe it to our students who sacrificed so much to get this far in their studies. We owe it to them to search for a way forward so that they can complete their studies and launch their careers. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Conscience rights are a fundamental freedom protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Sadly, this right is being severely undermined for medical professionals in relation to medical aid in dying.
When euthanasia and MAID were first legalized in 2015, the government promised that no one would be coerced to take part in euthanasia against their will. Without the force of law behind it, this promise has proven to be completely empty. Physicians, as well as other medical professionals, are now constrained by law to offer MAID as a primary treatment option, even in cases where they don't believe it is in the best interest of their patient. Without conscience rights, patients will no longer have access to a second opinion for their end-of-life care. As a result, patient rights and well-being are being undermined. My private member's bill, the Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act, seeks to address this deterioration of rights.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past March, Statistics Canada found that Canadians with Asian backgrounds have reported increased racial harassment during the pandemic. While systemic racism against Asian Canadians is certainly not new, it has increased exponentially during the pandemic. Earlier this month, I hosted Halton MPs and stakeholders for an anti-Asian racism roundtable with the Minister for Diversity and Youth and Inclusion to discuss the disturbing acts of discrimination and racism facing people of Asian descent in our communities and steps we can take to fight it. Halton's Asian Canadian community have been leaders during the pandemic, distributing PPE and sanitizer and adopting public health measures early on. We have a diverse and active Asian Canadian community in Halton, and we all have a responsibility to support those facing racism and stand united to ensure everyone in Canada is treated equitably. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Aides-Chemin-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With their big election promises, the Liberals are actually not treating seniors very well. They're offering them $500, but only if they're 75 or older. With record deficits and no budgetary targets, the debt ratio is going to explode to over 50%. So the Liberal credit card is certainly going to explode as well. After 2 years, we were expecting much better from the Liberals, especially given that there's a pandemic. Real measures to restart our economy responsibly and get people back to work are what's needed. But the Liberals are creating new programs with huge costs, leaving future generations in debt. And then they talk about sustainable development. Future generations need a conservative government to repair this damage while there's still time.
Member for Foothills.
The impact this pandemic has had on our mental health will far outlast this crisis. This is something we cannot ignore. I have held numerous virtual town halls in my riding with community leaders and business owners talking about mental health and the impact on our constituents. I want to thank Dr. Jody Carrington for her powerful and inspirational message, and Pamela Morgan with Headstrong for her focus on rural businesses and farm families. Hundreds of people attended these sessions and shared their heartfelt stories of stress, anxiety, depression, and in many cases, suicide. This cannot be the new normal. Canadians need hope. This will end. But instead of a recovery plan, the Liberals' budget had no strategy how to permanently and safely end these lockdowns. They have failed miserably on accessing vaccines, meaning these quarantines will extend. Conservatives will be focused on securing jobs and our economy and the recovery of our financial and mental health of Canadians. Because as Dr. Carrington said, we're here walking each other home.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, often we hear about the challenges Indigenous communities can face securing a safe and reliable source of drinking water. But for Whitefish River First Nation, water quality has been a source of pride in recent years. Now, that has been tempered with the passing of water treatment plant operator Mark Shawanda. Trained in the shadow of the Walkerton crisis, Mark took great pride in running the water plant by the book for over 2 decades. Proof of excellence came by way of multiple water quality awards that brought recognition to the community and to Mark as well. He shared his experience by mentoring others, ensuring Whitefish River First Nations water will remain of the highest quality for years to come. Known for his can-do attitude and one-liners like, "I'm no doctor, but I'll take a look," Mark was active in the local sport community, served on council, and was fully devoted to his family, especially his grandchildren. I extend heartfelt condolences to Mark's wife, Debbie, his family, and to the community of Whitefish River First Nation. Our thoughts are with you.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it's good news that there's money in the budget to support small festivals and community cultural events. But the problem is that there will soon be no one left to promote them if we let our news and regional media die out one by one. We've been talking about the crisis in the media for years. The Liberals had a great opportunity to solve the problem, but they completely ignored it in this big spending budget. That's why the Bloc Québécois is insisting that the profits from taxing the web giants be redirected to a new culture and news media fund. Because that's where you can find the creators of the content that's distributed on online platforms. That's where you find people whose futures are threatened because their work benefits foreign multinationals more than it benefits their own families. The Liberals deliberately left out media and content creators from the budget, but there are still ways that we can take action, and you can rest assured that the Bloc Québécois will not give up. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians look ahead to rounding the corner on COVID-19, our country is at a crossroads. The future of Canada is at stake, and Canadians must choose which path to recovery they trust. The path of this Prime Minister's reimagined economy veers off into the unknown and saddles our children with debt levels and repayment obligations that will challenge their future for success. Canada's Conservatives are offering another path, one of security and certainty, through our 5-point Canada Recovery Plan. Our plan will secure our future and deliver us to a Canada where those who have struggled the most through this pandemic can get back to work. Canada's Conservatives got through the last recession, and with Canada's Recovery Plan, Canada's Conservatives will get Canadians through these challenging times as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2021 offers a historic plan to fight the pandemic while creating jobs and building a stronger, greener, healthier, and more inclusive Canada. We've worked hard to ensure that local voices are heard in this budget, including voices of all Canadians and those in my riding of Vimy. We're extending the critical support programs that we put in place during the pandemic and ensuring that seniors can live with additional financial security. After 50 years of discussion, we're finally putting in place a national child care system to support working mothers. This time, we're going to get it right. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget with a plan to support all Canadians and to help our economy grow. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the third wave of COVID-19 is ravaging Canada. We are in this situation because the federal government didn't secure enough supply of vaccines fast enough to prevent it. Today, the government of Manitoba had to secure help from North Dakota to vaccinate essential workers. How many Canadians will have to be vaccinated in the United States because of this Prime Minister's failure to secure vaccines?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's important in this House that we be grounded in facts. Our plan is working, and we're getting more vaccines than anticipated. We've now delivered over 13.3 million doses to provinces and territories, with more than 10 million doses of vaccine already having been administered. Thanks to the tireless work of officials to accelerate vaccine deliveries, we are now in the top 3 of G7 and G20 countries.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
His plan is working. Moderna delayed and doses reduced. AstraZeneca delayed and doses reduced. This morning, production of the J&J vaccine has been suspended at main facility. Supply shortages, Mr. Speaker, will only get worse as more Canadians become eligible for shots. Why did this Prime Minister fail to secure the required vaccines months ago?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives attempted to play politics with this, but the fact is we actually passed our target of 6 million doses by the end of March by over 50%. And we're now receiving over 1 million doses every single week, and we will continue to. 2 million doses in the month of May every week, and up to 48 million, more than 48 million doses by the end of June. Every Canadian who wants to be vaccinated will be fully vaccinated by September. Mr. Speaker, we are on track.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We are in the third wave of this pandemic, so severe because of his failure, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, to secure vaccines at a rate the United States was months ago. Exceeding targets by stealing vaccines from the developed world is shameful leadership by this Prime Minister. He announces future shots months from now, the same press conferences he announces delays for the next few weeks. The provinces are desperate for more vaccine supply. Where is it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will be receiving more than 1 million vaccines every single week for the foreseeable future, with 2 million in the month of May, with tens of millions in the month of June. We will continue to deliver vaccines, but we know that as we continue to work, we need to make sure we're following public health guidelines and basing our decisions on science, which is something this government has always done. We will continue to work with provinces and territories, and Canadians will notice, even if Conservatives don't want to talk about it, we put forward a budget that gives so much help to Canadians that Conservatives don't even have any questions on it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I have a question, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister from Quebec is very disappointed by the lack of stable funding, predictable and unconditional funding for health care. No assistance for health in the budget in the middle of the third wave, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government spending for elections and not on Canadians' health? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's completely false. And I note that in English, the Leader of the Opposition talked about the fact that we're spending too much on Canadians, and in French, he says, you need to spend more. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that we transferred billions of dollars to the provinces and territories to help out in this pandemic with health care, and we are still doing that even with this budget, $4 billion more to the provinces. We will stay there. We will continue to be there to help the provinces and healthcare systems, and in the long term, yes, we will be increasing health transfers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, that's not an answer in both official languages from the Prime Minister. This budget is a disappointment to many Canadians. The idea of increasing health transfers to the provinces was completely forgotten in this budget. There's no real action around vaccines. Does the Prime Minister think he knows what the provinces need better than they themselves? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when the Leader of the Conservative Party talks about little programs to help lots of people, it's shameful, Mr. Speaker. For 1 year now, Mr. Speaker, we've been listening to Canadians and working with them on this pandemic. We've been helping small business, workers, families, seniors, young people. We've been there. We've had their backs. That's precisely what we're doing with this budget. And the Conservative Party says, oh, no, no, no. You shouldn't help people that much. You need to reduce the deficit. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will have a clear choice to make at some point. They can either adopt the Conservative vision or go along with our Liberal plan. But for now, we're going to get through this pandemic. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me know if I'm bothering them. But you know, I'm afraid the Prime Minister is going to get in trouble. We've seen Quebecers discontent with the government, but never so discontent. The number of people who happen to be between 65 and 75 who are expressing their discontent with this budget and the discrimination, age-based discrimination based on the age of seniors. It's huge. Let's look at what might be good in the budget. Will the government accept our outreached hand and amend the budget for the benefit of seniors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. In election 2019, we recognized and we understood how much support seniors needed. And we knew that those over 75 had higher costs, higher expenses, because as Canadians get older and older, they're concerned about their pensions and their retirement savings. So we made a promise to increase OAS by 10% for those 75 and older. That's precisely what we're delivering with this budget. It's good news for seniors, and it's good news for the country. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's perhaps not so good news for those who are only 65 and over, or 75 and over. They'll get a little bit more, but those between 65 and 75 are clearly being discriminated against in an unjustifiable manner. The idea that life is less expensive when you're under 75, where does that come from? Who made that up? Does the Prime Minister realize? Will the government accept our amendment to help seniors aged 65 to 75? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always been there for seniors. We always will be. One of the first things we did was increase the GIS after 2015 by 10%, and we will continue to be there for seniors, be it by investing in New Horizons and giving them more help during the pandemic, or now by increasing OAS by 10% for all seniors 75 and over. We will continue to be there with $3 billion to work with the provinces to protect seniors in long-term care as well. We will always be there for our seniors. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The pandemic has hit hard. People have lost their jobs. They're having a hard time making ends meet. A budget is a matter of making choices. The Prime Minister has chosen not to tax the ultra-rich and make them pay their fair share, and he has chosen to cut assistance to people during the third wave. Why has the government chosen to side with the ultra-rich instead of helping young people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's quite simply false. One of the first things we did as a government in 2015 was to increase taxes on the wealthiest and lower taxes on the middle class. Unfortunately, the NDP voted against that. We will always keep looking for ways to help those in need. In this budget, we're ensuring that digital service providers pay their fair share of taxes. We have imposed a tax on luxury vehicles. We have aggressive tax avoidance. We're cracking down on that. We will always be there to support those in need in this country. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The wave of COVID-19 is hitting Ontario hard. It is a disaster. ICU units are overrun. We're seeing healthcare workers on the brink, and the people who need the vaccine the most are the least likely to get vaccinated. And we've got a Prime Minister that continues to refuse to improve access to paid sick leave. So will the Prime Minister declare a public welfare emergency and use the Emergency Act to make sure people who need the vaccine actually get it, and make sure we've got a paid sick leave that actually works?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, we've continually been there to support provinces and territories, to support Canadians right across the country. We made a straightforward province that we would have people's backs, and that's exactly what we have done, what we will continue to do, working with partners right across the country, responding to that difficult situation that so many Canadians are facing with this third wave, particularly in the GTA. On the sickness benefit, we brought it in so no worker, regardless of where they live or who they work for, has to choose between going to work sick or putting food on the table, and we made 2 additional weeks available through this benefit as well. We will continue to support Canadians. We have your backs.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's budget was truly an open bar. It would have been nice to see the same liberal enthusiasm for camping reflected in other widespread. I have to interrupt the member. There was a lag. We didn't hear everything. I would ask the member to start his question over so we can all hear what he had to say. I'm sorry for interrupting. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's budget was truly an open bar. It would have been nice to see the same liberal enthusiasm for camping reflected in other widespread problems like health. The provinces are calling for stable, predictable, and unconditional increases in healthcare transfers. We Conservatives support that. In the middle of a pandemic, it's just common sense. Why didn't the Prime Minister accept Quebec's main ask? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party needs to be clear with Canadians. They have to choose one tax policy. Listening today, the Conservatives appear to be saying we're spending too much. On another occasion, they say we're not spending enough for healthcare. What do the Conservatives actually think? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's reaction to the $3 billion over 5 years for long-term care was quite clear. First of all, that's not an unconditional health transfer. The Liberals, true to form, are encroaching on Quebec's jurisdiction. Secondly, it's such a pittance, it's not worth talking about. To quote the provincial finance minister, the federal government has missed a unique opportunity for a long-term health partnership. How do the Liberals plan to mend fences with Quebec? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the position of Quebec is clear, and we've had a good conversation with Quebec. It's the Conservative position that's unclear. Out of one side of their mouth, they're saying we're spending too much. Out of the other side, they're saying they're proposing many other expenditures. Canadians need to know, what is the Conservative position exactly? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, a stable, predictable, unconditional increase in healthcare transfers was Quebec's main ask for this federal budget. We're in a global pandemic. The healthcare network is struggling. This ask wasn't just from Quebec. It came from all provinces and territories. A commitment to boost healthcare transfers has to be made now. How can the Prime Minister pass up this kind of chance? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the same question gets the same answer. It's the Conservatives who have to be clear with Canadians. Do they think we're spending too much? Or do they think we should be spending even more? Canadians are entitled to a clear and direct answer.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Congratulations to India for announcing all its adults will be eligible for a vaccine as of May 1st. While Canada's government has not domestically produced a single dose of COVID vaccine, India has been vaccinating its population with its own vaccines produced within their borders, while also manufacturing vaccines for Canada. Why didn't the Minister of Procurement secure a partnership with India, a large democracy and one of the largest vaccine-producing nations in the world, to develop and manufacture vaccines in Canada in early 2020?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, we made historic investments in biomanufacturing in Canada. I'm sure the member will remember Medicago. She will remember Vido in Saskatchewan. She will remember Abcelera in Vancouver, Precision Nanosystem. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 12 days after the World Health Organization declared pandemic, we were already investing to $100 million. Within 30 days, we added another $600 million. So it's about $1 billion since the World Health Organization declared pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we made a historic investment, and we will continue to invest to ensure the safety of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I'm sure the minister will remember that the federal Liberals didn't attempt to partner with India, but they did with the government of China. Last year, the federal Liberals negotiated vaccine development with a company owned by the Chinese government, with whom Canada has many high-profile ongoing concerns, who then unsurprisingly canceled the deal after stringing the federal Liberals along for months. So why did the federal Liberals engage in a doomed vaccine production deal with the government of China, as opposed to securing one with our allies in India, the largest democracy in the world?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the narrative that is being propagated on the other side of this House is patently false. We secured 7 bilateral APAs with leading manufacturers.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable minister. We seem to have had a little bit of a technical glitch. If I can get her to just start right from the beginning, and we'll just set back the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The argument from the opposition in that question is patently false. We have 7 APAs with leading vaccine manufacturers, positioning Canada to be one of the leading procurement bodies and countries in the world. Let us just remember the facts, Mr. Speaker. 13.4 million doses distributed across this country already. 10.2 million Canadians have had at least 1 dose of vaccine. That's 24% of Canadians with 1 dose of vaccine. We are resting at number 2 in the G20 for doses administered per 100 people, Mr. Speaker. We will continue delivering for Canadians now and until all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
The fact is that Canada has not produced a single domestically produced dose of vaccine. By now, we should be producing enough vaccine to supply our own populations like the Americans and Brits have. Instead, the federal Liberals have failed and put countries like India, who are facing a 3rd wave, in an impossible situation, sending a G7 country vaccines despite needing to vaccinate their own countrymen. The federal Liberals are also raiding vaccine supply meant for the developing world through COVAX. Imagine if we had had a manufacturing partnership with India. How many lives could have been saved if the Prime Minister had secured a domestic manufacturing partnership with India last year?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member. I would say, Mr. Speaker, just imagine that we have a partner to manufacture vaccine in Canada. It's called Novavax, Mr. Speaker, which has chosen Canada of all the jurisdiction where they operate. And more interesting, Mr. Speaker, we have also a domestic company called Medicago, in which we invested $173 million to make sure that we'd have a made in Canada vaccine, Mr. Speaker. And in addition to that, yesterday the Minister of Finance added another $2 billion to make sure that we'll continue to invest in manufacturing. We will continue to invest in the health and safety of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are some good things in the budget, but in the middle of a health crisis, you have to be pretty out of touch with reality to dig a $354 billion deficit without making a sustained increase to health transfers. For Quebecers, health is the priority. It's also the Government of Quebec's priority. Their only ask was for an increase in health transfers to cover 35% of health care costs. That's why the Bloc amended the budget by adding health transfers, because that's what Quebec wants. Will the Liberals support our amendment? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear that the member thinks there are some good things in the budget. When it comes to health, I agree that the priority for all Canadians is fighting COVID-19, and the federal government is there to support the provinces and territories in that fight. Last month, we added $5 billion to our support to the vaccine campaign and the healthcare system. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, that's far from the 35%. What you have to understand is that it's not a matter of money. Ottawa is banking on its ability to borrow. Despite their historic deficit, they're introducing $100 billion in new spending, so there should be some money for health. It was clearly a political choice not to invest in solving the problems the pandemic has laid bare. It was a choice not to invest in improving care for seniors. It was a choice not to invest in improving working conditions for health care workers. It was the wrong choice. The wrong choice. What's it going to take for the government to get it? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have invested heavily in healthcare, and in biomanufacturing capacity in Canada. We've invested $5 billion in March. Last summer, we gave the provinces and territories $19 billion to support their fight against COVID-19. And as my colleague just said, in the budget, we've announced $2.2 billion for our capacity to manufacture vaccines domestically.
Well, 3 months ago, the Prime Minister gave the Finance Minister a mandate letter instructing her to do 3 things. First, avoid creating new permanent spending. Second, review Canada's debt management strategy. And third, present a new fiscal anchor. That is the standard the Prime Minister set himself. And yet this minister followed none of them. Her budget contains massive permanent spending, the debt is out of control, and her only fiscal anchor is a floating one. Why did the minister ignore these directives, and is she going to ignore future ones as well?
The Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our budget sets out a prudent and sustainable fiscal path, and we set out a clear fiscal anchor. We commit to a declining debt to GDP ratio and to unwinding the COVID deficits. And by 25-26, the debt to GDP ratio will be 49.2%, and the deficit will be 1.1%. Canada's debt to GDP ratio continues to be the lowest in the G7.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Canadians expect their government to help them in their time of need, and we support those efforts. But the budget is also by far the biggest and most expensive in Canadian history. Our deficit has ballooned to a staggering $354 billion, and our national debt will soon reach an unimaginable $1.4 trillion. Yet the budget fails to present the debt management plan that the Prime Minister had told his Finance Minister to deliver. So why did the Minister disregard the Prime Minister's directive? And when will she deliver his debt management plan?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in Annex 2 of the budget, we present a very clear debt management strategy, and we point out that we have been carefully and thoughtfully pushing out the maturities of Canada's debt. They were 15% of our bonds were long bonds before the pandemic. Last year, we pushed that out to 29%, and in the budget, we commit to moving that to 42%. This is a prudent fiscal approach and will lock in today's low interest rates.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, 3 months ago, the Prime Minister sent new mandate letters to his ministers, and the letter to the Finance Minister said 3 things: to review the debt strategy, and in 3 months, the Minister has dismissed all 3 of those points, and this will be the biggest spending budget in Canadian history with a multitude of new spending. This morning, our leader said that the Liberals seem to make it a point of honour not to talk about ever returning to balanced books. Why is that? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have to point out to Canadians that our approach, our tax approach, is prudent and reasonable, our fiscal approach. In the budget, we have presented a plan to reduce federal debt as a proportion of GDP in the midterm, and to eventually get rid of the COVID deficits. Canada's fiscal position is the best of the G7, I would remind everyone. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, it's not complicated. Their target is what they're going to spend. That's their target in the budget, so that's easy to reach. We have to come up with a new term in this House, trillion. We don't talk about trillions very often, but the national debt is going to reach $1.4 trillion. I'd like to quote from someone who said that over time, living beyond your means is unsupportable. It's unsustainable. Does the Finance Minister agree with this? This was something that Mark Carney said, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to ask the Conservative Party to be frank with Canadians, to come clean and tell us, is the Conservative Party the party of austerity, or does the Conservative Party, like they said at the beginning of question period, do they want us to spend even more, for example, on health? It's important to have a consistent approach. That's what Canadians are asking for, and that is what our government is presenting.
Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, here are some numbers from the past year. $78 billion in increased wealth for Canada's billionaires. $42 billion in bank profits during a pandemic. $25 billion in tax dollars going to overseas tax havens. And here are some numbers from Budget 2021. $0 raised from a wealth tax. $0 raised from a pandemic profits tax.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member. I'm sorry. We have technical difficulties today. I'm going to ask him to start his question right from scratch or right from the beginning. We'll set the clock back. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here are some numbers from the past year. $78 billion in increased wealth from Canada's billionaires. $42 billion in bank profits during a pandemic. $25 billion in tax dollars going to overseas tax havens. And here are some numbers from Budget 2021. $0 raised from a wealth tax. $0 raised from a pandemic profits tax. $0 recouped now from overseas tax havens. If we are all in this together, why do Liberals always give a free ride to the ultra-rich?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely believes that everyone in Canada needs to pay their fair share. And that's why we have proposed a number of concrete measures in this budget. We are putting forward a luxury tax. We are putting forward a digital services tax. We are putting down unprecedented measures to crack down on tax evasion and aggressive tax planning schemes. And finally, we are putting forward a tax on non-vacant, non-resident property, because homes are for Canadian families to live in.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Young people have been some of the hardest hit by this pandemic. The third wave will only make things worse. The budget is an utter disappointment to students and young people who have had to make fundamental shifts in their education, employment, and financial situations. The NDP is calling for a moratorium on student loan payments and putting an end to student loan interest permanently so young people don't have to spend their years under crushing debt. Will the Prime Minister and this government commit to taking real action to help young people instead of these platitudes which do not go far enough?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have committed nearly $6 billion to support young Canadians in this budget. Those are not mere platitudes. We are going to support Canadian students. We are going to make an education more affordable. We're going to create 500,000 work experience and job training opportunities. And Mr. Speaker, early learning and childcare, which we will build, will help young Canadians first and foremost.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, the past year saw low-wage workers, youth, racialized Canadians, and women leave the workforce in disproportionate numbers. Businesses in my riding have been clear. A robust economy depends on increasing labor force participation, and Budget 2021 addresses this. Can the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and Associate Minister of Finance update us on how this budget will make generational investments building a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system to get more people to work?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, for her hard work and leadership. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2021 will ensure that families in Canada are no longer burdened by high child care costs, aiming for a 50% average fee reduction by the end of 2022 and reaching $10 per day on average by 2026. This budget will invest almost $30 billion working with provincial and territorial and Indigenous partners to support quality, not-for-profit childcare and ensuring the needs of early childhood educators are at the heart of the system. Mr. Speaker, we told Canadians we would do whatever it takes for as long as it takes. And that is what...
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the proceedings at Defense Committee are both reprehensible and unparliamentary. The Defense Committee chair has unlawfully used her authority to subvert the will of the committee and frustrate their ability to conduct the critical study into the allegations of sexual misconduct in the military. As a former officer, she swore to put service to country ahead of her own personal gain. Yet she has turned her back on women in uniform by preventing the committee's work. Will the member for Canada Carleton inform this House when she will urgently resume Defense Committee?
The honourable chair of the committee, if she's on.
Mr. Chair, as
then
Vice
we'll
Chair.
go to the Vice Chair, the honourable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on National Defence, I want to thank the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill for her strong and sincere leadership on this file. I share her disgust with the contemptuous Liberal actions at and disgraceful obstruction of the Defence Committee. The member for Canada Carleton, in particular, is preventing us from investigating sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. As committee chair, she is allowing Liberal members to block key witnesses from hearing and suspended the committee with no date or time for resuming debate. The member for Canada Carleton must immediately end the cover-up for the Prime Minister, which she's doing at the expense of our women and men in uniform.
The honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A constituent shared this with me the other day. Quote, just one thing. Get the vaccines rolling, please. I have a medical condition, and 811 said it would be 16 weeks. Really? End quote. Constituents like this and millions of other Canadians are suffering from Liberal vaccine fumbles while they watch other jurisdictions safely and permanently reopen. Will the PM stop the spin and blame and just admit that he has failed Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Canadians that when they needed PPE, we procured 7.2 billion items of PPE. When they needed rapid tests, we procured 40 million rapid tests. And the same is true with vaccines. We have procured vaccines by the millions. 48 to 50 million will be arriving by the end of June and 110 million by the end of September. We are sitting at number 2 in the G20 for doses administered, and we will continue to bring in vaccines for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 drive-through vaccine clinic in my home city of Regina had to shut down last weekend after it ran out of vaccine. The government of Saskatchewan announced that unless they receive an unscheduled delivery of vaccines soon, Regina's innovative and efficient drive-through clinic will remain closed until May 2nd. Why does this government continue to put thousands of lives at risk across Canada by not securing a reliable and steady supply of vaccines?
The Honourable Minister.
Reality is, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we're operating in a very, very competitive global environment. And notwithstanding that environment, we are continuing to bring vaccines into this country by the millions. 1 million vaccines of Pfizer per week in April, 2 million vaccines of Pfizer per week in May, and 2.5 million vaccines over 5 weeks in June. That's just from one supplier, Mr. Speaker. We also have AstraZeneca, we have J&J, and we have Moderna coming in to supplement our diversified portfolio of vaccines. And we will continue bringing vaccines in for all Canadians so that all Canadians have access to a vaccine.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, vaccine centers across Saskatchewan are closing due to lack of supply. Regina is closed until May. Saskatoon is closed right now, and pharmacies that are supposed to start delivering vaccines this week are now unable to do so. Saskatchewans are holding up their end of the bargain by lining up to get vaccinated because their lives and livelihoods are at stake. When will this Liberal government keep up their end by ensuring a reliable supply?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why we are within the top 3 countries for vaccine administration in the G20. It's because our vaccines are continuing to come into the country by the millions. It's because of our diversified portfolio, and it's because we will be continuing to bring vaccines into the country for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we've accelerated 22 million doses of vaccine from later quarters to earlier quarters, and that will allow all Canadians to have access to a vaccine prior to the end of September. Mr. Speaker, that's our commitment, and we will stick to it. Thank you.
Honorable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, seniors see through the government's budget game. They're asking for a sustainable increase in their old age pensions starting at age 65. But what Ottawa is offering them is a one-time electioneering payment of $500 and only for those aged 75 and over. Seniors can see that the federal government is dividing them into 2 classes according to age and postponing pension increases indefinitely. That is why the Bloc is amending the budget to include an immediate increase in pensions starting at age 65. Will the government support our amendment out of respect for all seniors? The Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, with the members on the other side, we share their respect for seniors. We are aware of the reality that many seniors live in poverty, and that was the case when we came to power. We chose to target seniors 75 and up because their needs are the greatest. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, seniors are not fooled. They can see that sending a one-time check this summer for $500 means the government is trying to buy votes instead of increasing pensions for all seniors. After all they went through during the pandemic, they thought that the federal government understood. They expected Ottawa to finally act on the loss of their purchasing power. They expected Ottawa to understand that they were the ones most affected by the pandemic. What they didn't expect was to be instrumentalized for the election. Why does the government insist on refusing to increase the pensions of those 65 and up? The Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand very, very well seniors' needs, and we understand the tragedy that was COVID. And that is why the Canadian Armed Forces went to long-term care facilities. They went there to save seniors' lives. When it comes to old age security, this is a permanent increase for all seniors in Canada who are 75 and up.
New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, documents show the federal government is paying over $8 per dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine. South Africa is paying $5.25, the U.S. $4, and the European Union only $2.15. Given our high price, you'd think Canada would have a vaccine delivery guarantee. Instead, pharmacies in my riding are struggling to confirm appointments for seniors because of inadequate supply from this federal government. But over in neighboring Maine, anyone 18 years and up can get vaccinated in a pharmacy today. Could the Prime Minister tell us when New Brunswick pharmacies will have enough vaccines to help as many families as in the state of Maine?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite well knows, our vaccine contracts are confidential, but we must say that not breaching them is a priority, especially when every country is in a race for vaccines. Each country negotiates its own contract, and different components come in. AstraZeneca has said that its vaccines are sold at not-for-profit prices, and we negotiated in good faith with them. We are continuing to work to accelerate doses to Canada. We will not rest till this job is done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, COVID hotspots, designated high-priority vaccination areas of Thornhill, Vaughan, and Markham in York Region, have for weeks now experienced a serious reduction in vaccine supplies. Clinics large and small have closed due to lack of supply. New eligible groups can't be accommodated. The region's unable to expand protection of residents and essential workers in manufacturing. In desperation, Ontario Premier Ford is now reaching out to the European Union, India, and the U.S. What's this Liberal government doing now to backfill its blundering, unsecured vaccine procurement?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that the opposition refuses to acknowledge that vaccines are coming into our country by the millions, that we have 13.4 million doses distributed, that almost a quarter of all Canadians have received at least one dose, that we sit in the top 3 of G20 countries. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we continue to bring vaccines into the country by the millions for the provinces, for the territories, and for all Canadians. This is a competitive environment, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue operating in it for all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, recently I spoke with the CBSA union president, and he advised me that 540 border agents and staff at the Windsor-Detroit border don't have access to vaccines. This jeopardizes the health of those frontline workers. Further, an outbreak could shut down the busiest border crossing in North America and threaten our already fragile supply chain. Another glaring example of the Liberals' failed vaccine program. When will the minister take action to provide vaccines to these essential workers?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for the question because I share the concern that our border service officers, who I think have done an extraordinary job throughout this pandemic and are doing important work to keep Canadians safe, should be prioritized for vaccinations. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we've reached out to the provincial health authorities in the provinces right across this country. And all of those provinces have responded. We've just heard quite recently that Ontario is beginning to prioritize those workers as well. And we're glad to see that that step is now taking place, Mr. Speaker. Those people should be vaccinated. They do important work for Canadians, and we're glad that the province is doing the job of providing the vaccinations to them on the basis of a priority.
L'honorable député de Brome-Missisquoi.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, in the spring of 2020, slaughterhouse processing has slowed considerably. This has forced farmers to keep their animals on the farm longer and also resulted in additional costs. Our government is committed to supporting the agricultural sector by helping to maintain and adapt agricultural risk management financial tools to deal with climate change and market conditions. Can the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food tell us what measures are in place to this effect in Quebec?
Le Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few days ago, with the Minister of Agriculture for Quebec, I announced the Agri-Recovery Program to help to offer financial assistance to beef, pork, and big game sectors. $28.1 million will help, among other things, to offset the costs incurred by the temporary closure of certain slaughterhouses, ensure the well-being of animals, and preserve food security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety has suggested that his ill-conceived firearms buyback program is going to cost between $300 and $400 million. He has suggested that they are expecting to buy back roughly 150 to 200,000 firearms. Many of the firearms that the Liberals arbitrarily selected for their ban were non-restricted, such as firearms typically used for hunting or around the farm. So what data was used by the minister to determine the cost and scope of his buyback?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we promised Canadians that we would strengthen gun control in order to keep Canadians safe. Well, the Conservatives have obviously promised the gun lobby that they'll weaken gun control, and that's why we brought forward measures last May, Mr. Speaker, to prohibit weapons that have no place in society. And we are working now with legislation now introduced through Bill C-21 to make sure that none of those weapons can ever be traded, sold, or used in Canada again. Mr. Speaker, those measures are necessary and strongly supported right across this country as the right thing to do to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, that's an answer to a question, but it wasn't an answer to my question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many experts anticipate that this buyback is going to be a multi-billion-dollar boondoggle that doesn't have any meaningful impact on public safety. We've seen this before from the Liberals. Unfortunately, for law-abiding firearms owners, this government cares about pushing their ideology and not about taking concrete steps to actually address public safety. So, Mr. Speaker, what data did the Liberal government rely on when determining how many individuals would likely participate in their buyback program?
Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question because it gives me an opportunity, first of all, to remind him that the majority of these weapons were in fact registered because they were restricted, but we know that many of them were not. And there is no gun registry in this country, and it's one of the reasons in the legislation we've brought forward, we'll require people who are in possession of these now prohibited weapons to register them properly so that we can have a precise calculation of where these guns are. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also equally important to acknowledge that these are weapons that are not used for hunting and sport purposes. They're used as tactical weapons to kill people, and that's why they have no place in our country, and we're removing them.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, during a committee meeting of international trade, I was appalled to hear from our life sciences industry about the lack of consultation and coordination by this Liberal government. As the pandemic began and worsened, contracts were signed worth millions of dollars outside Canada while turning a blind eye to our local vaccine manufacturer. Mr. Speaker, will the government admit that they had ignored our local vaccine manufacturers? We have a shortage of vaccine supply, and as a result, we are now in this third wave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a member for whom I have enormous respect, Mr. Speaker. But what he said could not be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. We indeed have invested more than $1 billion. And what we should celebrate today, Mr. Speaker, is in the budget that was presented yesterday by the Minister of Finance, as she just said, we are investing an additional $2.2 billion in biomanufacturing, Mr. Speaker. We know that there's a lot of talent in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We know that there's a lot of expertise in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to invest in Made in Canada solution to protect the health and safety of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we enter the second wave of the pandemic, tremendous advances have been made in the past 12 months with creation and distribution of vaccines. Our government has worked tirelessly to procure and distribute millions of doses of vaccines. In my home province of British Columbia, residents as young as 40 years old are eligible to book their appointments. Provinces across the country are also ramping up their vaccine rollout as we speak, and we are well on our way to getting vaccines into the arms of all Canadians who wish to receive one. Can the Minister please update the House on the percentage of Canadians who have received vaccines to date and progress of procurement for future shipments to ensure that healthcare systems across
the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Surrey Centre for the question. I am thrilled to say that just over 24% of Canadians have received at least one dose of vaccine in a very competitive global environment where every country is struggling to receive the same product. We have accelerated the delivery of approximately 22 million vaccines to arrive in an earlier quarter. In the first quarter, we received 3.5 million more doses of vaccine than originally targeted. We are on track to receive nearly 50 million doses by the end of Q2, and we won't stop until all Canadians have access to vaccines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's budget was an opportunity to strengthen our healthcare system for people across the country. But the Liberals, once again, failed to deliver pharmacare for Canadians and ignored their own advisory committee recommendations and timelines. Their choice will continue to leave millions of Canadians without access to the life-saving medications they need. Liberals have been promising pharmacare for decades and breaking their promises for just as long. If a pandemic hasn't shown them the importance of national, universal public drug coverage, what will?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to continue working with provinces and territories towards the goal of a universal national pharmacare program. And to maintain momentum, we'll proceed with our plan to provide ongoing funding of $500 million for a program for high-cost drugs for rare diseases.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers discussed the lack of adherence to public health guidelines at their facility in my riding and warned of an impending outbreak. Last Friday, I was notified that 9 workers tested positive, with 1 worker on a ventilator. This is a grave concern for workers across Canada. Could the Minister of Public Service and Procurement advise what actions are being taken to protect the frontline workers at the Canada Post facility in my riding and across Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post's top priority is keeping its employees and Canadian communities safe while continuing to deliver the services Canadians rely on. Canada Post is taking essential safety measures, such as providing hand sanitizer for all customers and requiring the use of face coverings by employees, contractors, customers, and visitors into Canada Post facilities. Canada Post is following the advice of the Public Health Agency of Canada and is providing rapid, voluntary on-site testing to all employees and contractors in facilities of concern. We'll continue to support the essential workers of Canada Post as they navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have for questions today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. But before
That's all the time we have.
go on, I just want to point something out. I noticed the video feed was very choppy today, and this is personal experience. I'm not the IT person, but I do have a little bit of experience, it seems, after these last few months. I had a video conference this morning that was very choppy, and I was talking and I could see my hands because of my background. I do speak with my hands a lot, but I could see them being delayed in on the screen. What I ended up doing is rebooting my computer, just restart, and it came back and there were some updates. It did take some time, and then the second meeting I had worked out very smoothly. I don't know if that will help you, but it helped me this morning. I just thought I'd share that, and I didn't say it at the beginning because I didn't want anybody shutting down during question period and missing this wonderful session we had. We have... Thank you so much. I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Sir Speaker, and I'll just use my hand so that I can show myself as well. Mr. Speaker, I am rising today on a question of privilege concerning the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-288, an act to amend the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act. This bill is sponsored by the member for Sudbury. On Sunday, April the 18th of 2021, the Toronto Star posted an article entitled, Liberal MP's Bill Aims to Keep Turmoil at Laurentian University from Happening at Other Schools. The member is quoted in the article, Mr. Speaker, disclosing the contents of his bill. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the bill, which was on notice at the time the article was published, was not introduced until Monday, April the 19th of 2021. The article attributes several statements to the member for Sudbury, namely, I'm going to, and I quote, I'm going to add post-secondary institutions to the exemption for institutions that cannot avail themselves of CCAA protection. It's as simple as that.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Member just for a moment. I was talking about that choppiness. If she can just go back about 10 seconds and maybe just not start over, but just continue from about 10 seconds ago, please. Thank you.
No problem. So I'm going to quote, I'm going to add post-secondary institutions to the exemptions for institutions that cannot avail themselves of CCAA protection. It's as simple as that. The member stated, referring to the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, which allows for court protection during financial restructuring. This includes additional financial support from CCAA lender in order to continue to operate as Laurentian implements its plans to position the university for long-term sustainability and a basis for recovering for its creditors and stakeholders. On March 10th of 2020, the Speaker ruled a prima facie case of privilege following the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. The Speaker said, and I quote, based on a reading of the Canadian Press article on Bill C-7 on medical assistance in dying, and in the absence of any explanation to the contrary, I must conclude that the anonymous sources mentioned were well aware of our customs and practices and chose to ignore them. It seems clear to me that the content of this bill was disclosed prematurely while it was on notice and before it was introduced in the House. The rule on the confidentiality of bills on notice exists to ensure that members in their role as legislators are the first to know their content when they are introduced. Although it is completely legitimate to carry out consultations when developing a bill, or to announce one's intentions to introduce a bill by referring to it as a public title available on the notice paper and order paper, it is forbidden to reveal specific measures contained in a bill at the time it is put on notice. On April 19th of 2016, the Speaker, in finding a prima facie case of privilege regarding the premature disclosure of contents of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, stated, and I quote, as honourable members know, one of most important responsibilities as Speaker is to safeguard the rights and privileges of members, individually and collectively. Central to the matter before us today is the fact that due to its preeminent role in the legislative process, the House cannot allow precise legislative information to be distributed to others before it has been made accessible to all members. Previous speakers have regularly upheld not only this fundamental right, but also expectation of the House. Another question of privilege was raised on March the 19th, 2001, regarding a similar matter where Speaker Milliken on page 1840 of the House of Commons debates supported this principle and said, in preparing legislation, the government may wish to hold extensive consultations, and such consultations may be held entirely at the government's discretion. However, with respect to the material to be placed before Parliament, the House must take precedence. Once a bill has been placed on notice, whether it has been presented in a different form to a different session of Parliament has no bearing, and the bill is considered a new matter. The convention of the confidentiality of bills on notice is necessary, not only so that members themselves may be well informed, but also because of the preeminent role which the House plays and must play in the legislative affairs of the nation. And there was another case of contempt, Mr. Speaker, on October 15, 2001, where the Department of Justice briefed the media on the contents of a bill prior to the legislation being introduced in the House. Given the contents of the article and in being published before Bill C-288, an act to amend the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, was introduced in the House, I ask that you find a prima facie case of privilege, and I'm prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I want to thank the honourable member for her point of order, and I will take it under consideration and return with a ruling. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before ruling on this, I would ask that you just provide perhaps a little bit of time just so that we could come back to the House and provide some feedback on it as well. We'll do that as soon as possible, if that's okay.
And we have the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, it's to the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague indicated that we'll get back to the House. I just wanted to indicate to the Speaker's office, I think at times I have had discussions in the past where I think that there's a general lack of knowledge in regards to private members' bills and the need to keep them secret until they're actually tabled. I would be very surprised if this situation is unique, and it might be worth the Speaker's office to invest a little bit of time in terms of just looking in terms of how it is members in particular that are introducing private members' bills are informed of their responsibilities. In other words, I think it might be done accidentally, and it might have actually happened on several occasions. It'd be worthwhile in terms of looking into it.
I want to thank the honourable member for his input. Nous avons un autre.
We have another point of order. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières on a point of order. Simply to say, Mr. Speaker, that there is no more French interpretation, Mr. Speaker, since the preceding intervention. Thank you. I don't think it's the interpretation, or rather, it is the interpretation, but there are technical problems that could explain it. It's with the transmission, the broadcasting, more than anything else. And so, as I said earlier, I might recommend to all members that they should reboot their computer, restart it, so that there are updates that may need to be installed. Thank you to my colleague for having helped me out there. Thank you. And so those are updates that were part of the problem this morning when I had a meeting and it wasn't working very well because it was extremely choppy. It was cutting in and out. And once I rebooted and installed the updates, everything was perfect. So I hope that that's the problem. But I had a good experience with it, so perhaps MPs could try that. Thank you.
Okay, now I'll speak in English to see if the translation is going through. Is that working? Not seeing anyone say anything. I'm assuming everything. No, the translation is not coming across. Okay, puis il n'y a pas de problème de démarrage de...
And there's no problem with the reboot this time. So we're just going to check in with our technicians to see what's happening with the interpretation. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, we'll try again in English. Is that getting any better? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières doesn't hear me. Alors, un moment, s'il vous plaît, on va essayer.
Just a moment, please. We're going to see what we can do. Thank you.
On va essayer. Hear me in one of the official languages. No, only in the one that I'm speaking. Okay, merci. On va essayer voir maintenant.
Thank you. We're going to try again and see what we can do. Thank you.
On va essayer une autre fois.
We're going to try again.
In French. Non, OK, non, on continue de ne pas avoir la traduction, même sur le plancher. OK, la traduction n'existe pas alors. Alors, on va attendre.
Translation is not working into French, so we're going to try again to see what's happening. But nothing's confirmed yet. We'll keep you posted. Thank you.
On va continuer.
We're going to continue to try again.
Non, OK. De l'anglais au français. Validé, est-ce que...
I just want to check. Can everyone in the House hear me on the English interpretation channel?
French. You're not hearing me in French. Okay, very good. It's I believe so. Okay, you know what? I'm going to let you come up.
So, shall we try again? Can you now hear me in French? Yay! La voix magique!
I guess it was my magic voice.
Grand merci.
Many thanks to the technicians.
So resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to advise the House that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Parkdale and High Park. So as the Member of Parliament for Saginaw Preston Chesapeake, it gives me a great pleasure to speak on Budget 2021. We know this budget, Madam Speaker, is focused on finishing the fight with COVID. It's also focused on creating jobs and building back better. But we have to understand that COVID was affected people differently. It was disproportionately affected low-income workers, young people, women, racialized Canadian, certain business sectors, and those were kept in mind as we were framing up budget 2021. Here in Nova Scotia, we have seen with this budget increases in certain areas, key areas, to support our communities. For example, we've seen some increases in equalization payments. In the Canada Health Transfer, which is so important, as you know, healthcare is number one priority for Nova Scotians. And our Canada, the social transfers also. We invested in a restart agreement of $19 billion. Safe return to class fund. This one, I made an announcement last week for open space, outdoor space in schools for students. We invested as well in essential workers support fund. And as well for our communities, we have a $500 million towards community infrastructure. Here we will see projects, local projects being stimulated, local jobs being created, improving the quality of life of Nova Scotian and of all Canadians. Investments as well, as you know, in tourism, small craft harbor as well for in our fishery area. And a big one that we've been pushing for a number of years now, and my colleague MP in Cape Breton brought forward a private member's bill. That's the EI sickness benefit. It was 15 weeks. We know this wasn't enough. So in this budget, we've moved that to 26 weeks. We've also, this will help 169,000 Canadians, which will have more flexibility to recover and to return to work. The Canada Cancer Society, I quote, 2021 federal budget delivers a much needed extension to the unemployment insurance sickness benefit to support people facing the financial burden that comes with cancer diagnosis. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to touch on something extremely important. This fundamental or historic investment in child care benefit. As you know, I'm a former educator, and I know how important it is early learning to all Canadians. This investment, historic investment, will drive the economy, the growth of our economy, will increase women participation in the workforce, will offer, of course, good care for our young people. This plan will see a reduction in the costs for parents of up to 50%, Madam Speaker, by 2022. And the goal is by 2026, at $10 per day on average. If I quote the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, a big win for unions with $10 a day childcare with the federal budget. Impressive investment. This is major for our country. Madam Speaker, also, I want to touch on investments for seniors. We know that seniors have had tremendous difficulty through this pandemic, and they've been isolated, and we've had to come forward. And a gap that we've noticed is long-term care, and we've lost many of our seniors to that were in long-term care, and we're investing $3 billion not only to establish standards but to apply those standards and make those standards permanent. That's extremely important, and we will move forward on that as well. We committed prior to budget 2020 that we would change the old age security to 75 years and older and increase. And we're seeing an immediate benefit that will take place in August, Madam Speaker, of $500. And then ongoingly from the next year on, they will get a 10% increase to their old age pension. Those are investments that are so crucial to our seniors. That represents 3.3 billion people receiving $766 more. Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament and for Veteran Affairs, Parliamentary Secretary, I should say, there have been some big investments for our veterans as well. We know that we invested $192 million to help with the backlog of disability claims. We've also invested $20 million in the COVID stream to help veteran organizations. But here in 2020, we're coming some more investments for veterans, $50 million over 3 years to enhance our Veteran and Family Wellbeing Fund. That's over and above the $3 million they're receiving per year. So that's going to be $8 million per year for the next 3 years. This is for organizations and individuals helping veterans and their families. They'll be able to apply for those funds. And I quote the Vets Canada here, who says, as part recipient under the Veteran and Family Wellbeing Fund, we know firsthand the importance of this investment. We've also invested $140 million over 5 years for those who have some challenges with PTSD, depressive or anxiety disorder. And while they are waiting for their benefits through disability application, they will be able to access mental health supports. And finally, Madam Speaker, extremely important is veteran homelessness, a $45 million investment to pilot a program to help support veterans through rent supplements and wraparound services such as counseling, addiction treatments, and finding jobs. For young Canadians, we have invested once again in young Canadians, and I quote the Canadian Alliance of Student Association. The package will bring significant relief to students from coast to coast to coast who have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. From investments in Canada, summer jobs, student grants, extending the waiver of accrual on student loans, to investments, to jobs for students, and more. We are glad to know that the Government of Canada is listening to the concerns of students during this pandemic. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. Talking now about our small and medium-sized businesses, we are extending successful programs, Madam Speaker, like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the rent subsidy, the Canada Emergency Business Account. Those are major investments that we will be continuing. Also, we will see a reduction in the credit card transition fees. We've been talking about that for years. It's getting done. Excuse me. Lower the cost of interchange fees for merchants, and also ensuring that small business benefit from pricing that is similar to large businesses. On the green economy, again, continuing on the fall economic statement, we will be helping homeowners with a home retrofit through interest-free loans up to $40,000. This could see investment in replacing all furnaces or low-efficiency systems with a high-efficiency furnace, high air source heat pump, etc. We're also looking at net zero accelerators, a $5 billion investment over 7 years to support our climate plan and support for projects that will help reduce domestic greenhouse gas investments as well, like in 2021, propose to reduce 50% of the general corporate and small business income tax rate for businesses and manufacturers. Big investments there as well. Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament, President Chesapeake, who has the oldest intergenerational Black community in Canada, we are investing once again to support our Black communities. We know they've been disadvantaged in the past and continue to be, and they have low-income households, and we need to continue to support them. We're investing $200 million to establish a new Black-led philanthropic endowment fund, as well as $100 million support, capacity building, and Black-led nonprofit organizations. These are investments that will help support our communities as we move forward. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about our financial plan as well.
It will have to be during questions and comments. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Sackville, Preston Chesapeake, for his speech. I'm glad that he mentioned how low-income Canadians have been disproportionately hit by this pandemic. And yet this budget punishes them by bringing the CERB payments down from $2,000 to $1,200 a month. That's $800 a month down. And yet they miss this opportunity to let the super wealthy of Canada pay their fair share by not bringing in a wealth tax. 80% of Canadians want a wealth tax here so that the wealthy can pay their fair share. So why are the Liberals so afraid to bring in a wealth tax and let the super rich pay their fair share?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his important question. I'd like to begin by saying that the National Child Care Framework investment down to $10 by 2026 will be a great help to low-income Canadians. On the tax, we have made some very important moves on that front. We will put forward a luxury tax, of course. We will also make steps moving forward towards tax evasion. And finally, we will tax the non-resident properties here in Canada. Those are big steps to move forward on that important agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Oh yes, I know I'm always forgetting to put my boom down. But anyway, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After looking quickly through the budget, after a quick analysis, we can see this budget is threatening an increase in pollution because the money in it might ultimately be used to support technologies that haven't yet been proven, like small modular reactors or hydrogen technology or carbon sequester. I haven't heard too much about it, so I'd like to hear from my colleague about these concerns. The concern that our money might be used for technologies that might actually cause even more greenhouse gas emissions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. The environment is a major priority for our government. We have taken significant steps ever since we formed government. And we are making investments that are directly focused on retrofits and investing in green technology. We know that this stimulus used for environmental projects will benefit Canada.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts in regards to how the budget is actually extending to September the many different recovery emergency programs that we put in place to protect Canadians, to be there for Canadians, protect small businesses, and so forth. And if he could add his further thoughts in regards to there are many initiatives that will assist us and ultimately being able to build back better. And just to ask for his thoughts on that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his important question. This budget comes directly supporting. We've heard the challenges out there. We're still in the third wave. We need to continue to invest in Canada. We have continued investment in the Canada Emergency Wage, the Canada Emergency Bank Account. Those are investments, the rent subsidies. Those are very important investments that are needed. I talk to my constituents. I'm talking to the business community. The wage subsidy will help tremendously. These are important steps to help them to survive as we are moving through the last phase, hopefully, of this challenge of COVID-19. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by acknowledging I'm speaking to you virtually in the House of Commons from my home in Toronto, which is on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron-Wendat, Anishinaabe, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit. I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking about Budget 2021, which is a historic budget also tabled in a historic manner by Canada's first ever female finance minister. And what a budget it is, Madam Speaker. It canvasses a wide number of areas, and I propose to go through some of them but not all of them, because there is so many supports that are literally contained therein. I'm going to pick up on the environment, which is a subject matter that my colleague, the member from that part of Nova Scotia, just left off on, which is the environment. We know as a government and as a party that climate change is real. We've taken serious measures to act on climate change, Madam Speaker, during the course of our tenure as government over these past now almost 6 years. We've invested nearly 60. What we've done so far is invest nearly $60 billion, and that has been added to with this current budget. What this budget allows us to do is get to a path whereby GHG emission reductions based on the 2005 levels would be reduced by as much as 36%. And I outlined this number right at the outset because we heard a lot from criticism, sometimes very constructive criticism by opposition parliamentarians and others, that we need to set targets that are more ambitious, particularly more ambitious than the Harper Conservative government that we succeeded. And we have done that by setting targets of around 32% this past December, and now setting a path to getting to 36% in reductions, and getting on a path to get to net zero by 2050, which is really, really critical, Madam Speaker. We're doing that by increasing the dollars that we are putting in. So there's $15 billion of new money that was allocated in 2020 at the end of December. And in the most recent budget, there's an additional $17.6 billion that is being dedicated towards the green recovery. And in particular, I'm going to highlight one other feature, Madam Speaker, which is the Net Zero Accelerator. And what that does is it allows companies to invest in how they can reduce their own greenhouse gas emissions. We put $3 billion into that accelerator in last December's announcement made by the Minister and the Prime Minister, and we're adding another $5 billion in this announcement. On top of all of that, Madam Speaker, there's also money that is put in place to help us achieve our land conservation and marine conservation targets of 25% of areas by 2025. So that is simply just on the environmental piece, Madam Speaker, and the budget also outlined, again, reaffirming our commitment to continue to escalate the price on carbon pollution and to continue to escalate the climate action incentive rebate, which will continue to go to Canadians, not just on an annual basis, but on a quarterly basis, which is, I think, really important to underscore, given that the official opposition's bright idea on climate is to eliminate such rebates. Madam Speaker, next subject, housing. And I start with these two subjects because I represent the constituents of Parkdale Park that they talk to me all of the time about progressive policies, about issues that affect them and affect this part of Toronto. And climate and housing are at the top of the agenda in almost all conversations I have with my constituents. I'm very pleased to say that not only is this budget responding to those concerns of my constituents that I've advocated for with the Minister of Finance and with the Prime Minister, it is responding not just to the environmental concerns, but also to the housing concerns. How is it doing that, Madam Speaker? Well, what we are doing is we are planning to invest an additional $2.5 billion in housing. And what does that look like, Madam Speaker? Well, $2.5 billion looks like an additional $1.5 billion for the Rapid Housing Initiative. This has landed with resounding success around the country, particularly in my city of Toronto, because what it allows us to do is to build housing and build it quickly so that we actually meet the very short supply of affordable housing in cities like mine. And because of the resounding success of the Rapid Housing Initiative over the last several months, Madam Speaker, what we've done is we've decided that we're going to commit to expanding it by $1.5 billion, which will allow us to have 4,500 new units, 25% of which will be dedicated for women, which is an important piece, Madam Speaker. There's also $600 million dedicated towards an affordable housing innovation fund, which will bring the total new units to over 30,000, and an additional $300 million will be dedicated to the Canada Housing Benefit to increase things like direct financial assistance to women and children who are fleeing violence. These are all critical initiatives, not just for my constituents in Parkdale Park, but indeed I think for all people in Canada, and indeed should be priorities for all parliamentarians. There's $1.3 billion that is being reallocated to speed up the construction, support, and repair of units. There is money that is being put in place to ensure that vacant properties will be taxed when they are owned by non-resident non-Canadians. And I insert this here because it relates to housing, but I also insert this because in the course of following today's debate, I've heard repeatedly that there seem to be not enough initiatives targeted at those who are living luxuriously, those who are very affluent or rich. This, in fact, is targeting exactly those individuals, and I'll highlight it for that reason, Madam Speaker. Another key component is that COVID has exacerbated what we've seen in terms of the, I'm working from home. Many of us are working from home right now. That trend will continue even as we exit out of this pandemic. That is liberated office space in cities like mine, like in Toronto. And what we propose in this budget is to support the conversion of some of that empty office space into affordable housing. And that's exactly what we'll do with this budget. Madam Speaker, the next subject I want to touch upon is really the flagship policy that is in this budget. And you heard the Minister of Finance articulate this quite clearly. She talked about the fact that childcare has arisen as an issue that has really climbed to the forefront. And I say this painfully aware of my gender, Madam Speaker, aware of the fact that it is men like me that have all of a sudden been sensitized to this priority. During this pandemic. I'm a man who has got his kids at home as we speak right now. They're about 15 feet away from me, going through online schooling, etc. And men like me have been challenged over these past 15 months. And I think that's a good thing because it's raised awareness about the importance of and given some momentum to the call for childcare. Yes, this is a 50-year-old call. You heard the Minister of Finance articulate that. But what she also articulated is very clearly that this isn't just a women's policy. This is an economic policy. It is an infrastructure policy that is indifferent to building roads or transit. By empowering childcare, what we will do is unleash economic potential. And that potential is something in the order of around 250,000 women, most likely women, because women still bear the burden of the predominant burden of childcare, will be liberated and emancipated such that they can participate more fully in the economy. That is an incredible statistic, Madam Speaker, joined by another incredible statistic, which is the $30 billion with a B, $30 billion investment that we are putting on the table to ensure that this becomes a reality. Yes, there are naysayers, Madam Speaker, and they said, well, Liberals have committed to this in the past and it hasn't come to fruition. Never before has this kind of dollar amount been allocated. And I would remind my fellow members of Parliament that Liberals came close to getting this across the finish line under Paul Martin and Ken Dryden's tenure around circa 2005. And that was a minority parliament that saw a universal childcare plan actually defeated, unfortunately, which led us to 9 years of Stephen Harper's Conservatives. I'm very hopeful that we don't see a repeat of that kind of history. And instead, in this minority parliament, we can see this important goal get across the finish line. What will it mean? It'll mean a 50% reduction in childcare costs as early as the end of next year, and getting childcare costs to literally $10 a day by 2025. Madam Speaker, I saw your signal, and I've figured out Zoom enough to know how to pin you on my screen, so I know I've got 2 minutes. In these last 2 minutes, what I want to do is just canvass some of the proposals that deal with systemic racism and systemic discrimination, a subject near and dear to my heart as a person of color, as somebody who believes in human rights and equality. What this budget will do, it will be transformative for Black entrepreneurs, for Black business owners, for Indigenous persons that want a firmer commitment to reconciliation and curing overrepresentation. What this budget will do is make real those commitments, and those have come to the fore during what we've seen during this pandemic. And Madam Speaker, I'll highlight a few additional initiatives. There's more money in this budget, around $26 million for immigration and refugee legal aid that affects people of color. There's $21 million for a specific racialized communities legal support fund that will get public legal education into the hands of racialized people. There is diversity in procurement, which we've never seen before outlined in a budget, Madam Speaker. And I want to give a shout out to the member from Whitby for all of the work he's done on this file, and the Minister of Procurement for getting behind this idea, where we will actually target procurement measures that help Indigenous and Black businesses, which is critical. There's money for disaggregated data so we understand the true nature of the problem, and there's $74 million for an Indigenous justice strategy. Madam Speaker, I can't get to all of the measures that I wanted to highlight, but there are a lot of supports for a lot of different needy sectors of the economy, low-wage workers, small businesses, people that work in arts and culture, many of whom are my constituents. These are programs that I believe in. They will cost money, but the time is now to invest in Canadians and invest in building back better. And to the answer whether we can afford this, I say very firmly we cannot afford not to do this. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm open for questions.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this election budget tabled yesterday by the Minister of Finance, there are 3 things missing. 3 things that were included in the Minister's mandate letter: to avoid creating new permanent spending, to review the debt management strategy, and to create new budget targets. Could my colleague specify what is meant by fiscal anchors? Where are they in yesterday's budget? And would these would this correspond with a fiscal anchor mentioned in the minister's budget in mandate letter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I'll try to answer in French. Regarding the mandate for the Minister of Finance, what I can say is that the minister has already raised this during question period today.
Of debt to GDP so that it reaches below 50%. And also what we've targeted is a deficit that will hit just over 1% of GDP by 2025. And what's important is that while some of the program spending is meant to be long-term, the large majority of it is for a 3-year period, which is exactly what we committed to in the fall economic statement. And we're staying true to those words by targeting the bulk of the spending for the next 3 years only. Merci beaucoup.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. I couldn't hear you, Madam Speaker, but I think it's my turn. My colleague ended his speech by saying that we simply can't do nothing. Well then, why did his government decide to do nothing about the situation of non-COVID patients who, in the next decade, will ultimately become the principal victims of this pandemic? Let me give an example. In gastroenterology, colorectal cancer, 110,000 patients are on waiting lists, and many others are having to wait due to COVID measures. Now, knowing that 4 weeks of delay may increase mortality by 6 to 8%, how can my colleague's government have decided to not immediately have increased health transfers? That would have enabled the government to care for these people. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for Montcalm for his question. As raised during debate already today, what I would answer is the following. It is not at all true that we are not assisting with provincial health systems. We are there when it comes to mental health. We are there when it comes to funding long-term care institutions.
In terms of the previous investments we have made for healthcare, in terms of the Safe Restart agreements and other allocations we've made for care for elderly and for home care, which is important.
Madame la Présidente, il n'y a pas de traduction.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm not getting interpretation. I heard my colleague's question. Yes, we'll just try again.
Can you hear me? Vous ne m'entendez toujours pas en anglais? Pardon? Quand j'ai parlé en anglais, vous m'avez pas entendu, c'est ça, Monsieur Thériault?
You didn't hear me when I spoke English, Mr. Thériault, is that it?
Is it okay? You can hear me now when I speak English, you hear in French. Perfect. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, please, the last 15 seconds.
Ok, donc je vais essayer en français. Donc on est là en termes de...
Well, I'll just try to speak French. We've been there when it comes to mental health. We've been there when it comes to long-term care for seniors. We'll be there to help provinces when it comes to various needs in the health system. Thank you.
For Esquimalt, Sanish Souk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Parkdale High Park for his speech and for his tip on pinning the speaker. He and I have always worked for in this parliament. Let me reassure him that New Democrats know that a budget is a confidence question, and we have reassured Canadians that we will not force them into an election in this third wave of the pandemic. But that's why I'm quite disappointed that the Liberals have put some things in this budget they know New Democrats would not normally support. So my question to the member is, does he actually support cutting the emergency benefit by 40%? I have many people in my riding who work in the tourism industry. The tourism season is not coming back this year for the second year in a row, and they're forced to depend on that emergency benefit. It's going to go from $2,000 a month to $1,200. How are they expected to survive on that pittance?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
So I thank the member for his question, and I think what's important is that the benefits are continuing all the way to September 25th, but they're doing so on a sliding scale. And I think the phase out is an important aspect in terms of addressing people's needs as they decrease. But what I would reassure him is that we've been dynamic in our responses to the pandemic thus far, and we will continue to be dynamic as the case requires. Merci.
Prise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm just looking for my button there that allows me to speak. So, thank you very much.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Madame la Présidente, je vais partager mon...
Madam Speaker, today I will share my time with the honourable member for Carleton.
Chair, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the basics because I think the basics are sometimes lost. And seeing yesterday's budget, I think there were a lot of basics that were lost. But let's start with the definition of budget from my honourable colleagues. A budget is an estimation of revenue and expenses over a specified future period of time and is usually compiled and reevaluated on a periodic basis. To manage expenses, prepare for unpredictable events, and be able to afford big ticket items without going into debt, budgeting is important. Keeping track of how much you earn and spend doesn't have to be drudgery, doesn't require to be good at math, and doesn't mean you can't buy the things you want. It just means you'll know where your money goes, you'll have greater control over your finances. Aside from earmarking resources, a budget can also aid in setting goals, measuring outcomes, and planning for contingencies. A budget deficit occurs when expenses exceed revenue and indicate the financial health of a country. Accrued deficits form national debt. In cases where a budget deficit is identified, current expenses exceed the amount of income received through standard operations. A nation wishing to correct its budget deficit may need to cut back on certain expenditures, increase revenue-generating activities, or employ a combination of the two. Certain unanticipated events and policies may cause budget deficits. One of the primary dangers of a budget deficit is inflation, which is the continuous increase of price levels. Continued budget deficits can lead to inflationary monetary policies year after year. A nation can print additional currency to cover payments on debts by issuing securities such as treasury bills and bonds. While this provides a mechanism to make payments, it does carry the risk of devaluing the nation's currency, which can lead to hyperinflation. Now, why do governments run deficits? Well, a budget deficit planned to be this large is based on two things: tolerance from taxpayers and financial institutions that bear the risk, and the notion of not having to pay back temporary support mechanisms. In effect, leading up to a federal election, this government doesn't want to take away the sugar bowl, but there is guaranteed to be a hangover from this sugar high. The national debt is simply the net accumulation of the federal government's annual budget deficits. It is the total amount of money that the federal government owes to its creditors. And that amount has gone from $700 billion 2 years ago, approximately, to $1.2 trillion at this point. Debt to GDP. This is a ratio of a country's national debt to the level of economic activity in that country. It's a meaningless ratio that was put in place at a time when the world's central bankers could no longer find the tools to balance national budgets. The concept of permanent national debt, permanently paying institutions with taxpayer funds, became accepted by the world's bankers, both private and public. The concept upended the very notion of Keynesianism, where governments were encouraged to spend in bad times and repay that spending in good times, thus maintaining equilibrium in labor and price levels in society. It was also a measure of comparing bad fiscal regimes with other bad fiscal regimes, as in we're in bad shape, but as a function of our GDP, we're not in as bad shape as those other guys, which is a ridiculous point, given that every national economy and democratic and financial structure are different. Cette stratégie peut être résumée dans la province.
This strategy may be summed up by saying that those who compare themselves feel better.
The equivalent. However, these entities deliver value to their shareholders by maintaining a balance of risk, as in too much debt and interest payments, and return. In addition, companies can expense debt before calculating taxes, the amount they owe the government for their profits. Do governments pay taxes and have a favorable application of carrying debt on their balance sheet? No. It is only a burden transferred from today's taxpayers to tomorrow's taxpayers, or in this government's approach, when things really go south down the road, and then in a huge problem scenario. The risk borne here is multiplying, and the bearers of that risk are future taxpayers. Moral hazard. Moral hazard exists when a party to a contract takes risks without having to suffer the consequences. Build Back Better. It turns out that Build Back Better is not a political slogan. It refers to the official Sendai framework of disaster recovery that was adopted at the UN World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai, Japan in 2015. Its definition is broad enough to cover any disaster scenario. Build Back Better from which disaster in Canada? Which brings us to yesterday's budget announcement. Good news. Canada's forecast annual deficit for last year improved by $35 billion from the fall economic statement. That's extra funds that arrived in taxation revenue from businesses restarting mid-pandemic and Canadians getting back to work to pay government taxes. Much of that arrived from Canada's traditional strengths, mining, energy, agriculture, and manufacturing. You know, essential industries keeping the rest of the country fed, warm, and solvent. I'm sure the Minister of Finance should be taking credit for 1 million jobs coming back to Canada, given these results that are already arriving. Last year's deficit number is $354 billion for one level of government, the federal government, whose annual revenue is usually about that amount. So $2 were spent for every dollar brought in a normal year, but even more from a year when government revenues were down by around 8%. To deal with the health and economic effects of a historic pandemic. Well, okay. And to build back better and to reimagine Canada's economy. These empty slogans represent nothing but political jingoism. Canada's deficit in 2019, $27 billion in a $2.3 trillion economy, was about 8.3% of government revenues. In an economic boom, Canada was overspending by 8.3%. Here's the rationale from the Liberal Prime Minister about running deficits in boom times on March 21st, 2016 in this House. Mr. Speaker, record low levels of interest rates right now mean that this is an opportunity to invest in our future. This is what we are delivering to grow the economy and help the middle class. In contrast, in this year's budget announcement, the Minister of Finance said the following: the best way to pay our debts is to grow our economy. In fact, in today's low interest rate environment, not only can we afford these investments, it would be short-sighted of us not to make them. Now, by investments, of course, they mean government spending. Clearly at odds, these two, Madam Speaker, but it is obvious that neither this Prime Minister nor this Finance Minister understand the notion of financial risk. And clearly, this Liberal government will justify spending taxpayer funds in good times, and to spend taxpayer, it begs the question, what times are not good for overspending taxpayer funds? The forecast budget deficit for this fiscal year coming, according to yesterday's budget, $154.7 billion. That is almost $50 billion higher than forecast in the fall economic statement, despite last year's revenues outperforming by $35 billion since the fall. Planned spending represents an increase of $136 billion in planned spending over the next 5 years, in addition to the $548 billion in spending forecast in the fall economic statement. How is this justified? These deficits accumulate to an ongoing debt to GDP ratio at 50% going forward. So the plan, the fiscal anchor, is to maintain Canada's debt at half the size of our economy for the foreseeable future. Is that an anchor? The better our economy performs, the deeper in debt we get to go? We say in finance that every economic forecast is wrong. From the moment it is written, and rightly so, things change, and getting close based on discipline and unforeseen extraneous events coming at you spells success. There's none of that in this budget. There is no security for our children. There is multiplying risk. It's our job to leave this country in better shape than we found it. Fiscally, and in so many other ways, we are failing. C'est notre devoir de laisser ce pays
It is our duty to leave this country in better shape than we found it. Financially, and in many other regards, we are failing.
Well, the Minister of Finance spoke about taxing foreign owners of unoccupied real estate in Canada, part of our Made in Canada housing bubble, but also a hole in our money laundering laws in Canada, which are the loosest in the G7, and they need to be tighter. I'm pleased that the Minister of Finance has followed our lead in applying an investment tax credit on carbon credit utilization and storage.
Go to questions. We have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Carbon credit utilization, whatever that was, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives' plan to price pollution is one that will only give benefit to those who pollute. As a matter of fact, it just encourages people to pollute. I do admire, though, my Conservative colleagues, and I know the member from Carleton has spent a lot of time talking about the price on pollution. I admire their willingness to come in here and try to defend such a plan after 5 years of talking about how price on pollution wasn't the right way. And now they have this grand plan of putting your money into a savings account and then letting you choose from the CPC boutique what you'd like to spend. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, that's not a plan to fight pollution. That's not a plan to price carbon. That's just Conservatives trying to give to people who are wealthy and to people who have money to make sure that they can keep the money in their pocket, rather than making sure that we take all the funds and distribute it equally as we're currently doing.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Oh, I thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for pointing out my stumble, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to correct it. I'm pleased that the Minister of Finance has followed our lead in applying an investment tax credit for carbon capture, utilization, and storage, one of Canada's most tangible opportunities to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. A 90-day consultation period has been announced, and I encourage the government to consider the benefits associated with enhanced oil recovery as part of that strategy, as it is in the United States, and to move toward an environmental strategy that halts the flow of jobs and investments, including technological advancements like carbon capture, to foreign jurisdictions with no positive effect on the environment. Canada needs regulatory certainty, particularly regarding our environmental objectives. Having a carbon capture strategy that moves jobs and investment to our largest trading partner is not a viable environmental strategy for Canada. I encourage the Minister of Finance to get this right so that it actually results in effective policy. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, Avignon, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the aid for seniors in this budget. The government deliberately chose to create two classes of seniors by increasing OAS at age 75 rather than 65, which creates injustice for thousands of seniors in this country. In addition, there's a one-time $500 payment at a very funny time at the end of the summer, maybe right before an election. So according to my colleague, are the Liberals playing politics at the expense of Quebec and Canada's seniors? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for the question. It is strange the timing of all the expenses that seem to be flowing out of the Liberals at this point in time and attaching themselves to the budget. There is something that we need to do for our seniors. The pandemic has exposed one thing, and that is how we have had a hole in the health treatment of our seniors that we did not pay enough attention to. Adjusting those structural problems going forward is fundamentally important. And we've noticed for a long time that seniors at all levels require more support in our society. I'm not sure the OAS, the old age security, is the best way of approaching that, but I do think it should be examined with all the tools we have in our kit. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member of Calgary Centre for his speech. It may surprise him that I also share his concern about continually running large deficits. I consider myself a Tommy Douglas New Democrat. Tommy ran 17 balanced budgets in his 17 years as Premier. But here's the situation we find ourselves in. Canadians need help to get through the pandemic. Businesses need assistance to make sure they survive and can hire back their workers. And so we have two choices. We can either deny that assistance, which the Conservatives seem to favor, or we can put in place a tax on those who have made excess profits during the pandemic. The ultra rich, we can restore corporate income tax rates to their levels from 30 years ago, which the Conservatives and Liberals both cut. So which is it? Do the Conservatives want to deny Canadians the aid they need in order to maintain a balanced budget? Or are they prepared to join New Democrats in calling for a wealth and excess profits tax?
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, 15 seconds.
Well, I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I would say that we are very much engaged with the government on the changes that we brought to them on the emergency wage subsidy. We're very happy that they were able to deliver those to Canadians that needed those during the pandemic. It's something that we're quite proud of as a caucus and as a party, that we actually were able to deliver aid after the Liberals had initially put forward a package that we were able to.
That brings us to resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton. I'm going to...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No offence taken. Today is an occasion for us to pay a visit to a once again renewed popular idea called modern monetary theory. We should put modern in quotation marks because it's a very old idea, thousands of years old if the truth be told, but once again it is being presented as new. And it is this. It is the idea that governments can spend as much as they want, and to pay for it they simply print the cash. They create the money because, of course, the bank which they own, in our case the Bank of Canada, has a monopoly on the creation of that currency, so why not just create more money in order to spend it? The only limit on the amount that can be spent is when said money creation leads to inflation, at which point modern monetary theorists say the solution is to simply raise taxes in order to reduce the demand that was driving up the inflation in the first place. So once that printed money, too much of it starts chasing too few goods, the government taxes the money back and slows down the inflation. So effectively, it is a roundabout way to massively expand government up front while claiming there's no cost, and then when prices spiral out of control, to try and tax them back into submission. Now, this government, this finance minister, has claimed she doesn't believe in modern monetary theory, but we have to suspect that she believes in some version of it, because she has imposed literally no limit whatsoever on her spending in the form of a fiscal anchor. The only difference between her version of monetary theory and its original theorists is that the original proponents said the bank should simply give the money to the government in order to spend, whereas under the current model this government has set up, the bank sells the debt to the marketplace and then buys it right back at a higher price only weeks later, to the great profit of the investors with whom they carried out that transaction. Now, all this sounds magical, creating something from nothing. But as it has been said, there is nothing new except what is forgotten. I quote Reinhardt and Rogoff, two Harvard professors that have studied 800 years of debt crises, and they say, and I quote, "Early on across the world, as already noted, the main device for defaulting on government obligations was that of debasing the content of the coinage. Modern currency presses are just a technologically advanced and efficient approach to achieving the same end." Perhaps the most creative of all of the modern monetary theorists was the Emperor Dionysius from 2,500 years ago. He thought it was a modern idea then, too. He was the dictator of the city-state of Syracuse. And of course, because of all of his sumptuous living and his ridiculous war fighting, he needed cash. So he took the drachmas from his people. And every one drachma, he stamped with a 2. And all of a sudden, he had twice as much money.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I just want to know, Madam Speaker, if there's going to be a test on this history lesson afterwards, and if I should be expecting that to come when the member's done.
Hardly a point of order. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the test has been running for 4 years now, and they've been getting an F year after year after year. So, yes, indeed. But Dionysius, he gets an A for creativity. He took 1 drachma coins, stamped them with 2, and all of a sudden had twice as much money. But of course, all of the workers of his city-state were earning half as much in real terms because everything costs twice as much when you double the amount of currency in circulation. Throughout the Napoleonic Wars, the exact same thing happened. The amount of silver in the average coin dropped by 2/3 during Napoleon's reign because all of the emperors and kings were trying to debase their coinage in order to fund their wars. And of course, their people became much poorer because their money did not go as far. And then the most recent and most extreme case was that of Germany in the immediate aftermath of the First World War. After the war was done, there was 10 times as much paper currency in circulation as immediately before the war. The result was hyperinflation. People needed wheelbarrows to carry their cash off to the baker in order to buy just 1 loaf of bread. And if you went to the bar to get a beer, you ordered all of your evening's drinks at once, because if you even waited a few hours, the beer would be more expensive. So it was a good investment to load up your table right when you got there, immediately after work, in order to save a fortune on inflation. Now, we're told that that inflation will never happen here. All these things about printing money causing inflation, that's old thinking. Remember, history doesn't repeat itself, Madam Speaker, except that it's already repeating itself. Let's start with housing prices. From December 2019, the last month before COVID started to circulate in Canada, to March 2021, the average house went from $518,000 to $716,000. A massive 38% increase in a time when the economy dropped by $120 billion. So the economy goes down, but somehow housing prices go up. Lumber prices are up 118%. Here's a quote from a contractor. "Oh, it's ridiculous. A 2x4 used to be $3.50. Now they're going for $9.80. A sheet of plywood was $12 2 years ago. Now it's $56. Here's a quote from the Financial Post just yesterday. Central bank and government out of touch with Main Street when it comes to the rising cost of living. The latest Canada's food price report shows that food costs increased by 2.7% last year, with an expected 4.5 to 6.5% increase in meat, 3.5 to 5.5% increase in bakery, and 4.5 to 6.5 increase in vegetables. Gas prices, well, they've gone from 78 cents a liter to $1.18 a liter. So all of these things are rising vastly more than the target of the Bank of Canada. And what's interesting about the Bank of Canada is I asked about the core rate of inflation when the governor of the bank appeared at the Finance Committee not so long ago. And he said, well, don't worry about core inflation. We only worry about CPI. Well, I'll tell you something. I have a prediction. This month, CPI will be way above the 2% target. And I make another prediction, that the Bank of Canada will suddenly say, oh, don't worry about CPI. We use core inflation. So whatever is lowest is the measurement that they use. But here's the consequence of all of these numbers. When governments print money, they drive up the price of 2 things. 1, the things that the rich own. And 2, the things that everyone else buys. So if you are a millionaire mansion owner, you're getting extremely rich. Your house is making a lot more money than you are. You're sitting in your rocking chair and cash is just falling out of your attic on your head. But if you are a working class person who rents in order to have a roof overhead, your rent is going up, your food is going up, your gas is going up, everything you buy is going up, except your wages are not, and guess what? That dream of owning a house, it's getting further and further away. because of asset price inflation. So what we actually have is a government that claims it's doing all of this deficit spending to help the less fortunate, are actually carrying out one of the largest wealth transfers from the working class to the super rich, from the have-nots to the have-yachts in Canadian history. The solution to this is to control the spending, unleash free market production, replace the credit card economy with a paycheck economy, and restore the principle of sound money so that the dollars that people earn are worth what they're supposed to be worth, and that people get ahead through their labor and their effort, not through their privilege and their aristocracy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's interesting. We have, on the one hand, through the pandemic, learned that we needed to be there in a very real and tangible way for Canadians. That's why we came up with the programs of the emergency wage subsidy, the rent subsidy, the business account, the credit availability program, the CERB program. Over 9 million Canadians putting money in the pockets of people during a difficult time. If we didn't do that, we would have far more issues related to bankruptcies, personal financial problems, all sorts of issues. Government made the decision to go ahead and spend the money that was necessary. Will the Conservative Party come clean with Canadians and indicate clearly, do they support those initiatives to have the backs of Canadians? And if so, how can they honestly be critical of the fact that we need to borrow money?
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, I regret that this government made it necessary through its mismanagement of the pandemic to plunge so deeply into this deficit. They made it necessary by leaving the borders open and allowing 60,000 people to enter from China after the military had warned that there was a pandemic brewing in that country. They made it necessary by failing to deliver rapid testing that could have allowed businesses to reopen months before they did. And they're making it necessary now because they have failed to deliver vaccines that are widely available around the world. Just yesterday, images splashed across the internet of pubs opening in London, England, of flights going back and forth seamlessly between New Zealand and Australia, of countries all around the world returning to normal, people returning to work, while here in Canada, we're locked in our basements and we're terrified of a new third wave that is the result of this government's failures. We wish they hadn't made these deficits necessary.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières.
Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières.
Merci. Merci, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Member for Carleton, for his Economy Lesson 101. However, I would have liked to have heard him speak on about the health transfers that were completely ignored by the Liberals in this budget. What does my honourable colleague think of that? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Carleton.
The honourable member for Carleton. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I know that the Bloc wants the federal government to get more involved in health transfers, and it's another example of where I see that the Bloc Québécois is pro-government intervention, whereas I think that the provinces should be able to spend their own money without any federal interference, and the governments that are the closest to the people should have the greatest amount of power. Thank you.
For London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate some of the points that my honourable colleague had made. I know certainly in my riding, people, they have less to get by. They're terrified that they can't make their mortgage payments. They can't make their rent payments. Those skyrocketing housing prices are leaving them out of any sort of dream of owning a home or keeping it. And I've heard from seniors in particular who they don't know where to turn and they're in fear of losing their home. The government in this budget have split those who are 65 to 75 and those who are 75 and above in a very unfair way, but have only provided them with a very small amount that won't actually do anything to help them cover those additional costs. Could he talk about how that's impacting his residents as well and the unfairness of that divide in our seniors?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, I thank the member for a very good question. I think what she is seeing is the consequence of this government's policies. The Bank of Canada has purchased $300 billion worth of government debt. The government's deficit is $356 billion. In other words, about 85% of all the borrowing the government has done in the last year has simply been generated by the Bank of Canada. That has increased the money supply by 20% and drived up the costs of food, fuel, and housing for the seniors that live in her riding. Now, while this has been very good news for the very wealthy who've watched their financial and real estate assets explode in value because of all of this printing, it has been very bad news for the poor and the working class. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a real pleasure to speak to Budget 2021 that was presented in this House by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. I'll be splitting my time with my friend from King Hans. Budget 2021 addresses two basic challenges, and that are going to benefit to my riding, to the residents in my riding, to the middle class, and it will also benefit the sector of science and innovation. Now, all of this means that we'll be able to purchase vaccines and supporting the provincial health systems with critical medical support. The second challenge is in the longer term. We're talking about emerging from the COVID-19 recession. Now, that means healing the economic scars caused by the pandemic and to make sure that we can recover as quickly as possible so that the businesses affected can come roaring back and prosper. That also means providing support where COVID-19 has hit the hardest. That means women and young people and to low-income workers as well as small and medium-sized enterprises, especially in sectors such as hospitality and tourism.
Our federal support measures, which represent 8 out of every $10 spent by all governments combined on COVID, have protected jobs and helped limit the number of permanent business closings. We will continue to honor this covenant with Canadians until COVID-19 is fully behind us, with new measures to support Canadian businesses, workers, and families. For example, through Budget 2021, we will extend both the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy. And they'll be extended until September 25th, 2021, with the possibility of a further extension to November, depending on the economic and public health situation. We're also introducing the Canada Recovery Hiring Program. This $595 million investment will help businesses pivot to recovery with incentives to hire back, grow hours, or increase wages. We announced a historic $4 billion investment into a digital adoption program to help Canadian small businesses become more competitive, go digital, take advantage of e-commerce, and become more competitive in Canada and around the world. And finally, we're committed to lowering credit card fees by engaging with stakeholders to lower the average overall cost of interchange fees for our small businesses. Madame la Présidente, il faut...
Madam Speaker, we have to revitalize tourism. COVID-19 has had very severe impacts on workers and tourism industry, on arts and culture, and that is especially the case in many of my rural communities because many of them depend on tourism, especially in the summer season. For example, the RCM de la Gatineau and Pontiac, I think of businesses, for example, Rabaska in Maniwaki, Loré du Bois in Chelsea, and others in Fort-Coulonge. Whereas Canadians are getting vaccinated, and this is rolling out quite well. The businesses in the tourism sector are preparing to welcome Canadians so that once again they can benefit from the exceptional activities and sites that Canada boasts. Canadians want to discover or rediscover their country, especially in my region. But we must ensure that regions like ours can thrive in this context of local, regional, and national tourism. That is why the government has proposed a new series of measures to support that sector to the tune of $1 billion over 3 years, thanks to Budget 2021. This includes $500 million for regional development agencies to help our tourism businesses that have been hard hit, to help them to improve their products and to invest in their growth, to attract visitors to our small festivals and local activities. The Department of Canadian Heritage will receive $200 million, and therefore our festivals and events will be able to transmit our cultural specificities across the world. We'll be ready.
On the issue of science, it has been a privilege to serve Canadians as the Parliamentary Secretary for Science throughout this pandemic. And I'm so pleased to point out that Budget 2021 delivers massive investments in Canadian science, health innovation, research and development, and innovation. We recognize the critical role that science and research will play, both in addressing the current health crisis and in rebuilding our economy and creating good jobs for Canadians. We're investing heavily to grow our life sciences ecosystem and create the biomanufacturing capacity necessary to ensure that we're more resilient in the face of future pandemics. This includes over $1 billion for biomedical research, clinical trials, and the necessary infrastructure at universities and research hospitals to undertake this work. This includes a nearly $60 million investment in the University of Saskatchewan's Vito Intervac to support their ongoing COVID vaccine research and expand their facility in Saskatoon. We're also making targeted investments in critically important healthcare research, areas such as women's health, diabetes, pediatric cancer, regenerative medicine, antimicrobial resistance, and in the creation of a national genomics strategy worth $400 million to build on Canada's expertise in this space. Madam Speaker, if you and the Canadians listening to these incredible investments proposed in Budget 2021 in science, health innovation, and research are dizzied by the sheer size and scale of these investments, then I wouldn't blame you. We are going to be unrelenting in our focus on science and evidence as the driver of policy decisions and strategic investments. And I was pleased to note yesterday that the nonprofit advocacy group Evidence for Democracy Canada commented that in Budget 2021, and I quote, "Science underpins targeted investments to drive equitable recovery and long-term prosperity." And that Evidence for Democracy were, and I'll quote again, "pleased to see strategic investments across the Canadian science ecosystem, including targeted research funding." But Madam Speaker, there is so much more, and I know you will appreciate our focus on protecting Canadians as we invest in innovative research and development. Budget 2021 promises strategic investments in emerging technologies to capitalize on areas of Canadian strength. $360 million over 7 years to launch a national quantum strategy working with great Canadian universities like University of Sherbrooke, UBC, University of Waterloo, and others. $444 million over 10 years to support the next phase of the Pan-Canadian Artificial Intelligence Strategy for commercialization, talent retention, research and training, computing capacity, and artificial intelligence standards. $10 million over 2 years to the Canadian Space Agency to plan for the next generation of Earth observation satellites, and $80 million over 11 years to replace and expand the aging but critically important ground-based infrastructure to receive satellite data, and $90 million over 5 years to the National Research Council to retool and modernize the Canadian Photonics Fabrication Centre in Ottawa. This budget, Madam Speaker, builds on the historic investments in fundamental research from Budget 2018 and our government's innovation and skill strategy. It sets us up for growth and success, both today and for the future. It focuses on the pandemic today, but also addresses looming threats that require better science, better data, and better governance. My time is running short, Madam Speaker, so I won't dive deep into our climate innovation, climate research, climate action, and low-carbon job creation investments. We're talking billions in transformative investments to get us to the net zero economy, which dovetail wonderfully with our carbon pricing mechanism that the Supreme Court has, after so many unnecessary years of conservative knuckle-dragging and climate denial, confirmed as being within federal jurisdiction. And yes, we will be establishing and applying a climate lens that ensures climate considerations are integrated throughout federal government decision-making. We're talking about Arctic research and a census of the environment statistical trend monitoring effort. Madam Speaker, I won't delve into our investments in gender-based violence research and knowledge mobilization with funding for community research.
And we'll have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague, he brought up tourism, and I want to talk to him about air travel. In page 74 of the budget, there is an announcement of $105 million over 5 years for something known as the Known Traveler Digital Identity pilot project. A Google search of Known Traveler Digital Identity takes us to the World Economic Forum document, which is called the Known Traveler Digital Identity Concept, which is talking about things like attestations of citizenship, educational degrees, and so on, including vaccination for viral disease. I'm wondering if my colleague could expand on just what the government is investing tax dollars for on this front.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Red Deer for his question, because I think it's important because many Canadians are wondering about travel, wondering about the future of travel, wondering about what restrictions may or may not be imposed. And I think the Prime Minister has been very clear on this issues related to travel, international travel, discussions around what documentation is going to be necessary. These are issues that are being discussed regularly at an international level, but the picture is not entirely clear yet. And it will be important, I think, for the member to watch closely for what our Minister of Transport and our Minister of Public Safety say about these issues going forward. Obviously, the budget doesn't outline all of the details, and I think he can expect that further details will follow in the weeks and months to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm.
Présidente, mon collègue a dit dans son discours que son gouvernement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said in his speech that his government will be investing in areas where COVID hit very hard. But where COVID will be hitting hard for many years to come is in the fight against cancer. Many cancer specialists in Quebec have been coming to tell us that in the absence of the ability to test and act appropriately in cases of cancer, well, that leads to increases in mortality and costs, and it affects patients.
So therefore, the costs of the system are going to explode. How can his government, in this planetary crisis, why did it make the decision not to increase the recurring health transfers, knowing full well that after the pandemic, because that's what the Prime Minister said, and we're in the third wave now. He said that what if we're up to the fifth wave? He said that they would invest in health transfers. So how could they make that mistake, and what do they have to say to the patients that are going to die as a result? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame mon collègue, pour sa question. Définitivement, une question très, très importante.
Definitely a very important question. For each and every Canadian, health should come first. It's the primary issue now. And as announced in March, the federal government is proposing to enhance by $4 billion for the provinces and territories the health transfer between Canada and the provinces and territories. Certainly the Prime Minister has said that he is very open to discussing these transfers, and clearly it's been clear since the beginning of the pandemic the federal government is there with regard to these health investments, whether it be in equipment, whether it be in vaccines, whether it be time for our last question.
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question will be specific with regards to persons with disabilities. In the budget is 3 years and $19 million set aside for consultation about persons with disabilities. What we do know is persons with disabilities are underrepresented in the workforce. They have less jobs. What we do know is that they're overrepresented in poverty. And we also know from this Parliament and the previous one that persons with disabilities were often left or the last to get any type of assistance whatsoever. So I'm trying to find a reason or logic, and perhaps the member can actually give us some specific details, why it's going to take 3 full years during a pandemic to consult persons with disabilities about the proper supports they need when we know that they are in the highest brackets for risk, the highest unemployment, the highest needs for assistance, and yet it's going to take them 3 years and it's going to be spent $19 million just to tell us they need some more supports and a more equal society, because we don't have that now.
And I have to get the Parliamentary Secretary to answer in 10 seconds or less.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will simply say that our government's record in defense of persons with disabilities is unblemished, so solid. We've legislated in the matter, we've invested historic amounts, and we're going to continue investing historic amounts, and consultation is an ongoing thing, not a one-off matter. Thank you, Madam
Speaker. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38. It is my duty to raise the questions to be raised at the time of adjournment tonight.
Defence, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill Health, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East Women and Gender Equality. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join all of my colleagues here today to talk about what was a historic budget delivered by our first female finance minister and, of course, our Deputy Prime Minister. And let me just take a quick moment off the start of my remarks, Madam Speaker, to compliment her on her tremendous work. I'm very fortunate to have a youth council in my riding of Kings Heads that has a number of young leaders who happen to be, of course, women. They look up to her, and I know many other women across the country, including myself as a man, does look up to the work that she's done, so kudos to her. And of course, I only have 10 minutes, and there's a lot in this budget, but I'm hoping to highlight some of the different initiatives that I am most pleased about from where I sit as a member of Parliament in Kings Heads and also as chair of the Rural Liberal Caucus. And so let me start, Madam Speaker, with the extension of the wage subsidies and the programs that we've put in place to support individuals and businesses through the pandemic. Of course, for those Canadians that would be tuning in, September 25th is the deadline that we've put on in terms of being able to extend those measures. This matters for small businesses. This matters for individuals. It really matters to ensure that we have that certainty and continuity of programs across the country, regardless of where our case levels are at. Some places, for example, in my riding are quite well off. Others are going through real challenges right now. So I tip of the cap to the government on being able to put those measures in place. And I've already heard from small businesses in my riding that are supportive of this measure. Childcare. What an important announcement yesterday as it relates to a national child care plan, $27 billion over the course of the next 5 years, with, of course, a commitment for ongoing spending in this domain. And what I think is really important to note, Madam Speaker, is that childcare, of course, traditionally had been viewed in the realm of social policy, very well-intending social policy. But as we've come to understand what it means, it's an economic driver in the same sense. And of course, the Minister of Finance said that best yesterday. But this type of program matters for parents in terms of being able to get them back to the workplace. It matters particularly for women. And it's also about creating affordable spaces. So I was very pleased to see that as part of our ongoing consultation with the provinces and territories to be able to get us to the point of $10 on average, the cost of affordable daycare and early education for Canadian youth. This is going to have long-term impacts across the country and certainly deserves to be noted. And just quickly, the context in Nova Scotia, our provincial government, under our former Premier Stephen McNeil, who I have great respect for, who really ran an agenda on being fiscally conservative, socially progressive, they adopted pre-primary, which is along the same line of thinking that this government is taking, because it makes sense and the program pays for itself. And so I think we have, of course, other models across the country that we can lean on, but really proud of the work that we've done in this province as well. Affordable housing. This is a national issue, Madam Speaker, but I want to give the context in my part of the country. Nova Scotia has one of the lowest case counts in the Federation. We're one of the safest places in the world. People from around the world and indeed around our country are wanting to move to Nova Scotia for the quality of life and the many benefits that our province offers. That has also put a pressure on our housing market as well. And right now, there are challenges for individuals, young people trying to find housing, for renters and individuals that are trying to find basically a place to put a roof over their head. We've invested $1 billion through the Rapid Housing Initiative, but I was very pleased to see an additional $1.5 billion towards that fund and a commitment of $2.5 billion over the next 7 years through CMHC to help support affordable housing. This is going to make a difference in the lives of Canadians and certainly to the people that I represent in Kings Hants as well. Additional income support for seniors. My riding is, I have a large proportion of my population that I represent is seniors, particularly in the rural parts and the rural communities that I represent. The increase in the old age security of 10% for those that are over 75 is certainly a welcomed investment, and I'm very pleased to be able to see that come through. And I know many seniors in my riding as well are going to be pleased to see that. Universal Broadband Fund. The pandemic has illustrated, we all knew before the pandemic, for those representatives in rural Canada, about the importance of connectivity and broadband for whether it be schools and children having the opportunity to do coursework and homework online, whether or not it's banking, entertainment. We are moving to more of a digital society. And in order to be able to make sure that that gap is not closed between rural and urban, our government has made historic investments in this regard. We put $1.75 billion. We've already committed to the Universal Broadband Fund. Budget 2021 commits another $1 billion. We're on track to be able to meet our goals of having 98% Canadians connected by 2025. This is a good thing. And I want to contrast this to the last government, because the last government put in 10 times less in terms of funding that this government has to be able to try to meet these objectives and these outcomes. I'm proud that we're a government that's focused in this regard. And as the Rural Caucus Chair, was very pleased to see our Minister of Rural Economic Development have this in her purview and in her toolkit in the days ahead. I want to talk about the Canada Community Revitalization Fund. And if you, I don't want to say it's a rural issue, but it's certainly an issue across the country. We know that our community gathering spaces are so important. And in my riding, they're largely driven by nonprofit organizations. Think about the Lions Club, think about the local Legion, the community hall. These are all volunteers that are putting additional hours at the end of each week to help make a difference in our community. They haven't been able to run the traditional fundraisers that actually help to keep the lights on or to be able to put a new roof on the building. Normally those are the pancake breakfasts, the bean suppers. Those haven't been happening. And this type of fund was an initiative that I would say was driven from Rural Caucus amongst others to really push to say we need to have a fund in place that can help support those community spaces, those community organizations that do tremendous work. And so a tip of the cap to my organizations in Kings Hands. This is the type of fund that we want to put in place to help support you. I know it'll matter far beyond the boundaries of just my riding, and it'll matter across the country. And I suspect that other members have looked at this and said that that is good public policy as well. I want to talk about, Madam Speaker, the support for our tourism sector. I'm sitting in the Annapolis Valley and, of course, Hants County, where we are home to one of the most beautiful areas of the country. I know I'm biased, and I say that as a member of parliament representing the area, but home to the highest tides in the world, a growing wine sector. In fact, I would invite all my colleagues, when it's safe to do so, please come join me and come visit Kings Hants. But tourism is an important sector. And the fact that in budget 2021, we have $500 million through the regional development agencies to help support tourism. It matters. It matters to the businesses in my community, and indeed, I know across the country. And so those were certainly mechanisms that I was happy to see in the budget. Also for heritage, we know about culture and sport and what that means across the country as well. There's $200 million through the RDAs to continue to help support community festivals. Those matter, whether it be the Apple Blossom Festival, for example, Madam Speaker, that's been running since the 1930s in my riding. There's a lot of good events that go on. This type of funding is going to help those organizations to get through another year until we can get back to perhaps the new normal on the other side of the pandemic. There's also going to be $100 million in the budget to help support Destinations Canada to get Canadians to explore their backyard. My fiance and I, we had a great opportunity last summer to be able to get around and explore Nova Scotia and, of course, the Atlantic provinces. It was a great opportunity, and businesses benefited from this. Of course, certainly this year, where international travel is going to be unlikely until the vaccine rollout is completed in late September, that is going to be an important mechanism to help support our businesses along the way. Not to mention, Madam Speaker, of course, just the broad supports for small businesses writ large to help support them to digitize. I see I have 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those mechanisms, as more and more consumers move online, are going to help our Main Street businesses to be able to compete, to be able to make sure that they have the tools to adapt to an increasing digital economy and society. Finally, Madam Speaker, two final points that I would mention in my final 45 seconds. One is the youngest member of the Liberal Party in the House of Commons. We have delivered for young Canadians, for students, $6 billion, a whole host of mechanisms that I'm not going to have a full time to describe here in my 10 minutes, but it's important. Students have been adversely impacted because of this pandemic. I'm pleased to see the supports there. And as a member of parliament that represents one of the largest agricultural ridings in Atlantic Canada, a number of mechanisms to support our agriculture sector, including transitions to a low carbon economy, incentives to help support our farmers. They're already doing tremendous work, but our government's going to be there to help support them. So that's my time, Madam Speaker. I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. We understand completely that with COVID, we need to have some short-term investments, and he's outlined a fair number of them. However, there remains some long-term foundational structural issues in this economy and in Canada that need to be addressed. Things like our competitiveness, things like the flight of foreign capital, things like our regulatory frameworks that are keeping us and holding us back, and our tax structure. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could give us some insight into why these foundational structural changes are missing from the budget and what he thinks we should be doing to address them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague opposite for the question. She hits on the point about regulatory reform, and I don't know if she would have saw, but certainly in September of 2020, I talked about the importance of regulatory reform as a mechanism in addition to the necessary spending that the government is taking on. That's certainly the line of thinking that I support, and I appreciate her bringing forward. There are tax changes in the budget that focus on trying to level the playing field, particularly with digital giants and some of our smaller businesses on Main Street. I welcome those. There's also investments in the budget to help support innovation through a variety of different sectors. So there was a lot of mechanisms in the budget to support that. I'll continue to push on my side of the house for those types of interventions, and she can know that they certainly resonate with me.
Questions? L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. You are on mute.
Yeah. C'est bon. Ça y est,
I've got it now. Thank you, and I'm so sorry. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. There are a lot of great things in this budget. And there have been some positive reactions, both from us in the Bloc Québécois and the other parties. We're positive about forestry, electric transportation, child care, social housing, and other policies. And we are proud here in Quebec to be a model for the rest of Canada when it comes to child care. That is a feather in our cap. But when it comes to $500 just before the election, a 10% increase in 1 year, is that all you have for seniors? There are seniors all around you, parents, grandparents, and there's nothing for them in this budget. Much more could have been done. Where is the money? Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the Bloc Québécois for his question. I will answer in English. I'm sorry, my French skills are mediocre.
The support for seniors, I was very pleased to see the 10% increase in old age security for those seniors that are over 75. I'll be honest, I think that I would have liked to seen a little bit more emphasis on the guaranteed income supplement. That was a mechanism that our government used in the last parliament to bring a lot of seniors out of poverty. As opposed to going across the board on old age security, I think we should be focusing on those seniors that are earning less and looking and focusing on top-ups. So even the Bloc Québécois suggestion that we just give 10% old age security across the board for even those that are 65 and over, I don't necessarily support. I'd like to see us be a little bit more targeted, but you know what? It's going to make a difference for seniors, and there's other mechanisms to support.
One last question. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, 20% of Canadian homeowners live in energy poverty. They live paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford the upfront costs to do the retrofits needed to make their homes more efficient. They can't afford to take on new debt through loans, yet that's what this budget offers them. So when will this government provide meaningful support for people living in energy poverty that will help them do the retrofits needed and help us in our fight against climate change?
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with respect to the question, I would reject the premise on the idea that our government has not been doing anything to help individuals that are suffering from energy poverty or anything along those lines. We have invested significantly right from day one. A rising of the taxes on the 1%, lowering the taxes for middle income and lower income Canadians. There's been the Canada Child Benefit. I look to this budget investments to support workers that are working.
We must resume debate. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today to discuss the budget presented yesterday by the Finance Minister. It's certainly an historic budget. In this House, it's the first time there's been a budget presented by a female Finance Minister. The French version has 841 pages. It's a lot to read. There are a lot of new pieces, new measures, new programs. Nearly $150 billion in new things since the fall economic update. The Bloc Québécois, while it's not complicated, our approach, we're trying to meet with as many people, business people, individuals throughout Quebec who represent every sector, and we've asked them, what are your needs? What should be in a budget, in your opinion? We try to compile that, present it, and given that budgets are presented in March usually. In February, we presented to the minister what our expectations were, in addition to all of the work done at the Finance Committee, where this type of exercise is done as well. Well, when we look at the document, many of our requests are there, and we salute that. There's aerospace. I'd say, Madam Speaker, it's probably the first time that the importance of the aerospace sector is clearly recognized in the economy. We're very proud of that with a number of different measures. So that is good. We also talked about the electrification of transportation, different measures for the environment. Of course, now we're in the pandemic. There's the extension of measures to assist people who've lost their income. There's the wage subsidy, the rent subsidy, etc. And then the recovery plan to build for future growth when we're through with the pandemic. So many measures are there. I was talking about aerospace, the environment, the electrification of transit, pharmaceuticals, producing vaccines. I'd like to remind the House that Quebec championed this in the 90s and the beginning of the 2000s. And when Ottawa stopped supporting the industry, the major companies left one after the other, and now it's a field of ruins practically today, but it's important to rebuild. Another interesting point, Madam Speaker, is fighting tax avoidance and tax issues. So it's the first time that there's a clear indication that there will be efforts made to go after the taxes of those who avoid paying them. Sometimes there are legal strategies, but they're certainly immoral. So there's one step in the right direction in that area. So there are many very good measures like that. So if I were a Canadian who didn't live in Quebec, I'd be very pleased with the piece of this budget that's been highlighted, the subsidized childcare system. In Quebec, for over 20 years, we've had that family policy, which is broader than this one, but it's worked very well. And women are able to be present in the labor force at a higher rate than they were before or compared to other provinces. So it's a feminist policy that's good for stimulating the economy. And I'd like to congratulate Pauline Marois, who worked very hard to put this in place in Quebec. So when we have female finance ministers, we can have very good policies. Now, regarding our budget requests of last February, there's nothing too surprising. We had two major ones. Quebec, the government of Quebec had one demand, that is to fund healthcare with the means that Ottawa has. So a little bit over the 1/3 at 35%. Currently it's 22%. And if nothing changes, it'll go to 17, 18%. It's going down. And we're in the middle of a pandemic. It's a health crisis. So it's the ideal time to deal with that imbalance. And that is one of our requests. But it's not in the budget. There's nothing new for funding healthcare in this budget. Just what was already announced in C25, which was temporary. And then standards for long-term care, which will have some funding in a few years. So it's not present in the budget. As is the case with dignity for seniors. There were many policies to support different categories of people over the past few years, except for seniors. Seniors depend on old age security. And there was no indexation, and there hasn't been in a long time. So there's catching up that we need to do. Many seniors are living in poverty. 4 out of 10 seniors use the guaranteed income supplement. So they depend on that public assistance. So we didn't want there to be two categories of seniors, just one, 65 and over. But what we see in the budget is that seniors are divided into two categories, age 65 to 74 and then 75 and over. We don't agree with that. What we wanted was an increase in those amounts, an increase of $110 a month to catch up with inflation, so they have buying power. We went to see them before the pandemic, and we look forward to going to see them afterward. Sometimes we call them, sometimes we can contact them on their tablets. Seniors need assistance. Rent in housing for seniors, or just about anywhere, has really gone up, and so they don't have the buying power they need to make ends meet. The cost of food, of basic commodities, has increased. And so we need to get back to balance. That's what we're asking for. Unfortunately, what we see in the budget isn't much, finally. As my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille-Îles said after he got himself off mute, when we look, we see it's for 75 and over. There will be a one-time $500 payment at the end of August. That gives us a clue to when the election will be called. According to the Prime Minister's wishes, a payment in August and then an election. But we're also told there will be a 10% increase in old age security for those who are 75 years of age and older. But that will be in a future bill, and it wouldn't be put in place this summer, but the following summer. As if there was time to wait. In my opinion, it needs to be rectified right now, but that's not what we see today. It's for only 75 years and over. The columnist Gérald Filion wrote something very interesting, which was published on Radio-Canada this morning. He calls this into question. Two questions. Why not start by improving old age security by 10% this year? And then, why do these measures only apply to those over 75? Why not start at age 65? That's a very legitimate question that we would ask ourselves to the government. And the Seniors Association of Quebec also criticized this approach. Mr. Filion provided a few elements. He said that in Canada, people who retire, well, it's a country where we have a major reduction in revenue, in income, a drop of 50.7%, which is higher than the rest of the OECD. So 49 countries are studied, and Canada is far behind Italy, Denmark, and others. We're only a little bit better than the United States, where there are high levels of inequality. So that's very concerning. We need to act. Seniors were the main victims of the pandemic, and there was already inequality before the pandemic. He concludes with the following. It would have been appropriate, given the poor results of Canada in the OECD ranking, for that increase of 10% to begin this year, that it apply at age 65, and that this issue be set apart from electoral politics. And I agree. The other element we wanted in the budget, which was Quebec's request, as I said, was healthcare funding. We don't find it in the budget. And what we see is that it's a political choice. It's not because there's a lack of money. We have a deficit announced in the budget of $354 billion. For many, many programs, it would have been possible to find what was needed in that amount of money to fund health care. And it's a political choice not to have done it. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, regarding the fall economic statement, we were expecting $382 billion. The the current amount is $354 billion. The difference is $28 billion, which is exactly what Quebec and the provinces were asking for in healthcare transfers. So it would have been very much possible to make that commitment, and it's a political choice to not do it. Regarding debt, we must not forget that the federal government has a temporary worsening of its situation because of the pandemic. Yes, there are huge amounts, but we're seeing that the ratio will improve pretty quickly. For example, in recent years, with 2025 to 2026, it'll be 1.1% of GDP, and it doesn't go further, but the Conference Board has said that the deficit of the federal government's budget will be half of that in 2030, 2031, so that's a significant decrease. What the Conference Board has said is that the opposite is happening for the provinces, and that's of great concern. That's the Conference Board of Canada, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, finance ministers, and premiers have said that it's urgent that we act. So there's a major deficit in Ottawa during the pandemic, but things will correct themselves quickly. But it's totally the opposite in the provinces because of healthcare costs that are going through the roof. Provinces are in a difficult situation, and it's urgent that we act. The Parliamentary Budget Officer and the Conference Board of Canada have said that the amount needs to be 35% to rebalance the costs based on taxes. That's just what needs to be done, but that's not what has been done. So we deplore this fact. It's unacceptable, but I would say, Madam Speaker, there's a certain logic to it. I'd say it's intentional in my point of view. When we read the budget, when we look at the speeches, the government's direction, everything would seem to indicate that. How can I say this? Ottawa seems to take pleasure in putting the provinces in a position of dependence, making them depend on it, ensuring the situation becomes more and more untenable. And in parallel, what do we see? Ottawa says, great, I'll come in, support you, but I'll set standards and decide on how things are to be done. So provinces, Quebec, you no longer have the leeway to implement policies. I have that leeway. So if you want assistance, you'll accept my way of doing things. So provinces, you'll be my contractors, and Ottawa will determine the priorities. We see this with long-term care. For childcare, it's great. They've said there won't be any conditions for Quebec, but for how long? With health care, there weren't any conditions, and now there are. For not much money at all. That's what Gaétan Baudet, the Liberal Health Minister of Quebec, said. He said that the government was engaging in predatory federalism. That's quite something. What do we see in the budget? Many measures were infrastructures implemented to allow them to meddle in provincial jurisdiction, for example, for mental health, for reproductive health, for women's health, which are exclusively the purview of Quebec and the provinces. And then green energy, and there would be a federal office to recognize foreign credentials, which has already been done by Quebec and the provinces, a Canadian agency for managing water, a federal framework for skills training. We already know how well that's going in Quebec. The members of the National Assembly in Quebec looked at what's done in Europe, and they've taken inspiration from that. But now it seems that the student will be correcting the teacher's copy, as the leader said a little bit earlier today. So all of this is very concerning. All of those measures, those frameworks, there are not huge amounts in the budget, but it shows an intention. Infrastructure is being put in place so that we can continue to move forward, and the vision that we see here from this government is to control the jurisdiction of the provinces under the Constitution. And then there's the spending power, and then they can meddle in everything. But we have less and less autonomy from the provinces in this federation. It's an increasingly centralized country where everything happens here, and Quebec's independence would really be undermined. Without that money for healthcare, Quebec wouldn't have any leeway. They'd have to turn to Ottawa, and Ottawa would tell them how to do things. So that's very concerning. In that regard, earlier I was talking about Gérald Filion, and now I'll talk about Antoine Robitaille, who wrote something very interesting in the Journal de Montréal this morning. He said that in Canada, when something seems necessary and desirable, the big brother, Ottawa, takes the initiative no matter what the rules are jurisdictionally. Child care programs really meddle in the province's fields. So Ottawa has said there won't be any rules from Ottawa for Quebec, but for how long? A little bit later, he talks about Malcolm Rowe of the Supreme Court last month, who talked about the constitutionality of the carbon tax.
And he's going to quote Justice Rowe and Peter HoC. According to Mr. HoC, when the central power covers completely regional powers, then this country is no longer a federation. Under such a system, provinces can exercise their jurisdiction as they wit, as long as they do so in an authorized fashion under federal legislation. So it's difficult for a nation like Quebec to continue to develop according to its own choices when there is such a dynamic that becomes the rule. So that was Antoine Robitaille, who used the example of the subsidized daycare program to show this government's attitude and how things unfold in this House. And this is extremely concerning for Quebec, which wishes to be independent and do things as it sees fit. A few weeks ago, Madam Speaker, I presented in this House a bill that would have been guided by Quebec, because the Liberals in committee had said, no, you cannot do that. We can accommodate Quebec as long as they do what we want. So everything's going to be managed here, and Quebec will become a subcontractor. And that is unacceptable, an unacceptable way of doing things. There are a great many things in the budget that are laying the table for this kind of thing going forward. So a country that is more centralized and less of a federation. And for Quebec, that's going to be completely unacceptable. Madam Speaker, in closing, I have to say that it's a very difficult time for sovereigntists. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to pick up, because it's been mentioned by a number of members from the opposition in regards to the issue of 75. You know, I see the announcement within the budget as a very strong positive. You know, in the last federal election, we made a commitment to do exactly what it is that we're doing in this budget. We are fulfilling an election promise where we said that we were going to do this for 75 and up. And now we get opposition members criticizing us for fulfilling an election commitment. Remind my colleagues to reflect on the first few years of this government, where we actually increased the guaranteed income supplement for all seniors, 65 and over. We literally had taken hundreds of seniors out of poverty from Winnipeg North, let alone the thousands across the country. And I'm wondering if he might want to reflect on, does he believe it was important for us to fulfill that commitment that we made to senior 75 and over when we said we would do exactly what we did?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and comment. Yes, indeed, it's a promise that was made by the Liberal Party, but it's inadequate. And from our viewpoint, and the viewpoint of all seniors in our ridings, it is unacceptable to create a two-tiered system. So one class of age 65 to 75 and another class 75 and over. And once again, I would refer to Gérald Filion, who reminds us that there is a great deal of poverty among seniors. 4 out of 10 are forced to claim the guaranteed income supplement, not just 75 and over, but also those who are 65 and over. So creating two classes of senior citizens is unacceptable for us. Questions and comments? The Honourable... The Honourable Member for Mégantic L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. There are certain points that I agree upon with him. A number of things that were put in the budget by the federal government, and I'm going to make a link between two files. First of all, it was referred to that in July, people age 65 and over will be entitled to $500 this year, but not those age 75 and over. So they are left to fend for themselves. And another file that concerns me are the long-term sick benefits, which go from 15 to 26 weeks, but not until 2022. So between now and then, there are going to be people with serious diseases who will be left without resources for at least 10 or 15 weeks. We were even calling for this to be extended to 50 weeks in a preceding motion. I'd like to hear my colleague on this. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd really like to thank my colleague for Mégantic L'Érable. I completely agree with him on the points he raised. On the one hand, people aged 75 and over who will, or rather 65, who will, have this just before, or rather just out of pure electioneering, and yet for the ages 75 and over, this will require legislation, and it's going to happen between two elections. So that is completely unacceptable. And for the sick leave under EI, this chamber voted a motion concerning 52 weeks. But we are the bosses of the government. We are the lawmakers here. And the government did not listen to its bosses because the chamber voted 50 weeks, and now it's 15 weeks, but it's going to go to 26. Unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, ASCII.
Madam Speaker, the pandemic has laid bare the inequalities in our society. First Nations have had some of the highest rates of COVID-19 infection. This is directly linked to the third world living conditions, especially inadequate housing. The housing crisis on First Nations is a result of decades of federal neglect. Unfortunately, this budget has no specific housing strategy for and by Indigenous communities. There is a housing crisis that requires immediate federal action. Building First Nations housing will save lives. Does my colleague agree that we must see major investment in housing for First Nations and Indigenous communities?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, absolutely. For example, if I look at the Atikamekw community in Manawan in the north of my riding, their housing situation is dire. There are dilapidated housing with mold. There is overcrowding. We're talking about up to 10, 12, or even 14 people who are crammed into small bungalows. And as I said, they are often in a state of disrepair. So a lot of action is needed here. And I would also like to point out how important it is to have social housing for people from First Nations in urban areas. That is a priority for our party. The Honourable Member for Pontigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd really like to commend my colleague, my friend from Joliette, for his speech, which was extremely inspiring. And he tells us what federalism is and what it should be like. And I'd like to come back to this because it's important for Quebec. Now, the federal government is trying to put us into a state of reliance on the Federation, and it's sort of like supervised federalism. Federal offices, agencies, call centers. So I would like him to tell us how important this is for Quebec and how unacceptable it is, because it's a vision of federalism that the government is trying to ram down our throats. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Repentigny. She's my friend as well, and I'd like to thank her for her comments and questions. Ottawa has been taking this route for a number of years now. And so it's trying to centralize matters more and more. It's not acting as a federation where Quebec can enjoy a certain degree of autonomy. I might remind her that some time ago, there was Naomi Klein wrote a book on the power of HoC, where people can take advantage of crises to shape politics. And this budget is a perfect example of that. In its 841 pages, the table is being laid, the groundwork is being laid, so that the government can decide on everything in a provincial jurisdiction. Whereas, while realizing that the provinces will continue to be gouged because Ottawa refuses to increase health transfers and social transfers. So everything is in place for the government to centralize things more and more. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel that my colleague has a lot to say on this, but on another topic, if he doesn't mind. In the budget, there was something that really struck me, and that was to see how many times Liberals can repeat the same promise over and over and over and yet never keep it in the budget, where there are hundreds of billions of dollars that have been distributed to just about all people who've requested it. I'm thinking of people in the dairy sector. They've been waiting since the conclusion of CUSMA. They're waiting to receive the compensation they were promised through these negotiations by the government. And all we see in the government with regard to that, in the budget, what do we see there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What does my colleague, the member for Joliette, what does he have to say to his dairy producers and poultry producers? Madam Speaker, it's unbelievable to see that in the fall economic statement, the compensation was promised. The budget contains $150 billion of new measures, and there is still nothing for the compensation for our supply managed sectors. That is clearly unacceptable. There was a motion introduced in this House by myself, and we received unanimous support because the former member for Beauce left the chamber, so we were able to get it passed. But that called for compensation under the new NAFTA, and we expected it to see in this budget, but it's not there. So I really would like to thank my colleague for the questions he asked during the lockup, and the officials told us there was nothing. Unacceptable.
House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M61 on support of oil and gas sector in the name of Mr. Alboutaïf.
Mr. Alboutaïf, seconded by Mr. Soroka, moves that A, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize that I, replacing oil and gas with more environmentally sustainable options is not technologically or economically feasible. 2, Canada's emergency in energy needs require the use of oil and gas to heat Canadian homes, schools, hospitals, to propel vehicles, to bring food to Canadian tables, and to produce electricity. 3, le pétrole, numéro 3.
3, Canadian oil and natural gas are produced with the highest environmental standards in the world, and domestic producers are global environmental leaders and responsible corporate citizens. 4, using Canadian resources creates Canadian jobs. 5, First Nations involved in Canada's oil and gas industry experience significant and profound positive economic effects, including higher rates of unemployment, higher incomes, and improved health and educational attainments.
Tax revenue from the fossil fuel industry is an important contributor to the national treasury, facilitating transfer payments, benefiting all Canadians and allowing Canada to afford the social programs all Canadians depend on. And B, the House recognized that 1, Canada's oil and gas industry from Western to Atlantic Canada is essential to the well-being of the nation and should be celebrated. And number 2, tax and regulatory barriers limit the responsible growth of Canada's oil and gas industry should be removed. Resuming debate, the honourable member for the honourable member for Edmonton Manning. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm honored to rise and present my private member's motion M61, support of the oil and gas sector. As the title simply states, this motion would call on both the government and this House to recognize the importance of Canada's energy sector. And while the title of this motion was simple, the reasons were why we need to pass this motion are not. Right now, Canada is facing a series of unprecedented crises. COVID-19 is running wild across our provinces, putting hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of work. With the pandemic has come massive budget deficits, ones that need to be paid off so we don't doom future generations in order to help this one. And lastly, there is the crucial role that this industry has played in developing green technologies. These are issues which cannot be solved by any one industry, government body, or person. But if we as legislators work to support our industries, we can certainly help to address these issues. As I'm sure you have guessed, Madam Speaker, one of those industries that can do the most to help is our energy industry. As of January 2021, our national unemployment rate is 9.4%. The January 2021 unemployment rate in the United States was 6.3%. In the United Kingdom was 5%. Now, obviously, they're doing a better job getting vaccines than us, but we clearly have a way to go in getting Canadians back to work. Our energy industry can certainly help with that. I'm going to speak a little bit about Alberta here. This is my province and the province I'm most familiar with. But what I'm going to say applies to every province and territory in Canada, from coast to coast to coast. The energy industry in Alberta is one of my home province's largest industries and equal to 10.6% of Canada's GDP. It creates billions of dollars in revenue. And more importantly than that, it creates hundreds of thousands of well-paying jobs for Canadians and our Indigenous, directly and indirectly related to the actual process of extracting and refining oil and gas products. And Madam Speaker, these are good jobs. They pay well. They put food on the table and kids through schools. These jobs guarantee that Canadians get ahead in life, that they can get help their kids, parents, partners, and people important to them get ahead in life. The jobs created by our energy industry aren't just drilling and refining either. Sure, you need people up on the rigs, but you also need chemists and engineers to refine the oil and gas into a final product. You need environmental specialists to help conserve the area around the projects and to help restore them afterwards. You need lawyers to help comply with regulations and accountants to pay the taxes that go to the federal and provincial government. And the list goes on. These are blue-collar jobs and white-collar jobs. These are student jobs and professional jobs, jobs for every Canadian. These are jobs that are sorely needed, especially as we will hopefully soon be seeing the end of this pandemic. Obviously, I mentioned the unemployment rate earlier, but another statistic I'd like my colleagues to keep in mind here is one I've used in the previous speech in this House. Over 200,000 Canadians have lost their jobs in January 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We should be supporting industries once we finally can reopen our economy. Our oil and gas industry can play a crucial role in creating jobs for the thousands of Canadians who will be returning to work soon. Now, Madam Speaker, these jobs aren't just limited to Alberta. Like I said earlier, these are jobs that are created in every single province and territory, from coast to coast to coast. Newfoundland and Labrador have offshore drilling projects. British Columbia has natural gas. Saskatchewan has potash and oil. And some of Canada's first energy projects have originated in Ontario. Across the country, this industry is creating long-term jobs for Canadians. Actually, to quote our Alberta Premier, he says, and I quote, "Whether they are a Canadian by choice or by chance, our energy industry will welcome their hard work." Quote close. Madam Speaker, I mentioned the issue of budget deficits. Last year, we saw a $354 billion deficit, the largest in Canada's history. The deficit this year is looking to be just shy of $155 billion. Assuming that there aren't any unexpected expenditures or that COVID doesn't continue to add onto that. I know that the Honourable Minister of Finance's budget from yesterday has a fiscal anchor of unwinding COVID-related deficits and reducing the federal debt as a share of the economy. While good news, Madam Speaker, Canada's energy industry is here to help. I'm sure all my colleagues here are familiar with how important energy royalty are to Alberta's budget. Our former Premier, Ralph Klein, paid off all of Alberta's provincial debt, in part thanks to resource royalties from our energy industry. Now, I'm not saying that the government should follow the example of a Klein government, but we can certainly learn from it. The revenues generated by Alberta's oil and gas industry help to fund programs and services for Albertans across the province, whether they were from Fort McKay to Peace River to Tabor to Medicine Hat to every place in the province. Right now, with the massive budgets we're looking at in response to this pandemic, we should not dismiss the opportunity to support this crucial industry to our economy. Not just for the jobs that it creates, but for the revenues it raises. A well-supported oil and gas sector will help raise government revenues to help pay for services needed by Canadians, to help shrink the deficit, and to help pay off our debts. And lastly, Madam Speaker, we should be supporting our oil and gas sector because of their massive contributions to developing green energy technology. I don't know how many of my colleagues from both sides of the aisle know this, but Canada's oil and gas sector has been one of the biggest sources in world-renowned developments in green technology over the past several decades. Canadian energy companies are world leaders in this field, in making sure that our oil and gas products are among the cleanest in the world in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. A little over 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure to visit Enhance Energy in Clive, Alberta. Now, Clive is a very small town in rural Alberta, in the constituency of my good friend, the honourable member from Red Deer Lacombe. And honestly, Madam Speaker, they blew me away with their facility and their technical operations. They showed me a lot of work in developing new technologies to help with the green development of oil and gas, especially with carbon capture technologies. When I visited them, they showed me some of their numbers for how much carbon they were able to capture. And I think it's representatives of just how cutting edge this industry is in Canada. The amount of carbon they have the capability to capture is equal to taking over 300,000 vehicles off the road. And I'm not talking about electric cars or hybrids. I'm talking about classic combustion fuel by gasoline motor vehicles. All thanks to the technological developments made by a Canadian oil and gas company. So if that does not deserve our support, I don't know what does. And as you know, Madam Speaker, this is just one example of a Canadian energy company developing cutting-edge new tech to help our carbon production. There are hundreds of other examples. Like I said, Canada's oil and gas industry are on the cutting edge of developing green tech. I'm talking about carbon capture, about new, more efficient ways to extract and refine energy products, and more. Given the focus that yesterday's budget had on environmental spending, on green technologies, and cutting carbon emissions, I'm sure that the Minister of Finance will have been happy to hear about all of the ways that our energy industry is helping to fight the climate change. Madam Speaker, Canada's oil and gas sector is one of our country's greatest economic drivers. It's responsible for creating hundreds of thousands of jobs from coast to coast to coast. It helps put food on the table for our families, just as it helps create and sustain revenue streams for both provincial and federal governments. This revenue pays for education and health care for all Canadians. And last, but especially not least, it's a major driver of world-renowned innovation and technological development to help protect our environment. Simply put, Madam Speaker, the importance of our oil and gas sector, Canada's oil and gas sector, cannot be understated. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians from across our country depend on this vital industry and the well-paying jobs, as well as companies within this sector, that they deserve our support. This is an industry that has done so much over the years to support Canadians. So support Canada. I think it's time that Canada moves to support it. Madam Speaker, here are some key facts about the oil industry. First, in 2019, Canada's energy sector directly employed more than 282,000 people and indirectly supported over 550,000 jobs. Canada's energy sector accounts for over 10% of the nominal GDP. Energy is the largest subsector of Canada's economy, accounting for $221 billion. That's 2018 figures. Government revenues from energies were about $17.9 billion in 2018. More than $1.1 billion was spent on energy research, development, and deployment by governments in 2018-2019. Canada is the sixth largest energy producer, the fourth largest net exporter, and the eighth large consumer. From year 2000 onward, Alberta's share in the total economy averaged about 5% of Canadians and 20% of Alberta GDP. Its share of jobs was 0.4% and 2.9% of Alberta GDP. And the oil and gas industries, major suppliers of its input include manufacturing, 18.7%, finance, insurance, and real estate services, 18.8%, professional services, 2.8%, other mining industries, 12.8%, administration services, 7.9%, and the oil and gas industry itself, 7.4%. And by the way, on a global energy demand, energy supply and demand projection to 2040 shows that while domestic fossil fuel consumption growth slowed, crude oil and natural gas production continues to increase. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and my colleagues for listening today. I hope that M61 in support of the gas and oil industry will get your support. Thank you very much.
Dans ce commentaire, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Listening to my colleague, I had a simple question. We know that recently the leader of his party made an announcement on carbon pricing. Looking at his motion, I'm wondering if he believes in carbon pricing. Does he agree with his leader that there should be carbon pricing? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I was expecting, Madam Speaker, a question regarding the bill, regarding the importance of this industry. But if the member, my colleague from, I believe the Bloc Québécois, chose to ask me about the questions, our leader put forward a very comprehensive plan that is going to make a difference as far as dealing with the climate change and the challenges that we're facing. And as I said in my speech, this oil and gas industry in Alberta and in Canada is going to play the most crucial role in order to be able to deal with climate change challenges. This is the way we're going to do it. This is the way Conservatives believe in it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton Manning for his speech.
Maybe ask the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay to lower his mic. Try that.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I try to do things right. Sorry. Yeah, I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton Manning for his speech. He talked a lot about the economic benefits of the oil and gas industry, but one of the big concerns for myself and other Canadians is the economic costs. We have the cost of climate change, of course, the cost of health care. We've just had a report showing that healthcare costs for Canadians from the air pollution caused by burning fossil fuels totally negates the actual economic benefits. But there's the cost of cleanup as well. The oil sands cleanup, according to documents from the Alberta Energy Regulator, will cost between $130 and $260 billion. Costs of orphan well cleanup between $40 and $70 billion. That's a total of $300 billion. Just wondering why we should be celebrating all those costs that this industry have put on the taxpayers of Canada.
Our member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you for the honourable member for his question. We are celebrating hundreds of billions of dollars this industry contributed to building Canada and Canada's economies for the last decades, and still is going to be a factor in rebuilding after COVID and to move into the future to deal with climate change. So you create economy to build economies. And if we're going to ignore that what this industry have done to Canada and to all the provinces, I think we will be unfair. I think we have to recognize, celebrate, and support and help this industry to continue developing technologies in order to be able to deal with the climate change challenges. And I believe that every member there understand that this industry has one of the most important roles in doing that. So if we do care about the climate change, about the environment, This is one-way path through, and we must support and celebrate such industry because it's going to help us to deal with those challenges. Thank you.
Questions and comments? A brief question. The Honourable for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really appreciate what my colleague has put forward this evening, because the truth of the matter is we are very concerned about the environment on this side of the floor, and that's why we encourage the use of our oil and gas industry rather than what is being shipped up our east coast that is so unethical and so unclean. And if we're truly concerned about moving forward with the environment, that's what's important. And you know, I'd just like to ask the member if he's aware of how much the oil and gas industry was reflected in this budget. Amanda Lang indicated that it was in the budget. And I'm just going to quote her, and he can give me his perspective on this. On Power Play with Evan Solomon, she said, "I will say this, Evan, and this is kind of like one of those more boring line items, but it's important, especially for resource industry companies. And that is, there is a form of corporate tax increase in this budget that the Liberals have talked about for a while. It's a reduction of dividend interest deductions allowable." Super boring sounding.
I need to allow for time. I did ask the member that it would be a brief question. So the honourable member can elaborate on that. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank my honourable colleague and friend, of course, for this question and the remarks. As I said in a speech and in some of the answers to the questions, this is no way to think beyond this other than to support and give this industry what it deserves. And for the members that they haven't have a chance to visit and understand how this industry performs in Alberta, I would invite them to come by and check it without having to read reports from here and there. Come to Alberta, check what we're doing here, and then you will be impressed. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I'm pleased to address members in my riding of Nickel Belt in the area of Greater Sudbury, Canada's mining capital. Located on the territory of the Huron-Robinson Treaty of 1850 and the traditional unceded lands of Atikamekw, Anishinaabeg, and Wenipete peoples and home of the Métis peoples. I want to first thank my honourable member of Edmonton Manning for his motion. He is a successful entrepreneur, and I'd like to view myself along those lines as well. And like me, he wants nothing but success for Canada's natural resources industry and communities that rely on them. This is why I want to address this in two parts, starting with the positive. Et cette approche reflète mon style.
And this approach reflects my personal style, because I'm a positive, constructive, and social person. In fact, that's why I got into politics, to make a difference. I want to improve lives by serving the many communities in my huge riding, Nickel Belt. And in doing so, I want to get to know more people, make more friends, because that's what makes life better. And one of our mottos is to always look at the positive aspect of what people are putting forward.
Areas where the government and I agree with my honourable colleague. First, it's clear he enthusiastically supports the workers who depend on Canada's energy industry. So do we. I know the Minister of Natural Resources, who is an MP from an energy-producing province, shares this support for workers in the sector. Second, we agree that this sector is a vital source of jobs all across the country and for Indigenous peoples. And in fact, we support programs that encourage greater participation. Canada's energy sector creates and supports well-paying, high-skilled jobs, generating tax revenue that fund our cherished social programs, and leading the way on innovation during this global fight against climate change. It's true, Canada currently relies on oil and gas to heat our homes, schools, hospitals, to power our vehicles, and to fuel an agricultural sector that provides food on the table across Canada and around the world. That's why we encourage the energy sector to continue its work to reduce its carbon footprint, so it remains competitive in a low-carbon global economy displaced by dirtier sources like coal. Mais c'est ici, Madame la Présidente.
But, Madam Speaker, that's where my perspective begins to differ from that of my colleague. First of all, in this motion, we seem to be celebrating the status quo. The motion simply ignores the necessary path that businesses must follow in a difficult environment, an environment where many investment funds managers are placing their billions in countries which are taking the climate crisis seriously. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, I would say that this is folly, and that it simply does not recognize that climate change is real. Despite what members of the Conservative Party might think. And that climate change has already been extremely harmful and will only get worse if we and other nations don't take serious measures.
Companies like Suncor, Cenovus, and Canadian Natural Resources get it. They take this crisis seriously. And this is critical because they are among companies with the kind of ingenuity and financial muscle we need during this transition period. Kindly allow me, Madam Speaker, to quote from one of them. Cenovus cites on their website, and I quote, "We believe companies that fail to adapt to this transition will face growing carbon-related risks, while those that act now will position themselves for the long-term business resiliency." Je peux également citer le premier.
I can also quote Premier Kenney, who told his party members that Alberta could no longer stick its head in the sand or claim that the aspirations of the Paris Accord don't have a significant influence on the way that capital is allocated, and so are market decision access made. Madam Speaker, the motion doesn't only omit that other people are seeing where the puck is headed. I think it also fails to correctly reflect the vision of this government for the sector. So let's be clear. Being carbon neutral means using Canada's natural resources in a cleaner, more sustainable way. We would also support research into how we can create industries for exporting hydrogen, petrochemical products, carbon capture, and carbon fiber.
Also must object, Madam Speaker, to a motion that doesn't recognize the role our government has played, a role that has safeguarded jobs during this pandemic, including more than $2.8 billion invested in supporting energy workers and their families during this pandemic. Ce financement aide à conserver.
This funding helps to keep and create thousands of good-paying jobs. It also allows us to improve environmental performance in the sector so that it can continue to play a key role in the future of clean growth in Canada. One last piece of constructive criticism, Madam Speaker. The motion neglects to mention that we are responding to this new global investment climate with a powerful climate plan, a plan that includes a price on carbon pollution, a ban on electricity made by coal by 2030, and, more recently, an initial investment of $15 billion to help us reach our 2030 goals and our 2050 goals under the Paris Agreement, with money to improve energy efficiency, provide clean fuel, encourage businesses, And it's important here to reduce emissions and to make low carbon products and to help the forest industry and others plant 2 billion trees over 10 years. Our government is also investing $3 billion over 5 years through a new Net Zero Accelerator Fund. That will allow us to accelerate decarbonization projects for big emitters to contribute in implementing clean technologies and to accelerate the industrial transformation of Canada in all sectors.
I've offered enough constructive criticism on motion 61. I'd like to end on the same positive note I began. This member, as I said, is a successful businessman, as a person who surely recognizes the opportunity when he sees it. So I would like to invite the member, his colleagues, and all Canadians to view the energy transition in a positive way. Comme l'une des plus grandes occasions
as one of the biggest business opportunities of our age, an opportunity for Canada to be a global leader. And yes, it's an enormous challenge. It's no less intimidating than those we took up in the past, like the construction of the Trans-Canadian Railway, the St. Lawrence Seaway, and the development of an offshore industry in the often dangerous waters of the North Atlantic. But we did those 3 things, and many more. And we can do it. We can reach our Paris goals, and we can do it while encouraging our oil companies to become the cleanest and most innovative in the world.
Also respect and celebrate the workers from across Canada in the energy sector. Their innovation, their drive and determination is so important. Workers in the Canadian energy sector will be crucial in this transition to a net zero future. But we need all Canadians to pull together for a common goal. We simply cannot afford to leave anyone out. Merci. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As in any debate, when I am before a motion, I ask myself, what is its intention? What is being sought? Reading my colleague's motion, I was looking for the goal, and I thought of a comedian I like, Yvon Deschamps, who is very ironic. If you know Deschamps, he's very ironic. And what he does is he pushes a social issue to the end to see how absurd it is. And that's what came to mind for me here. When I read the motion, I thought of my first days in the House of Commons when I arrived. And there was that rallying cry from the Conservatives, build the pipeline. And I thought that was a little odd because it made me think of what we saw in the United States a few years ago with Sarah Palin when she said, drill, baby, drill. And we thought to ourselves, those people aren't aware of the climate crisis we're facing, of the negative effects of fossil fuels. But let's set that aside. Maybe I'll talk about the motion's goal later on. Maybe we could do it together along the way. Madam Speaker, what I propose is to do what might be best when we're facing a motion. We can analyze the text. And so I'd like to look at the title of the motion. So the motion, M61, says that the government should recognize that it's impossible to replace fossil fuels, that it is not technologically or economically feasible. So, irreplaceable. They're saying that fossil fuels are irreplaceable, that there's no equivalent. When I talk about something that's irreplaceable, that has no equivalent, what comes to mind is water, for example. Water is irreplaceable, there's no equivalent, or there's also the air we breathe. My relationship with my partner, with my son is irreplaceable, but I don't think oil is. if we could say also that red wine and cheese are irreplaceable, but I don't think oil is irreplaceable. There's something I don't understand in my colleague's proposal. So to say that oil is irreplaceable, well, I think that's something Yvon Deschamps would say, not a politician. But carrying on. Second point, replacing oil and gas by more environmentally friendly options is not feasible. Well, I don't know where my colleague lives, but there are already many proposals for replacing oil technologically and economically, because these new technologies would be beneficial for our economy. There's the battery industry that's being studied at the Natural Resources Committee. We can store energy. Battery efficiency is skyrocketing. We have everything. We have the critical metals in Canada, the rare earths that would allow us to do that. To have batteries for electric cars. So there are solutions with a very low carbon footprint. And then there's hydrogen, green hydrogen, not gray hydrogen. Hydrogen made from biomass that can be used for heavy trucks. And then there's the forestry industry, which is a great source of replacement for fossil fuels with a bio approach. There's the biochemicals, or rather, we can replace petrochemicals. We're told that many jobs are linked to the oil sector. At the committee, many specialists came to tell us that chemists and engineers could work in bringing about bio-industries with forestry's biomass to reduce our carbon footprint significantly. So to say that it's impossible to replace oil and gas products, in my opinion, that's pretty absurd and ironic, as I mentioned earlier when I spoke about Yvon Deschamps. Now, Canada needs oil and gas to heat homes. Well, I live in Quebec. Most homes, like mine, my parents, my friends, are heated by hydroelectricity. It's the same for many schools. Some schools today use biomass from forestry, hospitals as well, to propel vehicles. Well, everywhere, countries are putting in place a transition to electric vehicles. I don't know if my colleague has heard about that, but it's been discussed for 20 years. We're really accelerating the electrification of transportation. It's one of the best ways to reduce our carbon footprint. Getting food on the table for Canadians and producing electricity. Well, where could we produce electricity? In Quebec, you may have a lead. Third point, Canadian oil and natural gas are produced with the highest environmental standards in the world, and domestic producers are global environmental leaders and responsible corporate citizens. Well, I thought immediately, Madam Speaker, of cigarette holders. In the 90s, back in the 90s, there were all sorts of cigarette flavors. There was advertising that said that there were athletic cigarettes. So it's like saying oil and natural gas that respect environmental standards. It's like saying a cigarette that's good for your health. It's a sneaky way of avoiding the truth, which is climate change. So once again, if I look at the intention that my colleague has, well, once again, I think he must be being ironic. Fourth point, using Canadian resources creates Canadian jobs. Yes, that may be true. At a certain point, Canadian natural resources, whether it is oil and gas or others creates Canadian jobs, but it's less and less the case. We need to tell Albertans the truth. I encourage my colleague to tell Albertans the truth. Look at oil sands projects that have been set aside. Major investment funds no longer want to invest in oil sands. Keystone XL, our American neighbors decided to head towards a low-carbon economy, and they set aside Keystone XL. And then Tech Frontier. No investor wanted to invest in it, and that was abandoned as well. And then I have another example that does create jobs, forestry. Our party produced a study on the potential of Quebec's forestry industry, which is very conservative, not in the sense of the party, but really in the sense of the term. Over 10 years, if we look at the bioeconomy, in Quebec alone, 16,000 jobs could be created. So there is a natural resource sector that can create jobs, and it's that bioeconomy that could easily integrate as a transition plan for the Albertan economy, because they already have the skills in chemistry and engineering, in that type of process. Fifth point, on First Nations. I'll just skim it because I don't want to remind my colleague of the issue we had with the West Whitton. So many Indigenous communities are not in favor of oil and gas development. Then, sixth point, tax revenue from the fossil fuel industry. I'd simply like to tell my colleague that from the beginning, or rather from the end of the 70s to the beginning of the 90s, we know that the federal government had to invest $70 billion to make oil and gas profitable. So it's an investment, let's say from Quebec, 22%, $14 billion from Quebec to support the oil and gas industry. Over the past few years, from 2017 to 2020, $24 billion more were invested in oil and gas. The spin-offs of oil and gas economically, I'm still awaiting them. I had much more to say, Madam Speaker, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to speak in the House this evening in regards to motion M61 put forward by the member from Edmonton Manning. The title of that motion is Support of the Oil and Gas Sector. And I agree with the member that fossil fuels have brought wealth to Canada. And I know that this motion comes from concern for the workers in this sector, and I share that concern. But those substantial benefits have come at great cost, and we must admit that and quickly find a new way forward, a path without fossil fuels. So I disagree almost entirely with the sentiment and substance of this motion. Now, there are 8 substantive clauses in the motion. I'd like to go through them one by one, just as the member from Jonquière just did. 1, replacing oil and gas with more environmentally sustainable options is not technologically or economically feasible. Well, this simply isn't true. It reflects the complete lack of understanding of many conservative members of this House in the climate crisis we're in, and reflects their lack of vision for bold solutions that we need to create a livable future for our grandchildren. When we're discussing the shift to a low-carbon future in the Natural Resources Committee, the conservative line of questioning is almost always along the line of it can't be done, or it will be prohibitively expensive, or the people of Canada wouldn't stand for this. Well, the people of Canada expect us to do this, and they're becoming more and more disappointed and cynical about the feebleness of our response to climate change. Options that are more environmentally sustainable are technologically feasible. The electrification of Canada's vehicles is happening faster than even some of the most optimistic experts could have imagined. Even the Conservatives have admitted this in their belated plan to fight climate change. To fuel those vehicles, we need non-emitting, clean electrical sources. 80% of Canada's electricity is already non-emitting. And renewable energy solutions such as wind and solar projects, combined with utility-grade storage and a strategic renewal of our electrical grid, can be built out to fill in the difference. And those solutions are economically feasible. Wind and solar are recognized as the cheapest energy sources on the planet. Instead, we see both the conservatives and the liberals throwing billions of dollars at the fossil fuel industry, building more and larger pipelines in a desperate attempt to pump oil out of the ground faster and faster in a time when world oil demand is predicted to decline over the next 30 years. And that demand must decline, and decline quickly if the countries of the world are to live up to their Paris targets. It must decline if we are to halt the climate change that is already costing us in fire, floods, and drought. The cost of that inaction is in the trillions of dollars. Second clause, Canada's energy needs require the use of oil and gas to heat Canadian homes, etc. Well, more and more Canadians are cutting their ties to gas stations by buying electric vehicles. A KPMG survey found that 70% of Canadians, 70%, want their next car to be electric. One of the lowest hanging fruits of the fight against climate change in Canada is energy efficiency of our homes and buildings. With a serious program to retrofit our buildings to reduce energy consumption and to change the building codes to ensure that new buildings use little or no energy, we can easily get rid of a quarter of our carbon dioxide emissions. Third, Canadian oil and natural gas are produced with the highest environmental standards in the world, etc. Well, Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that most domestic oil and gas producers are doing their best to reduce their industrial emissions. The amount of greenhouse gases produced in extracting oil from the oil sands has come down in new projects. And yes, we have some of the highest environmental standards in the world, and Canadians fully expect that. But it can't change the fact that the oil sands will require an investment of over $200 billion to rehabilitate. No company has put that sort of money aside to do that work, and guess who will end up paying? More and more companies are abandoning idle wells, thousands of wells, billions of dollars coming from taxpayers to clean them up. And a recent study found that all the financial benefits of the fossil fuel industry in Canada are negated by the health costs created by burning fossil fuels. Clause 4, using Canadian sources creates Canadian jobs. Well, yes, I agree. Our country was built on natural resources. My province of British Columbia is a world powerhouse when it comes to forestry. Canada is recognized as the world leader in mining. Many parts of the country are rich in hydroelectric power that provides the energy needed by industry and homes. And yes, the oil and gas industry has provided many good jobs over the past decades. And jobs are obviously at the core of this motion. Workers in the oil and gas sector have either recently found themselves out of work or are increasingly worried about their future in that industry. These are good jobs, very well paying. And I think it should be the goal of everyone in this House that we create an economy that will provide work for all Canadians, including those now employed in the oil and gas sector. The fifth clause is about First Nations involvement in this sector. And I agree that First Nations should benefit and increasingly are benefiting from natural resource projects in their territories. Oil and gas projects have created situations with different benefit and risk scenarios for different First Nations, some getting good jobs, others concerned about contamination of their lands and waters. 6, tax revenue from the fossil fuel industry is an important contributor to the national treasury. Well, yes, we must ensure that the Canadian economy continues to provide jobs and production to keep that funding available for social and infrastructure programs. A simple glance to the future would tell anyone with their eyes open that we should diversify our industries and tailor them to what the future will need. Go where the puck is going. Investment firms and pension plans are increasingly pulling out of the oil sector. They aren't doing this because they believe in climate change and want to do the right thing. They're pulling out because they see that there are no long-term profits in new oil projects, and we need to do the same. So here's the last two asks of the government in this motion. Canada's oil and gas industry is essential to the well-being of the nation and should be celebrated. Well, yes, the oil and gas industry has provided Canada with the wealth and a comfortable lifestyle over the past 80 years. I'm of an age where I have benefited immensely from the strong Canadian economy that oil and gas and forestry and mining and agriculture and manufacturing have produced. but oil and gas will not be essential in 20 or 30 years. And second, tax and regulatory barriers against the responsible growth of Canada's oil and gas industry should be removed. Well, this is the kicker, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives believe that all the woes of the oil and gas sector come down to two things: the carbon tax and regulations. The carbon tax that they just created in their latest policy on climate change. The same regulations that the member for Edmonton Manning praised in clause number 3. The same Indigenous rights that he praised in clause number 5. All the pipelines being considered now were assessed using the regulations created by the Conservatives during the Harper government. Madam Speaker, the challenges facing the oil and gas industry are not the making of this government or any other government in Canada. They are challenges rooted in the climate crisis facing our planet. They are challenges rooted in the fact that it's cheaper to create electricity with wind and solar rather than natural gas. And they are challenges rooted in the fact that it's cheaper to own and operate an electric car than one with an internal combustion engine. No amount of tax and regulatory changes will change this, will fix this. This motion comes from a nostalgic view of the past, and it would do absolutely nothing to help the workers in the oil and gas sector. We must face the facts and build a new sustainable economy that will create those good jobs across our country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to start today by thanking my colleague from Edmonton Manning. He is a great advocate for the Canadian oil and gas industry. He does great work here, and I think he's proven on the floor of the House of Commons again today virtually that he represents his riding very well. The Edmonton Industrial Heartland lies just outside Edmonton. And it is, I'm certain a lot of his constituents actually work in that gem of an industrial infrastructure in Canada that provides so much industrial benefit to this country. You talk about Canadian champions. You can talk about the way the industry built up along that industry in that whole area where we produce and we add value to our resource. We're not just hewers of wood and drawers of water. We add significant value along the way there. And I joined him at the Enhanced Energy and Wolf Midstream facility in Clive, Alberta, to look at the actual end of the pipe where the CO2 is collected up in the industrial heartland and brought down for storage, 150 kilometers away in central Alberta. Magnificent world-leading technology where we actually have a highway to sequester the carbon that's produced in industrial facilities in Alberta at this point in time. So many firms are going to come to Canada because of that forward thinking that this industry has provided in Canada. And thank you again to the Minister from Edmonton Manning for everything she's brought to this debate on this. But I'll tell you, I'm as everybody knows, I've been a member of Parliament for a year and a half. And I learn a lot from my colleagues every day, including the member from Edmonton Manning. But when I got here, it was under the premise that people in this place didn't really understand the Canadian energy industry, including the Canadian oil and gas industry. And I will tell you here today, from the remarks from every member from the other parties, that is resounding in spades. Now, I remember when I first got here over a year and a half ago and going to committee meetings where certain people would say the solution to our problem in Alberta, of course, is to get a big fund to transition everybody out of oil and gas jobs. And I would sit there slack-jawed at exactly the ignorance that was actually on display from some of my colleagues from across Canada about how much this industry represents to Canada and how much it contributes to our national life every day. We are world champions in environmental production of our petroleum resource, and we actually have great reporting standards, far greater than anywhere else in the world. Now, I contrast investments in Canada, the Canadian oil and gas industry, with those in the United States and those overseas. And I can attest, the only country that comes close to Canada's environmental standards is Norway. And they've got a declining base, and they're drilling further and further and further into the North Sea in order to access more resources, because their $1.1 trillion wealth fund is entirely dependent, built upon and entirely dependent upon hydrocarbon resources. So, we talk about a European business model, and I've heard a number of times in this debate about how the world is moving on. Well, take a look at where the world is moving on. The world is moving out of Canada because we're easy pickings to move away from. But in doing so, they're actually funding investments in the Middle East that has a far worse environmental standard, a far worse human rights standard, and no transparency at all on how they're producing their oil. So this is something where we actually are comparing apples to oranges. Canada is the bar. Everybody else is below that bar. So either support the bar as Canadians and look to this industry as the champion we've built over the last decades here in Canada and accept it as Canadians because it adds so much, not just from an employment perspective, 450,000 jobs, direct and indirect, but also from a taxation perspective. And let me go through those numbers, Madam Speaker, because we are talking about $130 billion in exports of our oil and gas industry per year. $130 billion, that's over 22% of our Canadian exports that are going and actually contributing to the value of life here in Canada. Imagine our Canadian dollar if we didn't have Canadian oil and gas exports. We've also got all kinds of taxation that comes here provincially, federally, and municipally in the hundreds of billions of dollars. It's an average of about $24 billion per year going back for the last 18 years. But going forward, even the go-forward numbers are still great, quite frankly, for what we get to contribute to Canadian taxes. And that represents about $240 billion over the next 10 years. So another $24 billion a year going to Canadian taxpayers so they can have nice hospitals, they can have pandemic responses, they can have good schools, they can have good universities, they can have good seniors care. These are all funded by an industry that is a net contributor to Canada through and through, and has been for my whole lifetime and for most members in this house whole lifetime. We actually advanced with the free trade agreement in the United States, and the core of that free trade agreement was, of course, our energy agreement. And the trade with the United States has been fundamentally important to our lifestyle rising up in Canada. We can actually afford the things the rest of the world took for granted. And we actually have learned to take that for granted in Canada. But one thing I'm seeing quite clearly here is this division about the knowledge of what this industry brings to Canada between the producing provinces and the non-producing provinces. Because I can assure you that revenue has been shared equitably across this country, and we've added so much value.
Unfortunately, the time for private members' business, for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of the precedents on the order paper. The honourable member will have 4 minutes the next time this matter is before the House to continue his speech. Alors, à ce moment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, home to Canada's largest army base, I'm honoured to stand up for the women and men who serve their country as members of the Canadian Armed Forces. On International Women's Day, I asked the Minister of Defence a simple question. Who is the minister trying to protect, himself or the Prime Minister? It was the Prime Minister who shut down the investigation by the Standing Committee on National Defence into the appalling record of this government in defending gender equality among women serving their country in military uniform. That's the answer the minister was silent to give. That silence was a roar to Canadians' women. Female MPs like the one from Pickering Uxbridge should be ashamed when the leader of the Liberal Party and the names Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein are used in the same paragraph to make the point that Canada is going backwards, not forwards, when it comes to making more progress on combating sexual misconduct and violence against women in all its ugly faces. Kathleen Findlay is the founder of the Zero Now campaign to combat sexual trauma and gender-based violence. She recently had this to say about the self-titled feminist Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister was asked...
One moment, please. I would ask the honourable member of Calgary Centre to make sure that his mic is off. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister was asked on March 30th if he had any knowledge of in 2018 about the allegations of sexual misconduct involving then General Jonathan Vance, he gave a sharp, self-satisfied no to Global National's Mercedes Stephenson. That no was punctuated by a loud echo. No concern was expressed by the sexual misconduct in the military. No reassurance was offered to victims, just no. It was more than a brusque reply to a reporter's question. It was a huge sign of disrespect to countless women who wonder if they're ever going to be protected from the plague of gender-based violence and sexual harassment that's infected Canada's military, the law enforcement, and federal public service, end of quote. When is this Prime Minister going to stop disrespecting women? It's time for the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party to take lessons from the opposition when it comes to actions in support of gender and minority rights. I'm proud to be a member of today's Conservative Party that encourages strong women like Leslie Lewis to run for leader of our party and who will be a fine addition to the House of Commons. I'm proud of Conservatives like the late Lincoln Alexander, who in addition to being the first Black cabinet minister and the first Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, was a bigger man than racist, who dressed up like blackface. The Honourable Lincoln Alexander was actually called too sensitive by the leader of the Liberal Party when a Liberal MP used an obscenity after Lincoln defended the unemployed. The Prime Minister has an outrageous record of making bad decisions when it comes to Canada's military. This policy failure of the Prime Minister and his government and his failure to deal with sexual harassment in the military can be traced to his treatment of women. It's no different than the way the Prime Minister treats women in his own party. Women like the former Justice Minister during the SNC-Lavalin scandal. This is what a former female Liberal MP and member of the Prime Minister's caucus had to say. Quote, in a feminist government throwing female members of Parliament under the bus, I didn't appreciate that, especially at a time when we're saying that we believe in women. You believe in them when it's convenient, and you leave them when it's not. So there were just a number of different instances that didn't sit right with me and the principles I hold dear. And I wanted to make sure that I was going to be able to look at myself in the mirror the next day. At a time when Canadians are being exposed to more dangerous variants, and will continue that along after, Madam Speaker.
Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Eliminating all forms of misconduct, abuse of power, and creating a safe work environment for everyone in the defense team has always been our top priority. We know that any organization, including the Canadian Armed Forces, must work hard to eliminate toxic masculinity that creates an unacceptable culture. Fundamentally, harassment of any kind is morally wrong and counter to the principles that guide our military and their civilian colleagues. So when, despite our efforts to prevent it, sexual misconduct occurs, those responsible must be held accountable, regardless of rank or position. When allegations of misconduct are raised, they must be directed to the appropriate authorities so they can be investigated fairly, independently, and with respect for the rule of law and the rights of all involved. Since forming government, we have worked hard to eliminate sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. It is clear, though, that the measures we have implemented haven't gone far enough, and they haven't moved fast enough. Because we've seen with the recent allegations against the Canadian Armed Forces' most senior leadership, there is still much room to improve. That's why Budget 2021 commits over $236 million to eliminate sexual misconduct and gender-based violence in the Canadian Armed Forces, including expanding the reach of the Sexual Misconduct Response Centre, creating a new oversight mechanism, and providing online and in-person peer-to-peer support. Et dans l'intérêt de l'obtenir des...
And we also commit to protecting the integrity of our members. That includes ensuring that there is no suggestion or perception of inappropriate influence or political influence on these investigations or their results.
Specifically, the allegation against General Vance. On March 1st, 2018, the Minister of National Defence had a meeting with the CAF Ombudsman. As this meeting was coming to a close, the Ombudsman raised the issue of an informal allegation against General Vance, so as not to have any political involvement in a potential investigation. The minister would not accept details. Instead, he directed the Ombudsman to share the allegation with the appropriate authorities, including the CFNIS. The minister, on his end, immediately shared this matter with the Privy Council Office, which is directly responsible for Governor and Council appointments, including the Chief of Defence Staff. They reached out to the Ombudsman the very next day to begin an investigation. The Ombudsman, in his own words, had no actionable evidence. Une enquête juste et impartiale sur les...
A fair and impartial investigation into these allegations is fundamental to our justice system. It is a vital element of our conception of democracy.
Allegations must never be, or even appear to be, tainted by political influence. Madam Speaker, this is why the minister, and through him our government, handled these allegations by following the proper process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, at a time when Canadians are being exposed to more dangerous variants and our economic recovery will be delayed by years while our trading partners are moving forward, it's a time this Prime Minister cleaned up his act. Why does this Prime Minister think that having female members of his caucus mouth empty platitudes will fool Canadian women? Just like the WE scandal that involved members of the Prime Minister's family, he can only get away with misleading the public for so long before the truth comes out. Stop the cover-up. Allow the Standing Committee on National Defence to do its work. It's time to move forward, not backward, when it comes to issues of gender equality and human rights.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, there can be no perception of political interference in any investigation, particularly in a case as sensitive as one related to allegations of sexual misconduct at the highest levels of our military. It would undermine the integrity of the investigation and put a just outcome at risk. It would mean no justice for a victim and no accountability for a perpetrator. This, in turn, could discourage other affected persons from coming forward. This is why it is imperative that investigations be carried out fairly and independently by the appropriate authorities. C'est pourquoi nous travaillons à rendre les structures de signalement.
That is why we are working to improve situations in the Canadian Armed Forces and looking to make these decisions more independent. We are committed to eliminating the culture of toxic masculinity in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 year ago, my riding was shook by the tragic news of a newborn infant found deceased in a portable toilet in the downtown East Side. That horrifying incident was followed by a horrendous video where a woman was violently assaulted in broad daylight and nobody did a thing to help. Community advocates believe that there are numerous factors that led to these tragedies, some of which are exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, but most of which has started long before. They call on the government to work collaboratively with advocates in the downtown East Side to develop an immediate action plan to end violence against women and to provide core funding to advocacy groups and service providers. Sadly, this has fallen on deaf ears. Our social security net is woefully inadequate in meeting the needs of those most in need. Too many live below the poverty line. Too many do not have access to safe, secure, affordable housing. Too many can't afford the medication that they need. At the grassroots level, family and community members in the downtown East Side continue to lead the effort in locating women and loved ones who are still going missing without any government support for their efforts. Other grassroots and frontline organizations had to resort to rely on crowdfunding when they can't access government funding. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated these existing issues and pushed them to a breaking point, which has led to one horrific tragedy after another. There are many emergent issues which have been coined with the term, quote, shadow pandemic over the years. Rising violence against women is one, and rising racism is another. There has also been a sharp rise in gender-based and domestic violence since the onset of the pandemic and quarantine directives. Anti-Asian hate crimes increased by 700%. Homelessness continues to be a growing problem, and in BC, the opioid overdose continues to kill more people than the pandemic itself. Why is it that the federal Liberal government refuses to declare a national health emergency on the opioid crisis? The housing crisis has been named time and again as one of the key contributing factors in violence against women, especially Indigenous women. Access to washrooms, sanitization facilities, and other safe community places for women in the downtown Eastside have been inadequate before the pandemic, and the pandemic has made the situation so much worse. Surely the government recognizes that all of these issues are interconnected and require an urgent, comprehensive, and intersectional approach. On July 28th, the YWCA and the Institute for Gender and Economy released a feminist recovery plan for Canada. The report identified that the COVID-19 pandemic is having disproportionate economic, health, and social impacts on women. Economic precarity and housing precarity are intrinsically linked. Women workers are on the front lines of the pandemic, as the majority of the women workers are concentrated in the essential occupations that cannot be done remotely, include healthcare, cashiers, restaurant workers, cleaners, and clerical functions. As a result, COVID cases and deaths have also been experienced disproportionately by women. 63% of pandemic job losses were experienced by women. Every 3 months of lockdown, there have been a 20 to 22% increase in domestic violence, and the majority of victims are anti-Asian violence have been women. The pandemic should have been a giant wake-up call which spurs urgent and significant investments to address the core fundamental issues that Canadians struggle with. The government must come to the table with community advocates and develop an action plan to address violence against women, provide stable funding to NGOs on the ground. The lives and safety of women are at risk.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to thank the member from Vancouver East for her question, and most of all for her important advocacy and continuous advocacy on survivors of gender-based violence. Gender-based violence has devastating impacts on women and children and all their families. And I commend the downtown East Side community advocates in Vancouver as they work tirelessly to provide services to women in need. We hear you, we see you, and we are working with you. Even before COVID-19 came into our lives, gender-based violence was all too prevalent in Canada. And since 2015, our government has taken immediate steps to end it in all forms. More recently, we've seen how the pandemic has increased barriers for women, and we've been active on the front, collaborating with all governments, advocates, as well as women's and equality-seeking organizations across Canada, including those in British Columbia and in Vancouver. In recent years, we've worked closely with the Feminist Deliver Working Group, and we've sought advice from equality-seeking organizations across British Columbia to support those experiencing social and economic marginalization, including people experiencing marginalization due to their gender identity, and their gender expression. We've discussed our mobilization efforts on gender equality and highlighted the importance of inclusion and the need to elevate unheard and those diverse voices. Women's organizations in Vancouver and all across Canada continue to be the backbone of the movement. They have worked tirelessly to protect and advance the rights of women, girls, and people of all gender identities and expressions. These organizations provide shelter, they provide healing, and they provide guidance. They serve survivors and their families from all ethnocultural communities, from all religions, from all work backgrounds, and with a multiplicity of life experiences. We have made it our utmost priority to fund and support their work, to make sure that they have the resources they need to best serve women, girls, LGBTQ2, and gender diverse peoples. Since 2015, Women and Gender Equality Canada has invested more than $118 million in over 300 organizations all across Canada for 345 projects addressing violence. In 2017, we launched the first ever national strategy to end gender-based violence, and this was supported by an investment of $200 million, which was a landmark in our commitment to the safety and the security of women. In Vancouver, we've invested more than $9 million in 20 organizations for 23 projects addressing a variety of pressing issues affecting women and girls, such as gender-based violence, human trafficking, homelessness, LGBTQ2 equality, and Indigenous women's safety. We also provided over $1.4 million in emergency COVID-19 funding to 39 organizations in Vancouver alone. Yesterday, Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland tabled budget for 2021, our plan to continue the fight against COVID-19 and ensure a resilient economy and a feminist recovery. Our government, alongside all our partners in the provinces and territories and Indigenous leaders, are moving forward with a national action plan to end gender-based violence. Budget 2021 builds on this work and is investing over $600 million over 5 years. Madam Speaker, women have been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic, but we have always been at the forefront of our recovery. We know the devastating increase of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. Each life lost is a tragedy. The investments from Budget 2021 will make a difference, from my riding here, the Long Range Mountains, to the honourable members' community in Vancouver East.
Unfortunately, the time is up on the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the Liberal government sees the people in the downtown east side and the organizations who are working every day to support the community in need, will the government then provide them with core funding and stable funding so that they don't have to scramble around from program to program to provide the supports that is so necessary in the community? Will the government then ensure that the families who are putting up posters for the women and girls that are still missing in the Indigenous community on their own, will the government provide resources to them so that they don't have to scramble around to do that work on their own? The government must use an intersectional gender-based analysis to understand the differential impacts of COVID-19 and in policy and program design to ensure that the economic recovery policies addresses gender-based inequalities, and also to ensure that urgent action is taken. Give them core funding, stable funding, take immediate action to support the families who are doing this important work right now in our communities. That would be a good start.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague again for her comments. And we've listened to more than 1,000 experts and advocates working to prevent and address gender-based violence across the country as we build a national action plan. We've heard all their comments and concerns, and that will be built into the plan. With their help, we're going to reach the most affected during the COVID-19, including the women experiencing GBV in BC. Since day one, we've been there for Canadians through the pandemic. We've provided $100 million in emergency funding to those organizations. It got out the door right away, and we're going to continue to provide and help them provide their essential service. We're going to continue to have their backs too, Madam Speaker. Our investment supported more than 1,500 frontline organizations that delivered essential services to survivors of gender-based violence, and over 6 million people benefited every year from the important work of these organizations. Yesterday, history was made when the first female finance minister tabled a budget to make transformative investments toward a safer and more inclusive Canada. Our government has a strong record in progressing for equality and combating gender-based violence. There is more work to be done. We are committed to getting it done.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadian Blood Services. Many of us who are on here, they know that there's often an urgent appeal for blood. Canadian Blood Services always needs more blood donations. But there's a few people who are in my life, very good friends, who would love to donate blood, but they can't. And that's because they're gay. And this government has promised for many years to lift the ban on gay blood donations, but hasn't. And I just find that really disappointing for many reasons. There are better ways
to screen for blood donations. In fact, countries around the world have adopted lifestyle-based questionnaires to lift the ban on gay blood. For example, Argentina, Israel, Italy, Poland, Russia, Portugal, Spain, South Africa, Ukraine, Peru, Chile, Brazil, and Bulgaria, but not here in Canada. The reality is that the gay blood ban, which has been perpetuated by the Liberal government, in spite of promises to lift it, remains, and it stigmatizes gay men because it perpetuates myths and stigmas about gay men. And I just find that unfortunate, to say the least. I want my friends to be able to give blood and not face this stigma. So my question to my colleague is very simple. Why is the government perpetuating homophobia and not lifting the gay blood ban?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for raising this. Actually, I would start by saying the honourable member ought to turn around in her own caucus if she wants to begin to disband the homophobia in her own party. So that might be place one to start for the member. But when it comes to the discriminatory practices of the blood ban, actually, we agree it's discriminatory. That's why our government, from day one, actually provided the funding for the Canadian Blood Services as well as HoC Quebec to actually address and provide the studies that are needed. The member opposite well knows that the federal government alone cannot implement this change. In fact, it requires both parties coming together, and that is exactly why we provided the funding for the studies to take place so that HoC Quebec and Canadian Blood Services could actually implement or put forward an application to the Government of Canada. We are eagerly awaiting that application so that we can end this discriminatory practice. But while we're on the subject of discrimination, I would like to point out to the member opposite that just last weekend, her own colleagues actually attended a pro-life conference where they strategized on how they could actually put forward legislation to ban and restrict healthcare for trans Canadians. So perhaps the member opposite in her advocacy should start with her own party. Let's also talk about the continued homophobia that exists in her party, with a member recently having to apologize for referring to, in the debate on the banning conversion therapy, to actually referring to homosexuals as unclean. Her own caucus member had to apologize. So, Madam Speaker, we fully support and have actually committed to ending the blood ban. The member opposite also, I might point out, was a member of the government with Prime Minister Harper. And in that 10 years, they didn't do a single thing to actually move forward on lifting the blood ban. So I'm actually quite curious, at what point did the member opposite actually have this awakening? Because she could have done a lot as a member of the government for 10 years. We didn't wait. We started this process. We look forward to the application, and I look forward to the member opposite's passion in fighting discrimination and homophobia in her own caucus. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member of Calgary-Nose Hill.
That's code for we're not going to lift it, and we're going to perpetuate homophobia by not doing what we said we were going to do. Member could just come up with a date. The reality is that these studies have been going on forever across different political stripes, but she refuses to say when. And frankly, that's homophobia. Also, this government could put together a strategy for trans healthcare. They haven't done anything on that. They haven't worked with the provinces to address issues of consistent access to care for gender-affirming care. She just sits here and points fingers. That's irresponsible and, frankly, homophobic and transphobic. So I'll ask her again, and maybe she'll dispense with the rhetoric at this time. When are they going to end the blood ban? And would she agree that not doing so constitutes homophobia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, what I think constitutes homophobia is the member opposite's Conservative Party. The fact that the only members in this House voting against conversion therapy, banning that, is the Conservative Party. And Madam Speaker, she can try to make fake accusations against me or members of this party, but that's all she has. Fake accusations. What Canadians can see plain and clear is the homophobia that is rampant in the Conservative Party, and the fact that they are the only members that have actually voted against banning conversion therapy demonstrates that. And Canadians won't be fooled. So what's code for the member opposite's comment is the fact that they are trying to hide the fact or try to spin the fact that they have members just in the last week having to apologize for damaging, hurtful statements. We are committed to ending the blood ban, something the Conservative Party never did in 10 years.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.